What's up guys, welcome back to a brand new course. And if you're starting Blender 3D, if you know the basics and you want to take your skills to the next level, then this course is perfect for you, because in this one we're going to be making some cartoon style renders which will help you learn the basics of modeling, texturing, lighting and rendering inside of Blender 3D. So now this is a completely project based course, which means we're going to be making a lot of projects. So the first one we're going to be making is this cartoon donut shop scene. After that we're going to be making this home in the woods, and after that we're going to be making this wooden home, after which we will make this guitar scene, and next up we're going to be making this cartoon style car slash truck, whatever you want to call it, and lastly we're going to be making this cartoon character. So if you want to take your Blender skills to the next level, and if you want to see my workflow, how exactly I make things, then be sure to enroll in this course right now, because I'm going to be guiding you through the whole process, including the modeling, texturing, lighting and rendering. So what are you waiting for? Just start this course today and take your Blender skills to the next level. Thank you. Alright guys, so welcome to the beautiful world of Blender 3D, and here we're going to be creating that amazing donut shop scene which you saw in the intro. So yeah, let's without further ado, let's start. So first of all, I'm going to be starting with a cube, and I'm not going to be deleting the cube, deleting the default cube, because well yeah, we're good people. Anyway, so I'm just going to be scaling it. Let's scale it something like that and something like that. Just a rectangular, just a cube, sorry, not a cube, a cuboid, I think that's what it's called. I think that should be good enough, just something like that. Yep, that should do the job. Anyway, so this is our basic, this is the basic shape of our shop, and now we're going to be working on the banner which we, the billboard which we're going to be having on the top. So for that, I'm just going to be selecting this cube, and I'm going to be Shift D. I'm just going to be pressing Shift D, and now you can see we have duplicated it. Now we can move it anywhere, but the thing is, right now it's just moving randomly. It's not constrained to any axis or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be right clicking on my mouse, and it's going to reset the position. So now we have duplicated the cube. You can see in here we have cube and cube 001. These are two cubes, however they have the same position. So I'm just going to be selecting the move tool, and I'm just going to be moving it up, right, like that. And then I'm going to be scaling it something like that. Something like that should do, probably. And I'm just going to be scaling it down like that too, and like that. Let me just move it forward. Now this is mostly just trial and error. You should try what looks the best and what doesn't, and you should just make your own creative decisions. I would recommend that you do not copy my you should not copy what I'm doing, because that's really not gonna help that much. If you really want to improve your 3D skills, then you should definitely use your own creative ideas and all that stuff, right? So we have our banner ready. I'm just gonna make it a little like that, just perfect. Okay, cool. Actually, let's make it taller. Let's move it up, something like that. Cool. So now I hope you are familiar with extruding and insetting faces and all that stuff. So yeah, those are the basic modeling tools. If you're not familiar with them, I'm going to be teaching you, and you probably won't be facing that much of a problem anyways. Okay, so I'm just gonna move it a little up. Actually, never mind, just that was fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this cube, and we're going to go instead of this object mode, we're going to go to the edit mode. Now here you can individually modify the vertices and the faces and the edges, etc. And I hope you're familiar with the edit mode. It's a very basic thing. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing here is that we are going to be first of all selecting this face mode, and if you don't want to like switch between these, this is the vertex mode, this is the edge mode, and this is the face mode. If you don't want to be like switching between these, you can just press 1 for edge, 2 for vertex rather, and 3 for face. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this face, and then I'm going to be pressing I, and then I'm going to be inner extruding this, kind of like I'm going to be insetting this face. Okay, so something like that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this face, and I'm going to be moving it down, something like that, so that we have like an almost even space from the top and the bottom, right? Something like that should do, probably. Yeah, perfect. Now I'm just going to be selecting this face, and then we're going to be moving it backwards. Actually, if we move it backwards, you're going to see that we are creating this edge, this like weird edge from the side. So instead, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be extruding it backwards. So I'm just going to press E, and then we can just extrude it backward. So I'm just going to extrude it like that much, probably. Yeah, that should do.
Let's go back to object mode, and now you can see we have this cool shape. And now we're going to be writing our text. So for text, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to add, and then we can just simply select text. Cool. And you're going to see that we have this text right here. So I'm going to be rotating this across the z-axis. So I'm just going to hold control to lock it to increments of 5. I'm just going to rotate it 90 degrees like that, and then I'm going to be rotating it along the y-axis, right? So 90 degrees along the y-axis as well. That is perfect. Let's position this properly. Actually, instead, let's first write our text. So I'm just going to write some simple text like maybe donuts, I guess. Okay, so now we have the text, and in order to edit this, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to edit mode from object mode, and now we can just write whatever we want. So I'm just going to write donuts. That is definitely the wrong spelling. I hope that's correct. Okay, so once we have written this, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be extruding this. Now, what I mean by extruding this is that we're going to be giving it some thickness, and the way we're going to be doing that is we're going to go to the modifier panel, and we're going to be adding a solidify modifier. Now, what the solidify modifier does is that if I increase this thickness, you're going to see that it's going to make it thick, and yeah, that's exactly what we want. So I'm just going to scale it down. Actually, the font is, I kind of like it. I kind of like the font. It's not that bad. I was thinking to change it, but changing fonts in Blender is kind of a pain. So I'm just going to go with the default. I'm just going to go to front view. Then we're going to be aligning this. Something like that. I'm just going to flush it in. And that is perfect, isn't it? Okay. So now we have our banner ready, billboard rather ready, and now let's work on the door. So we're gonna have a door here because that's the way people are gonna get inside our shop. Duh. And yeah, just a quick reminder: be sure to save your project, because I've lost a ton of projects because I forgot to save and all. So I just don't want that to happen to you as well. Anyway, so we're gonna be adding another cube for the door, and we are gonna be doing this. We're just gonna be scaling it down. I'm just gonna go to the scale tool, scale it down like that, move it forward, and so just shape the door however you want it to be. And I'm just gonna be aligning it to the bottom, something like that, and I'm just gonna be scaling it up. Yeah, we're gonna be scaling up like that. Just eyeball it and make sure that it actually looks like a door, and I think that should be perfect. Just move it a little to the left. Got it. Perfect. Okay, so let me just move it a little up so that it looks aligned with the surface, although it doesn't really matter that much. No one's gonna give that much attention to this. Anyway, so yeah, one thing which I'm going to do is I am going to be adding the inside part of the door, which is going to be another cube basically. So I'm just going to duplicate this, Shift D, and I'm just going to right click it so that, actually I think I duplicated it twice. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so Shift D and just right click it, and I'm going to be reducing the scale. I'm going to be moving it down and forward, right? So the thing, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to be using a modifier called a Boolean modifier, right? And one of the things that it can do is that it can, actually let me just position this properly first, then I'm going to be explaining what the Boolean modifier does. I'm going to properly explain it so that you guys don't get confused or anything. Okay, now what this does, and what the Boolean modifier does, is that it takes one object and it subtracts another object from it, right? So yeah, I'm just going to be showing you how to do it. If this doesn't make that much sense right now, I'm sure it will make sense once we do it. Okay, so in order to add the Boolean modifier, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this cube, and I'm going to be adding a modifier and this Boolean modifier, right? So what now it's asking from us what exactly do we want to subtract from this object right here, okay? And we want to subtract this cube right here, right? So I'm just gonna select that, and inside this Boolean modifier, inside this object, I'm just gonna click this eyedropper tool, and I'm going to select this cube right here, and I can see it is subtracting this from that. However, we are also seeing this, which is basically making it impossible for us to see the difference. And yeah, so what we can do to basically hide this object is that we're going to be going inside this settings, the object properties, and down in the viewport display, inside this display as, and right now it's textured, right? So we're just going to be selecting wire for this. Now it's going to just display a wireframe, and now you can see that it is yeah, this is basically it. And we are cutting the cube, and we can just move this accordingly to our liking. I'm just going to be scaling this down a little bit, and I'm going to be moving it forward. Perfect. So now if I move this back, you're going to see that this object is being cut by this. However, we are still seeing this cube. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete a part of this cube, right? So, and the way we're going to be doing that is that first of all, we're going to be going to edit mode, and next we're going to be adding some loop cuts. Now what loop cuts are is basically you add these cuts, and you can create new edges with that, right? And the way you do that is by pressing Control R. And when I do that, you're going to see that we have this random line appearing, and I'm just going to position it properly so that it's basically within inside this. Anyways, so I'm going to do it again. Just move your cursor around until it shows that, and perfect. So I'm just going to be pressing Control R again, and we're going to be adding another loop cut here, right there, and I'm going to be pressing it again, and we're going to be adding one right here as well. So I'm going to go back to face select mode, and we're going to be selecting this face, and we're going to be deleting it. Actually, not deleting it. We're going to be deleting it, and we're going to select faces. So now you can see that we have basically deleted the part of this cube, and that's exactly what we wanted to do. Now, because we don't have anything inside this node and shop, we're not going to be building the inside because it's just going to take too much time. You can for sure do it if you want. So we're just going to be adding a door right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a cube and move it forward like that. Scale it down. This is just your average basic stuff. Just press G to move it. We're going to be doing something like that. And the size, just eyeball the size. Yep. Press G to move it. Something like that. Let's just increase the size. And we're going to be increasing it like that as well. Let's move it a little to the left. That is perfect. Now, I'm just going to reduce the thickness of this. And that should do the job. Now, the reason why we did this instead of just having the cube behind it, because it's basically giving the same look right now, is because we're going to be adding some modifications to this. Okay, now, so the way we're going to be adding modifications is that we're going to be using that inset tool, which we used to make this thing right here, this extrusion and stuff. So I'm just going to press I. Actually, no, I'm just going to select this face, and then I'm going to press I. So it should do something like that. And basically we want to create a window. So I'm just going to increase the size like this and move it like that. And I'm just going to move it up too in the Z axis. So something like that should do. However, I am going to increase the height. I'm going to move it a little down. And yeah, something like that should work. So what we're going to be doing next is that we are going to be selecting this face, and then we can I'm just going to delete this face. So just delete faces, and now you can see we have this deleted. However, we have the back side of this face as well, so I'm just going to delete that as well. And I can see we can just basically see what's happening inside. However, we are going to be adding something like a glass maybe, or we'll see what we do. Yeah, we'll see what we do. Anyways, so one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to add a border similar to this one around the window. So the way we're going to be doing that is we can just basically duplicate these two, Shift D, and I'm just going to move them forward so that we can see what we're working with. And I'm just going to scale them down. move them up, and yeah, well, let's move them back too. Perfect. Now I hope this tutorial is not getting too like boring or tricky, because the stuff which I'm covering is very basic. However, it is a little repetitive. Yeah, I do agree with that. However, well, that's just 3D modeling. There are some things which are fun, there are some things which are not that fun, but yeah, it's good. 3D modeling is a really nice thing if you are actually interested in it and if you want to learn more. So yeah, anyways, so let's move it down, something like that. Actually, let's just increase the scale. Perfect. So I'm just going to select this, and we're going to be moving this too, right? So we can just modify the part which is visible and which is not. So I'm just going to be scaling it down. And just move it up in the z-axis, something like that. And that's looking perfect. However, we are going to be moving this, both of these a little forward. Now we have more of a pronounced edge, and that is looking perfect, isn't it? So we are done with our door. And let's move on to our we're just gonna add a window right here, and that's basically gonna be it. Also, just a quick reminder to save your project. So yeah, anyways, let's move on to the window. So the window, what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be doing exactly what we did before. First of all, we're gonna be extruding this, well, not extruding this, we're gonna be insetting this, and first of all, we're going to be creating a window with loop cuts, and then we're going to be adding stuff. Okay, so the way we're going to be doing that is by, well, just adding more loop cuts. So just Control R, something like that. Maybe there. Another one right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to move these edges a little to the left, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these edges from the back as well. Okay, so once we have all that selected, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing, we're going to be double clicking G, so GG, and I'm just going to move it a little there, and you can see we can move edges like that. So that's a quick tip for you. And then we're going to be adding another loop cut, something like that. So I'm just going to be selecting this edge right here, and I'm just going to double G, and we're going to be moving it something like that. Now yes, this is distorting our mesh kind of, but we don't really care about that, because we're not going to be UV unwrapping this or anything like that, so we don't really care about that. Anyways, so yeah, okay, so now we have the basic shape of our window ready. I'm just going to select this, I'm just going to go to face mode, I'm just going to select this and delete faces. Perfect. Okay, so we have our window ready. Actually, you know what, it's a little too like large, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to inside this a little bit, something like that, and then I'm going to delete faces. Perfect. Now that is the perfect size of a window, and we are going to be working with this now. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's add a shade from the top. So let's add a mesh cube. I'm just going to move it forward. So yeah, another quick tip for you guys is that whenever you're working, you must have a reference photo. And right now I have a reference photo loaded on the side of my monitor, on my second monitor. Well, so yeah, that's just very important for you guys, because whenever you're trying to work alone, like you're trying to work without any reference, you're gonna find it very difficult to come up with ideas and implement them at the same time. And instead, when you have a reference, you don't have to work on the creative side that much, because that work is basically done for you, and you just have to do the technical part, and you just have to build it out, right? So I would recommend you to either create a reference photo or to get one from the internet. So yeah, that's it. So something like that should do. I'm just gonna move it a little forward, something like that. Perfect. Just Control save, just save your project. And now for the shade, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding a plane. Let's just add a plane, I mean, we could add a cube as well. Actually, you know what? Let's add a cube. Let's actually just duplicate this cube because it's going to save us a lot of time. Control Shift D, sorry. And then we are going to be scaling it forward like that. Scaling it up. And let's make it less thick. Let's decrease the thickness. Just like that. Perfect. And let's rotate this. Something like that, probably. So that our shade is looking pretty good, isn't it? Now you can see one thing which I'm going to do is right now I'm basically going to move it down along this axis, right? So if I move it forward, you're going to see that it's going to basically go up, and then I'm going to have to align it again, and that's just a hassle. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to this this thing right here, and instead of global, we're going to be selecting the transform orientation to local. Now here it's just going to modify our these move tools so that we can do whatever we want, and it's a very handy tool. So I'm going to rotate it a little bit more, something like that should do. Let's just move it down. And perfect. Let's move it a little down as well. That should do. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, let's extrude this. Let's increase let's extend this shade a little down, but what we're going to be doing this time is that we're going to be extruding it down basically. So I'm just going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to be selecting this face, this one right here, and then we're going to be extruding it out, and now we can just move this like that. And that is way too much. We're basically not seeing anything from yeah, okay, so I'm just going to be selecting this transform orientation to global again, and I'm just going to be moving, wait a second. Yeah, so just go to face select mode and just select this face right here and just move it up. And yeah, one thing which you're going to see is that this is very weird, and the reason why this is weird is because these edges are not aligned properly, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to X-ray mode first, because we can select both sides of the edges, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edge select mode, vertex select mode, vertex select mode, and I'm just going to be moving these down, and let's select both of these and move them forward. So just doing some basic polygon work like that, and let's try to align these. And yeah, if I go if I toggle back from X-ray mode, you're gonna see that we have this amazing shade as well. So it's looking pretty good, isn't it? Like it's all coming together, isn't it? And now we're gonna be creating another thing which is gonna be on the bottom of this. So yeah, let's duplicate this cube, Shift D. I would suggest you guys to duplicate cubes as well, because instead of creating new cubes, duplicating them is much better, and it's much easier as well. It's less time consuming because you have to you have to scale and do everything with that new cube, right? So anyways, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go to scale tool. I'm just gonna go to the scale tool. I'm just gonna scale it up, something like that. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that is it, and let's create something. For example, like let's make another one of these. Shift D, move it down, scale it like that, and just do that. Okay, and let's move it forward just so that we have a little more dimension and stuff. Now this stuff is totally optional, and it's also subjective as well. If you wanna skip this part, and if you don't wanna like do this, then feel free to do that. However, I would definitely suggest you to add these details, because they're gonna give your 3D model a whole new a whole new dimension. They're gonna make your model look good, right? So yeah, okay, perfect. So that is looking pretty good, isn't it? And I think that should be it. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding a huge donut on top of this to add some like, you know, add some more interest to this. So instead of creating a 3D model of a donut from scratch, we're going to be using a 3D model, a pre-made 3D model. So I'm just going to go to Google and I'm going to search donut 3D model, and you can just go to any of these websites, and I'm just going to download a 3D model of a donut, and I think that should be good. That's looking pretty good. And yeah, so you can just pick any free 3D model which you like. These are copyright free and you can use them in your projects. So once you've downloaded it, I'm just going to go here and I'm just going to select this. Yeah, so this donut, I'm just going to drag it to desktop for now. Yeah, so here it is. Okay, so this is the donut 3D model, and what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be opening this in another tab, in another basically window of Blender, and just save this project right now. Just save it. I like saving projects a lot. Anyways, so I'm just gonna select these two, this donut, and I'm just gonna copy it, and we're gonna go to ours and we're gonna paste it, right? So if I use the scale tool and scale it up, you're gonna see that this is a donut, isn't it? I'm just gonna go to rendered view, and we're gonna, so just to check that if it has like all the textures applied or not, and I hope it does. Otherwise we're gonna have to add our own textures, which is well, it's not that much of a problem, but usually 3D models come with their textures, right? And this does actually have a texture. Yeah, so we're going to fix that ping thing later on when we're working on the textures. Okay, so right now this 3D model is perfect for us. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this donut, and I'm going to be rotating it, something like that. I'm just going to select the rotate tool. I'm going to be rotating it something like that, a little less, and we're going to be moving it up too. Okay, so now how is this donut actually standing? And what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding another cube. So I'm just going to select this one, Shift D, and move it up. Oops, just move it up, and we're going to be like changing the scale and all to make it look as if it's standing on this, like this is its support or anything like that. That looks kind of terrible, to be honest. So let's do this. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, isn't it? Because it kind of looks like it's standing on this. Or we can, one thing which we could do is that we could actually make it kind of a cylinder. So in fact, I'm just going to do that. And the way we're going to be doing that is, first of all, let me just increase the scale of this, increase the size of this. Not like that, just in the vertical axis. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be going to the modifiers menu, and I'm going to add a modifier, and this time it's going to be a subdivision surface modifier, right? So now you're going to see that it's going to make it weird. So we're going to increase the levels of viewport to 3 and render to 3 as well. Okay, now you can see this kind of looks cool, doesn't it? It's like kind of giving it a whole new dimension. And well, what am I saying? Dimension? What does that even mean? Anyways, well, yeah, I mean, it looks cool, doesn't it? Okay, so I'm just going to go back to this donut model, and I'm going to delete this. Thank you very much. You are no longer needed. And yeah, so we have our donut ready. And so yeah, our basic 3D model is complete. I'm just going to move it a little to this side. That's perfect. Actually, I'm just going to select this donut, and I'm going to rotate it slightly to this side, just like that. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so now one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to add a border to this what do you call it, to this whole shop as well. And the way we're going to be doing that is, once again, I am going to be copying this, and I'm just using these I'm just duplicating this cube just so that I don't have to like make new cubes and stuff. So I'm just going to go to top view, and I'm going to be increasing the scale, something like that. I'm just going to go back like this, and let's increase the scale. Okay, something like that. Perfect. And so now you can see it's already looking pretty good. However, I'm going to be working on the dimensions a little bit so that it looks kind of less weird. And yeah, I think right now it's looking pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it a little thick because it's going to look better then. And yeah, that's perfectly it. Now you could leave this as is, or you could just inset this a little bit so that it looks better. And yeah, we're going to be doing that now. So actually, let's make it a little more thick. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. Actually, let's make it a little less thick. Yeah, I know I'm very indecisive, but yeah, that's basically it. Let's go to edit mode now, and let's select the face mode, and let's select this face, and let's press I to inset this. And something like that should be good. Let's extrude it down. That is perfect. Actually, no, one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to inner extrude it. I'm going to extrude it a little less, a little bit like that. That is looking perfect, isn't it? And that is our shop, ladies and gentlemen. And we are basically complete with our done with our shop. Actually, just one last thing. I'm just gonna duplicate this and I'm gonna move it down because we want to have the same thing on the bottom as well. Okay, looking perfect. Let's make this a little less thick. And let's also decrease the size, decrease the scale as well. Oops. Let me just move it a little to that side. And yeah, I think that is perfect. A little to the right. And okay, so we're done. Cool. Now our donut 3D model is basically complete. Our donut shop 3D model is basically complete. Let's move on to the next step, which is adding surroundings and like making this a whole scene. Okay, cool. So yeah, what we're going to be doing for that is that we are going to be first of all creating a platform. So let's just add a new cube. Let's move it down. Let's scale it down. Actually not. So we're going to be scaling it something like that, and we are going to be scaling it down in that axis. Let's do this, and yeah, that is perfect. So let's you know what, yeah, let's move it up a little bit. So this is mostly just trial and error. Now you're not obligated to follow whatever I'm doing in this, and you can definitely use your own creative freedom. In fact, I would encourage you to use your own creative freedom, right? So because that's really gonna like help you, and that's gonna improve your skill. Anyway, so I'm just gonna duplicate this once again, and I'm gonna be scaling it down like that and like that. Perfect. And I'm just gonna be moving it a little up. Cool. So never mind. Yeah, cool. So okay, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding some trees here, and adding trees is extremely simple, and the only thing which we have to do is add a cube. Yeah, I know everything starts with a cube, doesn't it? Scale it down something like that, and scale it up in the z-axis. Actually, I'm just going to make it even more thinner. Something like that should do. Move it down. Move it down. Actually, let's just scale it down in the vertical axis instead of moving things down. That should do. Let's make it less thick. And that's perfect. And so for the top part of the tree, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this once again, Shift D, and move it up. And we are going to be scaling it actually down. We're going to be scaling it down. Just a second, like that, first of all. And secondly, we're going to be scaling it down like that as well. So this is going to be the top of our tree. And And let's move our tree up for a minute, because I want to extrude, because I want to like make the bottom larger. So I'm just going to select this and go to edit mode, and we're going to be selecting this bottom face, and we're going to be increasing the scale of this just like that. Perfect. And I think something like that should be good. Let's make this top even sharper, something like that. Perfect. And let's move it down as well, so that we have a longer tree. Let's go back to object mode, and let's bring this down. Something like that should do, and that is our tree. Amazing. It looks perfect, doesn't it? Now what we can do is we can duplicate this tree. Now what we can do is that we can duplicate this tree, and I'm just going to select both of these, Shift D, just move it here, and I'm just going to reduce the size a little bit, because we don't want them to look exactly the same. So let's duplicate this once again, move it back. This one I'm going to increase the size a little bit, and let's duplicate this one again. And that's looking good, isn't it? So yeah, this one is a little too large. Let's move it up then. Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? Actually, let's decrease the size of this a little bit, because it's way too large. Okay, perfect. Okay, so the basic 3D model of our scene is basically complete, and now we're going to be moving on to the next part, which is actually texturing and lighting this, and that's really going to make this much better, and it's going to make it look like not realistic, but it's going to make it look cartoony, and it's just going to make it look better. Alrighty, so let's move on to the next part, which is texturing and lighting this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this look dev mode, viewport shading mode it's called, in order so that we can like actually see see the materials which we are applying, and we can actually see what's going on, right? So I'm just going to close this real quick, and let's wait for it to start. And yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding some colors. And one color which I'm going to be adding is light blue to this whole body, this whole cube. And let's go to materials. Let's yeah, so we already do have a material. I'm just going to delete it, and I'm going to create a new material. I'm just going to name it light blue, and we're going to be changing the base color to something like that, light blue. Okay, good. So one thing which we can do is we can add a little bit of luminance to these. Like basically we can make it shine. We can make them shine a little bit. But I'm just gonna skip that for now. We're gonna see if we have to do it later on. Anyway, so let's apply it to this as well. Actually, one thing which I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first of all let's apply the white material to everything which we want white. And there are quite a lot of things which I want white. So let's just first select this. Add a new material. Never mind. Just create a new material. I'm just gonna name it white. And well, yeah, it's gonna be white. What a surprise. Nope, that wasn't white. This is white. Cool. So let's just apply white to everything which we want white. Okay, and this is also gonna be white for now. Because I'm just gonna be telling you what's happening. Okay, let's apply white to this as well, and this thing, white, this as well, and this should be white, and this should also be white. Perfect. So we're not actually going to use any textures for this, because we don't really need textures for this, right? We only want to add some basic colors and stuff like that, because we want it to look cartoony, right? We don't want it to look realistic or anything like that. So yeah, next up what I'm going to do is I am going to select this donut, this billboard, and what we're going to be doing is I'm going to go to edit mode, and we're going to select this face right here. So this face right here. And with this selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this plus thing, and I'm going to add a new material called, let's add light blue, and let's press assign. Now what it's going to do is that it's going to assign this light blue material to this, or the selected part only. So if I go back to object mode, you can see we have part of this white, but part of this blue as well, okay? And that's exactly what we wanted. So yeah, next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding some color to this as well. So let's create a new material. No, that's not, let's create a new material. Okay, and this color we're going to be setting it to something like, I don't know, how about a pink, or maybe an orange. Yeah, I like pink more, but obviously your color is going to be your choice, and you can just select whatever color you want. And yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so next up, let's see what we have left. Let's make these pink as well, because why not? Pink and pink. Okay, so now we're going to be adding material to this shade as well, and the way we're going to be doing that is slightly different than you might expect. So the thing is, we want to add a stripes material to this, and adding a stripe material in Blender is not that easy for beginners. So yeah, since I want this tutorial to be for beginners only, we're not going to be doing that. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating multiple of these like shades, okay, and each of them is going to have a separate color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the scale, something like that, and I'm gonna move it right here where it starts. Okay, now this is going to be slightly more time consuming, but it's going to be easier for beginners to understand, right? So we have this. Now we're going to control shift D, sorry, not control, just shift D, and we're going to be adding another one right here, right? So these are going to look the same, however these are going to have different materials applied on them. Okay, let's duplicate both of these, and let's them right here, and let's duplicate both of these once again. Cool. And we are going to be adding an extra one here. Now this one is going to go slightly out, but that's not a problem because we can just extend this. Yeah. Oftentimes in 3D you have to find these little hacks and these little tricks to speed up your workflow, and yeah, this is just one of them. Because the thing is, your end client or the people who are going to see the artwork are really not going to really don't care the way you made it. They just care about whether the art is good or not, right? So yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna select this, and I'm gonna apply light pink material, and then I'm gonna apply another light pink material. So we're gonna be doing alternate what do you call them, colors. This one, I want this one to be yellow, so I'm just gonna create a new material. I'm just gonna make it yellow. Yeah, that seems to be good. I'm just gonna name it yellow, and we're gonna apply this material to these as well. Yeah, one thing which I'm gonna do is I'm going to increase this color, increase the white part in that, and that's looking pretty good, isn't it? So that is looking pretty amazing in my opinion. And yeah, so let's move on to the trees. Actually, before that, let's apply the material to the ground. We're going to be applying, how about light pink? No, that's way too strong for this. So I'm just going to create a new material, and I'm going to make, how about we make it, I'm just trying all these new colors. How about we make it something like that? Yeah, this seems to be perfect. That's a nice light pink. And let's apply a new material to this as well. And I'm just going to make it green, because obviously. How about we do more of a bluish green? Yeah, something like that should go. Okay, and I'm going to apply the same material to these, that green one. Let's name it green. And yeah, I'm just gonna be bringing this up. Okay, yeah, so I'm just gonna apply this green material to all these trees, and perfect. So so for these tree trunks, I'm gonna create a new material, and I'm gonna give it slightly maybe a brown yellow kind of vibe. That seems to be good. I'm just gonna name it brown, And this all stuff is just very easy. It's just a little time consuming and it's repetitive. But yeah, overall it's pretty easy. Okay, so our donut is basically complete and I think it looks pretty good. One thing which I really want to do is add some color to this donut as well, because white doesn't look that great in my opinion. So I'm just gonna create new material and let's make it what color should we give it? I can't really decide, to be honest. Nope. Yeah, I think white seems to be better than most of these. It kind of looks incomplete though. Or actually, let's do one thing. Yeah, let's do one thing. Let's make this white. Let's make that white. And sorry, just save your project, by the way. Yeah, and for this, we're gonna be going back to edit mode, selecting this, and let's give this a new material. Instead of light blue, let's give it a new material. Let's add one, and we're gonna be selecting this, and we're gonna be assigning this material. And in this, we're going to be creating a new material, and I'm going to make it more blue. Yeah, so basically, I'm going to increase the intensity a little bit. I think that's better. I think that looks much better. However, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's actually go ahead and change the font of this. So yeah. So the way you change fonts inside of Blender is that first of all, you select this text, and then we're going to go to this text menu. And in here we can go inside this font. Now you cannot just directly choose any font which you like from your installed fonts. Unfortunately, in Blender it works a little differently. You have to have a TFF. I think it's called DTF. What kind of file it is? What kind of file is it? Yeah, it's TDF, right? TDF or ODF file. And I just downloaded a font from dafont.com. I just downloaded a font. It's called Cocoa Sharp Bold. And yeah, I'm just gonna add so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna go into this regular, and we're gonna be selecting the font which we have, Cocoa Sharp Bold. And yeah, there you go. It looks pretty good. So you can just download any font you like from this dafont.com or any other font website. I generally just use this dafont, and yeah. Okay, so we can modify the position of this. And scale. I'm going to scale it up like that. Move it a little to that. And yeah, that seems to be good. So that font is much better. And yeah, okay, so let's move on to the next part, which is actually lighting this whole scene. And making it look realistic. So yeah, one thing which I'm going to do before that is right now you can see this texture is purple for some reason, and we're going to be fixing that right now. Okay, so the thing is, it is looking for a surface color, for a base color, it's looking for a base color which it does not find. So I'm just going to add an image texture here. I'm just going to open. So yeah, right now you can see it just turned black, and inside this image texture we can just press open, and then just go to your wherever you downloaded the donut 3D model. And there you're gonna find this donut texture. I'm not sure what language is this, but we can just open that, and you're gonna see that it is now looking good. So that's perfect. And next up, what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be going to this rendered mode, and the render engine we're gonna be changing it from Eevee to cycles. That's just gonna make it look much more realistic. And yeah, I think it looks pretty good already. However, one thing which I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna go back to here, and we're just gonna delete the default light, and we're gonna be adding an HDRI. So what an HDRI is, it's basically a high dynamic range image, which you can use to light your images, and it looks pretty realistic. So I'm just gonna be showing you the way we do it. So first of all, you go to this world properties, and the surface, you're gonna just press this color and this yellow dot, and what it's gonna do is that it's gonna allow you to add a texture. So I'm just gonna add an environmental texture. I'm just going to open, and I'm going to go to my HDRI library. I'm just going to select a, what do you call it? For example, Home 2, I guess. I'm just going to be attaching this HDRI in the description, in the project section of this class, hopefully. So you guys can download it from there. Now you can see it looks pretty amazing, doesn't it? It looks pretty good. And yeah, So now you can see that we have our HDRI loaded up and it looks pretty good and all. However, one thing which we're going to be doing right now is that we're going to be creating a whole scene. And so yeah, let's do that. So I'm just going to go back to this, what's this called? Viewport shading mode. And let's do one thing. Let's duplicate this first of all. Let's move it down. And let's increase the scale of this. So I'm just going to increase the scale of this. This is basically going to be our whole canvas, the whole basically the world. So should be something like that. And let's actually first set up our camera as well. So I'm just going to add a camera, and we already do have a camera. However, I'm just going to get rid of it. And we're going to be working with our new camera. So I'm just going to go to this camera view, and what I'm going to do is that right now if I move my viewport, you're going to see that we actually get out of our camera. And in order to prevent that, in order to actually see the world from the camera and actually be able to move it, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing this right here to open these settings. Inside this view, we're going to be locking camera to view. And now if I move my viewport, you're going to see that we move our camera with it as well. So I'm just going to make it very, yeah, let's modify our camera settings right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to 70 millimeters, the focal length, because that's going to make it a very, that's going to make it look very flat, and it's going to look very good. Apart from that, what else I'm going to do? I'm going to, yeah, so that's basically our camera, and let's get out, let's turn off this locking, because I want to move my viewport now, and I don't want to mess with my camera right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these, select all these. Let's actually duplicate these forests, because yeah, we are going to Shift D, and let's move them. Perfect. Let's see how they look from our camera. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna move them a little to this side. Okay, cool. So next up, what we're gonna be doing is that we are going to be duplicating these even more. Let's move these somewhere there. Let's duplicate them once again, and we basically want to create a whole scene with these. Let's go to our rendered view and let's see how it looks. Okay. Right now it's way too green, and yeah, we're gonna be tweaking the materials later on. So yeah. But yeah, for now it's pretty good. Cool. Okay, so let's and let's duplicate it once again. Let's increase the size of these. Let's move them up. Let's change our camera, because we want it to be very focused on this donut shop and not anything else, and everything else is basically just a background, and I think that should be good. Let's see how it looks right now, and then we're going to be making some tweaks to this. Okay, so first of all, one thing which I'm noticing right now is that we have our floor, which is pink for some reason. We have our floor pink for some reason right now, which is not looking that great. So I'm just gonna unlock the view to the camera to view, and then I'm gonna be adding a different material to this floor. So I'm just gonna add a new material. Let's make it something like a light yellow, probably, I guess, or maybe even a light blue, something like that. It's a very light color. That's what I'm going for. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it looks actually pretty good. Yeah, so one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to add some depth of field to this, and the way we're going to be doing that is by going to the camera settings. Actually, I'm just going to move this a little behind, a little back, so that we can actually see some depth of field. And let's actually do one thing as well. I'm just going to select all these. Let me just get out of my camera for this. Okay, I'm just gonna select one of these, and I'm just gonna deselect the floor, obviously, and I'm gonna Shift D and duplicate them. Actually, I don't think I deselected the floor. Yeah, so now let's duplicate these and let's fill the whole area, right? Cool. And one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to make this green color a little light because it's catching way too much attention right now. I mean, donut shop is pretty, it's not getting that much attention, right? So yeah, I think that's looking much better. I'm just going to let it render, and then we're going to see how it looks. So one other change which I'm going to be making is the color of this icing on the donut. I'm just going to make it rather I don't know, I guess pink or something. Let's render it and see how it looks. Okay, so one thing which I'm noticing right away is that we are actually seeing that cube which we hid in our viewport, but it's not actually hiding in the render. So what I'm going to do for that is that I'm going to be selecting this. I'm going to be selecting this cube, and we're going to go to this modifiers menu, and we're going to apply this modifier, and now we can just safely delete that second cube, and now we're not going to see that anymore. So we're going to do the same with this one as well. Apply the modifier, and then we can delete the cube. Yeah, cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding depth of field, as I mentioned earlier. And I'm going to go to camera settings. Let's do depth of field, and let's select one object. Now, one object, I'm just going to select this donuts, for example. And then we can decrease the f-stop, and the lower the f-stop, the higher the depth of field. Got it? Let's see how it looks. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. Okay, so let's do one other thing. Now we're just making final adjustments and tweaking, and we are just going to be moving this backward. Let's move it a little up, something like that, so we can actually basically see what this donut is standing on. That's going to make it more believable, because right now it looks like it's levitating in the sky, and that's not that good. Alrighty, so let's see how it looks now. But before that, one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to tweak the color of this. I'm going to make it more white, more bright, right? And this as well. I'm just going to make it brighter. Let's see how it looks. And by the way, just save your project. Okay, so another thing which I'm noticing is that it's very dark from the inside. So just a quick fix for that would be to add a light inside this. So I'm just going to add a point light. Actually, it's just placed perfectly. And yeah, let me just, yeah, it's just placed perfectly. And I'm just going to go back to rendered view, and let's see how it looks now. Now you can see it looks actually alive from the inside, and I'm just going to decrease the intensity of this point light, and I think our scene looks pretty good. So yeah, we're basically done with our scene, and let's go ahead and actually render this. So yeah, one thing which I want to make sure is that if I go here, I just want to make sure if my whole this shop is in focus. So one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the depth of field a little bit, because I feel like my even my shop is not in focus. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's instead change the object. So let's make it this. Let's make it rather 1 second. Let me just increase the so I can actually see what's going on. Then I'm going to reduce it. Let's make it this one right here. Okay, so I'm just going to decrease this. Let's see how it looks now. And with that, we come to an end for this tutorial. And I think our scene looks pretty good. And for the to actually render this, what we're going to do is that we are going to be just setting our camera, and everything I think is set up. So just go to render. Actually, before that, I'm just going to go to this render properties, and just make sure that everything is similar to mine. So this, so the renders, we're going to be setting up the render samples. We're going to be setting up to 300. The higher you set this, the more time it's going to take to render, but it's going to look much better if you set it higher. And for the denoising, this is important. We're going to add some denoising to the render, and we're going to be setting it to open image denoise, because that's going to give us the best result. And apart from that, everything should be good. Instead, just one thing inside this color management, if I go and render it, I'm just going to show you one thing. For this look, if I go to medium high contrast, it's going to make it look, it's going to make it pop out a little bit more, and it's going to make it look better. Okay, so yeah, just do that. And after that, I think everything else is basically done, and we're just going to be pressing render image, and there you go. Congratulations guys, you have finished your Blender 3D model of a donut shop. And thanks a lot for watching. And if you once this render is done, what I want you to do is go to image, and we're going to be pressing save once it's done. So yeah, and that's going to be it. Alright guys, so welcome to the last part of this class, in which we're going to be working on the post-processing of this render. So I'm using Adobe Lightroom. However, if you do not have the software, you can use any other photo editing software. You can, if you're on mobile phone, you can use Photoshop Express. You can use Photoshop Adobe Lightroom on mobile. You can use Snapseed, and there are a ton of apps. There are a ton of apps on mobile or on PC as well. So yeah, but we're going to be using Lightroom for this. But like, you can do basically the same things in any other software as well. So I'm just gonna be opening this. I'm gonna go to develop, and so we just want to give it, we just want to make the colors pop a little bit, right? We're gonna increase the contrast, we're gonna increase the vibrance, and we're just gonna make it look better. Okay. So first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the contrast, just like that. I'm gonna bring the highlights a little down, shadows a little up. Actually, no, shadows should be where they are. Yeah. So I'm gonna increase the vibrance a little bit, just a little, not too much. Let's see the before and after. You can see already the colors are popping. Yeah, so one thing which I'm kind of concerned about is that this donut is pretty dark. This part of the donut is pretty dark. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually increase the shadows a little bit, but I'm going to increase the contrast as well, because I want it to be very poppy, if that makes sense. Let's try the clarity. Nah, I'm going to reduce the clarity a little bit. That's gonna make it. That's gonna give it more of a dreamy look. And yeah, and that's where we're going for, right? Okay. After that, we can tweak the white balance. It should be a little warmer because, well, yeah, I think that's perfect. Okay. Apart from that, let's do one thing. Let's do some selective editing, right? So the way we do that is by, first of all, we press this and we select some area, and I'm sure you can do this on other softwares as well, but I'm just using Lightroom. So yeah, we can just increase the exposure. Well, not increase the exposure, we can reduce the contrast a little bit, so that it looks less like, you know, it looks less contrasty, if that makes sense. Okay, so we can increase the saturation, not that much. Let's reduce the clarity. Something like that should be good. Yeah. Okay, and let's increase the shadows too. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good, doesn't it? And let's get out of this mode, and let's compare the before and after. You can see we really made the colors pop out a little bit. And one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the exposure a little bit too, just a little bit, just a tad bit. Let's do 0.1. Yeah, 0.1 should be nice, I guess. And yeah, you can see this one looks much better. And let's increase the vibrance a little bit too. How about that? And yeah, I think we are good to go. That's basically it. I don't think we need to do anything else. I'm not going to use these other settings because I'm not sure if you have them in other softwares as well. And I want this tutorial to be universal. I want it to work on every what do you call it? Every single editing software. Yeah, so one thing which I might do is, just a second, I'm just gonna select this. I'm gonna make some adjustments to this. Exposure should be 0 because I don't want it to be too bright, don't I? Just a tad bit brighter. That should be good. Let's view this picture, and I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's basically it. And yeah, guys, so thanks a lot for watching. And this was the final render. You can see we made quite some difference in the, what do you call it, in the post processing, and I feel like this turned out pretty good. And yeah, guys, if you have any problem in any part of the tutorial, in any part of the class, you can be sure to start a discussion down below, and I'll be sure to respond to it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for today, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Alright, guys, so welcome to the beautiful world of Blender, and here we're going to be creating that amazing scene which you saw in the intro. Okay, so without any further ado, let's start. Okay, so we're going to be starting with the default cube. We're not going to be deleting it, and we're just going to be scaling it down. Something like that. Yeah, something like that should work. Perfect. So after this, we're going to be creating the feet of this. Basically, we're going to be creating cylinders, and let's just scale them down. Something like that should probably be good. Now, as I mentioned in basically all my tutorials, most of 3D art is just trial and error, and it's just trying to see what looks good and what doesn't. And I basically say this in every single of my tutorials, and I'm going to say it in this one as well, because the thing is, your work has to be unique. Your work has to be different than mine, slightly different. Okay, even when you're following a tutorial like this, your work should definitely be unique. And yeah, okay, so. And yeah, okay, so we are done with this. Let me just increase the scale a little bit. Something like that should do. And now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating 4 of these, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4 on all 4 sides. So instead of actually just pressing Shift D and duplicating it and then selecting the move tool and moving them, that is not a very great method to do. Okay, so instead what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using a modifier called the mirror modifier. Okay, so I'm just going to select this cylinder, and we're going to go to the modifiers menu, and you can add a modifier here, and you can see that we have one which is called mirror modifier, right? So once I apply that, you're going to see that nothing has basically happened. And yeah, the reason for that is because first of all, it does not know what to basically mirror onto, and for that it basically requires an object, right? So we're going to be giving it an object. We're going to be using this eyedropper tool, and we're going to be selecting this cube right here. Okay, so now this cube is basically gonna become the center of the mirror, right? It's going to mirror based on this object, right? So right now we're mirroring in the x-axis. If I turn this off, you're going to see that it's not mirroring anything. But if I turn on x-axis, you're going to see that it's mirroring on these. And if I turn on y-axis as well, you're going to see that this whole thing is also going to be a mirror on the y-axis as well. So you can see how easy is that, and we've basically managed to do that in very little time. So yeah, apart from that, next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating the house, the actual structure of the house. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Shift D. And now you can see we have basically duplicated the cube, and we can move it anywhere we want. However, right now we're just moving it in like space without any constraints. Like we're not specifically aligned to any axis. So I'm just going to right click, and you're going to see that right now it has duplicated it. However, the position is the same. So we can just use the move tool and move it apart, right? So you can see that we have this cube and cube 1, okay? And cylinder, we only have 1, which we have mirrored it. Yeah, so I'm just going to take the cube 1, and I'm going to move it up. Then I'm going to be using the scale tool to scale it down in the X and Y axis. So I'm just going to go to the top view mode, scale it down something like that, and I do actually have a reference photo which I'm using to model this. And yeah, it's generally recommended to use a reference photo when you're doing anything in 3D, because if you don't have that, then your work is not going to be that great, unfortunately. And yeah, okay, so right now I think it looks pretty good. Let's yeah, actually it's perfect. Cool. So next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating the basically the borders of this house, and for that we're going to be using this exact same cube, as Shift D again, and right click once again, and then we can just move it here, perfect. and then we can just scale it down. Just like that. So now you can see that it's looking very weird. The reason for that is we should move it forward. Something like that. That's what we're going for. Let's increase the scale a little bit. Something like that should probably be fine. A little more, how about that? Yeah, that is perfect. Cool, perfect. So yeah, once again, what we're going to be doing is that instead of duplicating this again and just adding it on all 4 sides, we're just going to be using the mirror modifier once again. And honestly, one of the most useful modifiers is the mirror modifier, and you're going to be using it in almost every single one of your projects. Yeah. So let's add a modifier. First, make sure that your cube what you want to mirror is selected, and then add modifier. Then you can just add the mirror modifier, and in the object we want this to be the object for this one, and then let's select the y-axis as well. So now you can see we have this on all 4 sides. Perfect. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating we're going to be adding some more blocks, and this time we're going to be adding one on top of this to make like basically the ceiling. And so I'm just going to select this, Shift D, duplicate it, and once again just move it up. Oops. Just move it up in the z-axis and scale it down, something like that, and just scale it down like that as well. Let's move this forward. Now the thing with the design is that you can definitely modify it, and in fact I would recommend you to actually go ahead and modify this design as much as you can, because that's really gonna test your creative muscle, and it's gonna make you more creative. And yeah, so that would be my suggestion. So just blindly following a tutorial and blindly making everything exactly the same as I do, that's not going to be very helpful, to be honest. And yeah, so I would recommend you to make as many changes as you want. And yeah, just a quick reminder, just save your project. Yeah, so once again, we're going to be using the mirror modifier in this one as well. Mirror modifier, and the object is going to be this again, and we just wanted it in the back, so yeah, we just want it in the x-axis, and that is looking perfect. Apart from that, just save your project once again. And apart from that, let's actually go ahead and let's actually duplicate this one. So I'm just going to Control Shift D, and I'm just going to move it. Let's do one thing. Let's now rotate this, and when you're rotating it, I would recommend you to hold Control. So that's gonna rotate in increments of 5. You can see on the top left hand side of the screen that you can see these rotation degrees, and you can see right now it's 90. So I'm just gonna leave it there, and then I'm gonna move it something like that, and then I'm going to scale it down in the x-axis, something like that. Perfect. Now you can see that we have 2 of these mirrored in the exact same position. So I'm just gonna disable the x-axis, and then I'm gonna enable y-axis, right? So now we just have to make a few adjustments. Let me just move him to the center, roughly the center. It doesn't have to be precise, and that is looking perfect. Cool. So now we have a basic structure of our house, of the bottom part of our house, and we're going to be adding a huge cylinder on the top. Anyways, so yeah, let's just add a few details, and then we're going to be moving on. So I'm just going to duplicate this once again, and we're going to be moving it down, and this time we're going to be rotating it in the y-axis. So just hold your Control, rotate it 90 degrees, and there you go. Let me just make this less thick. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cool. So one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to move it a little behind, like I'm going to move it inside, just like that. So I think that's looking pretty good. And let me just actually make it a little wide. Now these creative decisions are definitely going to be different for everyone, and I would recommend you, I would in fact suggest you to make different creative decisions and make your
make your model stand out. And yeah, that's basically it. So apart from that, let's do one thing. Let's actually start with the top, right? So I'm just going to add a mesh, which is going to be a cylinder, and I'm just going to move it up, and then we're going to be actually rotating this. So just hold control and rotate it 90 degrees, and then just rotate it 90 degrees once again. That's going to be perfect. Now let's scale it down. Oops, scale it down, something like that. Let's go to the side view, and let's actually go to this view. Let's bring it down. Something like that should be perfect. Let's now scale it up. Okay, so actually I got it in the wrong direction. So I'm just gonna rotate this once again and just hold control 90 degrees. Oops, that was a 90. That was 100 degrees. So I'm just gonna undo that, and I'm gonna do it again. 90, perfect. And now let's just yeah, in fact I think it's perfect. Let me just make a few tweaks and adjustments. So right now you can see that part of it is visible from the front. So I'm just going to make it a little shorter so that it's not visible anymore. We could go into edit mode and delete half of the vertices and all that, but that's just going to be extra work. And yeah, who likes extra work? Because I don't. Anyways, yeah, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding some edges to this as well, some details. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift D again, and I'm going to duplicate it, and now I'm going to be making it smaller, something like that. And I'm going to be increasing the size like that in the Z and the Y axis, and then I'm going to be moving it forward. Something like that should do. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding some more details. Yeah, but before that, let's just duplicate this once again. Add modifier, mirror modifier, select this object, and let's do, how about the Z-axis? Yeah, the Z-axis works. So yeah, just duplicated this in the Z-axis, and right now you can see that we're having another problem. This is visible from the side, which should not be the way it is. And let's just try to move this outside. Something like that should be good. And let's make this a little smaller. So this is just as I mentioned many times, just trial and error, just trying to see what looks good and what doesn't. And you can see a little part of it is visible, but honestly I wouldn't mind that much. It's actually looking good. So it's just adding some more details. So yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, okay, moving on. So next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using something called a Boolean modifier. Now what a Boolean modifier does is that, well, one of the things that it does is that it subtracts one object from another object, right? So we basically want to create a hole in this. Well, not that big of a hole, but like a little hole in this, right? So yeah, and to do that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using, as I mentioned earlier, the Boolean modifier. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take this. In fact, I'm going to take this. I'm going to shift D it. Like I'm just going to basically duplicate it, and I'm going to move it forward. Just something like that. Let's actually decrease the scale. Let's move it so that it's kind of like it's slightly intersecting this this big one. So this big cylinder. So let's make it a little shorter, a little smaller. Something like that should do. Perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be taking this and we're going to be subtracting it from this, right? So let's first of all, let's go to this, and we're going to be adding, let's just close this mirror modifier for now because it's just confusing things. Let's add a modifier, and this time it's going to be the Boolean modifier. And in this, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting this difference. If you selected this union, it's going to basically display both of the objects, and intersect is only going to display the intersection of both of those objects, but we're going to be using difference, right? So we're just going to be selecting an object, and the object, you guessed it, is going to be this one. Now you can see that nothing has basically happened. And the thing is, the Boolean modifier has done its thing. It's basically done what it's supposed to do. However, we are still seeing this this big cylinder, although it has been cut from the other one. So what we can do is that we can just select this, and temporarily we can just go to the object properties right here, and under this viewport display we can go down, and we can here we have an option called display as. So I'm just going to select instead of textured, we can select wire. Now what this does is that basically it's displaying this whole object only as a wireframe. Now you can see that the part of it which is inside the cylinder is basically being cut, and if I move it back, you can see that more of it is being cut. However, this big cylinder, this small cylinder, it's coming in the way. So I'm just gonna reduce the size of it a little bit. Let's make it that big. Now you can see that we have a proper hole inside this cylinder, which is exactly what we wanted. So I'm just gonna move it a little forward. I think that should be good enough. Yeah, that should be good enough. Okay, perfect. So now once we are happy with our results, once we are happy with the Boolean modifier, now you can see this line, these wireframes are disturbing us kind of. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select this. I'm going to go into the modifier menu, and now this Boolean modifier, I'm just going to apply this. Just press this thing right here and just press apply. Now what's going to happen is that even if I move it forward, you're going to see that mesh is finalized and it's being cut, and it's basically cut, right? So I'm just going to delete this, and now you can see why we have our amazing hole. Yeah, perfect. Now we're going to be adding some more what do you call them, some more modifications. So for this one, what we're going to be doing is that first of all, we're going to be taking this and we're going to be duplicating this once again, and this time we're going to be scaling it down. So something like that should do. Yeah, another good thing of the mirror modifier is that whatever we do here, it's automatically going to be applied to the other side as well, so we don't have to work on both sides separately, and that's one of the main benefits of your mirror modifier. So I'm just going to scale this down, do something like that. Yeah, perfect. And now we're just gonna create some cubes, and we're gonna be just duplicating them. And yeah, okay, so let's start. Let's just take this cube, let's duplicate it instead of creating a new one. Now let's move forward, let's scale it down, let's take it up. Perfect. Now I'm going to be using this transform tool, which is going to display all these. Now the reason why I wasn't using this before is that it does sometimes become a little confusing. However, we have to use it for this one, because so that we can like easily move it and do everything we want in with these. Okay, so I'm just gonna move it back. Something like that should do. Increase the scale, move it down, move it to the left, align it with the center. Yeah, now I know this is kind of getting a little boring. However, well, 3D modeling, a few parts of 3D modeling are a little boring, and this is just adding details and making stuff is basically one of them. And yeah, it is a little boring, but you have to push through this to get in order to get to the real fun part, which in my opinion is the lighting and texturing and all that stuff, right? Modeling is a little boring, yes. However, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so let's duplicate this once again. Let's move this here. Let's bring it down, and let's actually rotate this. So let's do this. Now obviously you can feel free to make your own modifications, and you can feel free to modify this however you like, because your model is going to be your model and it has to be unique. And for that matter, just copying someone's tutorial is not going to make you a better artist. So yeah, you have to make your own modifications and your own improvements. Anyways, so once we have this, let's add another modifier, which is, you guessed it, the mirror modifier. Perfect. And let's select the object for this. Let's do it to y-axis. Perfect. And now we have this as well. So actually, let's move this a little down here, and let's rotate this even more. That should be good. That is perfect. Okay, so that is done, and now let's move on to the door, right? And for the door, we're going to be using another cube. So I'm just going to duplicate this once again, and let's move it. Let's scale it down. Let's move it down as well. Let's use the transform tool because it's, in my opinion, it's easier. So the door should be something like it should be this big. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now, well, yeah, it is a little too thick for a door, so I'm just gonna make it something like that. Alrighty, perfect. So let's move it back. Yeah, perfect. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be making this door obviously curved from the top, and because right now it's looking way too sharp for a door. And yeah, so the way we're going to be doing that is we're going to be going to the front view. Let's turn on this X-ray vision, X-ray mode, and let's go to the edit mode. Okay, now here what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding a bunch of loop cuts, and we're going to be making some modifications. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to press Control R, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to move my scroll wheel up so that we can have more vertices, more loop cuts, and you can just control the number of these vertices, these loop cuts with your scroll wheel. So yeah, once you're satisfied, just press the left mouse button and then the right mouse button to just lock them to the position where they were actually. And yeah, that is basically the way you add loop cuts. Perfect. So after that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select these, and I'm going to select these as well. So I just press shift to select both of them, and let's move them down. Let's move them down, and let's select these as well. Let's move them down as well. And let's move these down as well. Let's bring these closer, something like that. And I think that's looking pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, let's take this and let's scale it down as well. Alrighty, perfect. So let's go back to the object mode, and let's turn off the X-ray mode. And right now you can see it does have a few crooked edges, and it is not that smooth. And so are these things. They're none of them are smooth, and we are going to be working on the smoothness, and we are going to be making them smooth later on. Apart from that, let's do one more thing for the door, and for this we are again going to be using the Boolean modifier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to Shift D, duplicate it once again. Let's scale it down. Let's go to the scale tool. Let's scale it down like that, and let's move it forward, something like that. And yeah, now we're going to be cutting this from this. So just select that, add a modifier, and we just did this before as well, so I'm not going to explain it that much in detail. So just add the Boolean modifier, just select this object. Perfect. Now let's go to this, and let's go to object mode, object properties, and let's go into this viewport display and display as wireframe. So I think that much should be good. Yep, I think so. Just a second. Let's move it up. Let's move this a little up. That is perfect. Yeah, cool. Let's now apply the Boolean modifier. Apply, oops, not duplicate. I accidentally pressed duplicate. So just apply modifier, and now we can just go ahead and delete this one. Perfect. Now we have the door as well. Now for the doorknob, we are going to be using a, you guessed it, UV sphere. And well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Just take a sphere, scale it down, move it forward, and just position it so that it looks like a doorknob. Well, that's way too large of a doorknob right now. I'm just gonna make this. Cool. Let's go to the front view, and let's take this, bring it here, bring it up, scale it down. I think something like that should be good enough. Yeah, I think that looks pretty realistic and it looks pretty on scale. Oops. Just move it slightly to the left, and yeah, it's done. So next up, we're going to be creating the stairs, which are going to take you up to the home. And let's first create a floor. Yeah, so I'm just going to create a plane. I'm just going to go to the front view. I'm going to align it with the feet. Something like that should be good. It doesn't have to be aligned perfectly, but yeah, so I'm just going to press S and scale it up. I'm just going to scale it up like that for now. And later on, we are going to be adding that infinite background look, which looks pretty good. Anyways, so yeah, let's move on to the stairs. Now for the stairs, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's just duplicate this, Control Shift D, and just bring it forward, scale it down. I'm just going to scale it down like that. Cool. And let's move it up. And now we're going to be rotating this to about 45 degrees. Well, not 45. We're going to be, yeah, around 40 degrees. But this doesn't have to be exact, of course. Let's move it down. Actually, let's first align it. And let's do this. Let's do something like this. And let's move it backwards. Let's move it a little down. And yeah, that is looking perfectly. That is looking exactly like we want it to. Let's actually move it a little up if we can. Actually, if we do that, it's gonna intersect. It's gonna be visible from the top. And yeah, that is done. Let's just make it a little thinner. And perfect. Now let's just use the mirror modifier once again. So I'm just gonna select this, add modifier, mirror modifier, here we go. And let's select this object and let's turn off the x-axis and let's turn on the y-axis. So you can see we have two of these, and these are intersecting from the bottom of the floor, but that doesn't really matter. And yeah, just a reminder, save your project. So for these stairs, for these steps, let's actually just duplicate this once again. Shift D. Let's move it forward. Now you could, instead of duplicating all these cubes, you could obviously create new cubes, but that's going to be more time consuming. So I think it's just faster to use this method, and it doesn't really make that much of a difference on your 3D model. So you can just do whatever you feel comfortable with. But this is what I feel comfortable with, so I'm doing that. Yeah, okay. So let's increase the scale like that. Let's move it up. Cool. So I think that's pretty good of a step. let's just duplicate these. Shift D and move them down. Move them like that. Move it forward. Perfect. And let's Shift D, move it down once again. And that's going to be our last step. So yeah, our stairs are complete. Let's actually do one thing. Let's select all these. Let's just move them a little up and a little back. A little less. Yeah, something like that should work. Yeah, and I think that looks perfect, doesn't it? So we are done with the stairs as well, and as you can see, it's pretty easy. All this is just working with like basic shapes and all that. So, and I hope you all can do that. And yeah, so let's now work on the windows. Now the windows, we are also going to be making them the same way we did with basically with almost everything else. So I'm just going to take this and let's actually duplicate this. Duplicate this, move it down, bring it forward, and let me just scale these down. Let's move them forward, something like that. And now this window should be higher. And yep, that is basically the perfect position for the window. Let's make it a little smaller if you like. I mean, obviously you can make any modifications you like with your own render. But yeah, that's going to be it. And so let's duplicate this once again, and we're going to be moving it to this side, and let's just rotate this 90 degrees. 90 degrees, perfect. And let's actually go ahead and into this mirror modifier, and let's turn off the z-axis, and let's turn on the y-axis so that we are duplicating on the correct side. So I'm just gonna bring up this this transform menu, and I'm gonna be aligning these correctly. And I'm going to be increasing the size, move them something like that should be good. That is way too large, I guess. Let me just decrease the size, move them forward, and yeah, that's perfect. Let's just move them a little up, and now we are going to be duplicating this once again, and let's add them to this side as well. And so our windows are also complete, and I think most of our house is basically complete. Yeah, it's basically done. Let's increase the size of this a little bit. So now we're just making some tweaks and some modifications and all that. So yeah, let's see if we have anything. Let's see if we have anything remaining, and I don't think we have anything remaining as such. So yeah, we are done with our house, and let's now move on to the actual surroundings, and let's create the trees and all that. So I'm just going to be creating one tree and one we basically have two types of trees, and I'm just going to be creating one of each so that we can add modifications later on, and we can just duplicate them along the surface. So I'm just going to add a mesh. It's going to be a cylinder, scale it down something like that, move it here. Let's actually use this transform tool because I find it more useful. And scale it down something like that. Let's scale it up in the z-axis. Let's move it down so that's intersecting with the ground. And let's the trees are quite frankly very simple, and just duplicate this once again and move it up, scale it up, move it up, and you are basically done. Let's decrease the size a little bit like that, and that is your tree. So it's very simple, and it's for beginners, right? So it's very easy. And yeah, that is one of our trees. And let's duplicate this once again. Let's make the other tree as well. Let's make the second tree as well. This one is going to have a sphere on top, so I'm just going to be taking a sphere. Let's just duplicate that doorknob, bring it here, scale it up. So we are going to be varying the sizes of these trees, because obviously all trees are not the same. Bring it down, scale it up, perfect. I'm just aligning it so that it looks good. Just move it down a little bit, and the two trees are also complete, and it's just very basic stuff, isn't it? And so yeah, I'll see you in the next video, in which we will actually texture this. We'll add colors, we'll add lighting, and then we're going to be creating the whole scene, and finally we are going to be rendering this. Alright guys, so first of all, what we're going to be doing in this video is that you can see that right now we have these very sharp edges. So we're going to be basically adding some smooth shading to this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this object, I'm going to select this cylinder, I'm going to right click and shade smooth. Now you can see this has turned very weird, and it's becoming very like weird looking, and we obviously don't want that. So what we're going to be doing to fix that is that we're going to be going to this modifier menu. We're going to be adding a modifier, and this time we're going to be adding this modifier called edge split. Now what this does is that it's basically in this like the general working of this modifier is a little complex, so I'm just going to be telling you that it's just going to fix this problem, right? So it's going to make it very smooth. I'm going to be doing the same with these as well. Add modifier, edge split, and let's shade smooth. Perfect. And do we have anything else? Yeah, this one should be smooth as well. Right click, shade smooth, and add modifier, and we're going to be adding an edge split. Perfect. And this one as well.
shade smooth, and where is it? It's split. Yeah, cool. Okay, so apart from that, this one and this one, so we're gonna be selecting both of those and right click and shade smooth, so both of them, and we're gonna be adding in a modifier to both of them. It's split. Actually, we can do that, so just one, we've applied to that one, and let's apply it to this one as well. It's split. Perfect. And apart from that, I think we're good to go. Yeah, these as well. I'm just gonna be adding edge split and right click and shade smooth. Perfect. So now let's add some bevels. So the thing is, these are very sharp and they have very sharp edges, right? So let's add some bevels. Now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding a modifier, and it's going to be called, you guessed it, bevel modifier. Now right now you're going to see that it's looking kind of weird, and the reason for that is because we have very less segments. So I'm just going to add some segments, and then let's just increase the radius as well. So yeah, that is looking good. And now let's do this with every single one of our objects. Okay, so after this one, we're going to be adding the bevel to this, and let's add and bevel. Let's increase the subdivisions, and let's increase the radius as well. Something like that should be good. Okay, so for this door, now you could obviously go ahead and make this smooth, and you could make this smooth by using this subdivision surface. However, I'm not going to do that because I think it looks pretty good like this. We're going for a low poly look, so I think that looks pretty good. And apart from that, let's add a bevel to this as well. Increase the segments, and that is perfect. I think we are good to go. Yeah, let's add one to this as well. Bevel modifier. Increase the segments. Everything else is cool. And the same with this bevel. Segments increase, and that is perfect. So I think we are basically good to go with this. And now let's do one thing. Let's actually work on the texturing. Okay, but before that, let's go ahead and switch our render engine. Let's go to the render properties, and let's switch our render engine to cycles, because cycles is much more realistic and it's better looking. Then let's go to viewport shading mode, and you can see that this is the rendered mode, the rendered view. This is how it's going to look. However, we're going to be tweaking the lighting a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down, and we have one light right here. I'm just going to delete that, and let's actually go back to our normal mode. And now we're going to be adding an HDRI. What an HDRI is that it's a high dynamic range image, and I'm pretty sure you've used it before. It's a very basic thing. So let's go to the word properties, and let's just press a yellow dot in front of the color, and we can add an environment texture. Now what an HDRI is that basically it's an image which you can use to light your scene. So yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So let's open, and I do have an HDRI library, and I'm just going to pick one. I don't know, let's pick home one. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. So I'm just going to let it render, and I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it as it is, and we're going to be starting we're going to start working on the textures. Now let's go back to the viewport mode, and let's actually use this viewport shading mode so that we can actually see the textures while we are not slowing down our computer that much, because the render view is going to take quite a long time to render. So let's select this, and let's add a material. So I'm just going to go to this material panel, and we do already have a material applied. However, I'm just going to delete this, and we're going to create a new material. So I'm just going to call this let's call this home main. There's going to be main color of the home. So, and I'm just going to give it a color which is something like, I don't know, like a probably something like that, or maybe even something like that. Yeah, I think that should be good. Anyways, so that's going to be our home main. Let's select this, and let's apply it to this one as well. Yeah, okay. Actually, so what we're going to be doing here is that instead of creating new material, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing this button right here, and you can select all the materials which you already have. So it's going to be selecting this home main, which we already created. So yeah, now we're going to be applying to this as well. And what we're going to be doing is that instead of
So what we're going to be doing in this is that instead of creating a new material, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing this button right here, and you can see all the materials which you have already created. So I'm just going to select home main, and that's going to look amazing. And in this, let's actually create a darker material, which is going to be basically a secondary color. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this material. We're going to create a new one, home secondary. I hope I spelled secondary right. I did not. Secondary. I hope that's correct. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically copy this, copy the hex value of this. So just Control C, and we're going to be going there, and we're going to be pasting it right like that. And then we're going to be just modifying it slightly. Let's make it a little darker. So something like that should be good. And let's apply the same material to these two as well. Home secondary. And let's apply it to this as well. Home secondary. Now let's go into rendered view and let's see how it actually looks. And guys, I think it already looks pretty good. So yeah, let's just continue with our materials, and let's go back to the viewport shading mode. Let's select our door, and for this door, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be applying actually I'm going to apply two materials to this. So the way we're going to be doing this is that I just want this inner part of the door to be the dark blue, color, the secondary color, and this outer part to be the light color. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all just apply one material to this hole. It can be any of those. Let's do for example, let's do the secondary first. Okay, so I just applied the secondary material to this, and now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting this, and we're going to be going into the edit mode, right? And here in edit mode, we can go to face select mode, and then we can select individual faces which we want to apply another material to. So let's select all. I'm just holding shift so that we can select multiple faces at once. And now I've selected all these. Let's go ahead and press this plus button right here, and you can add another material to this. Okay, so I'm just going to be selecting home main in this, and we can press this assign button to actually apply this home main material to this inner part, basically the selected area of our object. So now if I go back to object mode, you can see that we have two materials applied to this, which is pretty insane, isn't it? And yeah, however, I'm not sure about that. I don't think it looks that great. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to tweak this home main material. So instead of it being home main, I'm just going to set it to another material, and then we're going to be tweaking the color a little bit. So let's make it something like that. How about that? Let's see how it looks. And it looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm going to be sticking with that, and let's select this bottom one, and let's actually apply a new material to this. It's going to be a slightly whitish color, and yeah, so we're not going deep in materials in this class because we don't really need to go deep, because the fact that we only need to add colors and we don't need to work with the reflectance and all that stuff. So yeah, it's just gonna simplify this tutorial, and it's gonna make it beginner friendly. So yeah, that's basically it. And I think something like that should be good for this floor. And this the feet, I want to give it the home secondary color, because actually I'm going to give it a darker color. Let's give it a dark brown color. So I'm just going to create new, and I'm just going to name it dark brown. Cool. And let's go ahead and just select a dark brown. I don't want it to be too dark, but I don't want it to be too light either. So something like that should be good. Yeah, perfect. Cool. So and now let's select this, and let's add a material to this as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a light blue material to this. I'm just going to name it blue, and let's try adding a light blue material to this. This is going to be our accent color, and it's going to make it stand out a little. And we're going to see if it doesn't look that great, if the light blue doesn't look that great. Never mind. Light blue looks perfect. So we're going to be sticking with that. And yeah, so it's going pretty good. And
let's actually add a material to this to these stairs as well. So these steps, I'm gonna leave them as they are because they're looking pretty good. But let's apply the same material which we applied to this thing, to these side things of the stair as well. Side things of the stair. Anyways, to add some like uniformity. Cool, perfect. So now let's apply a material to the floor as well. So before we actually apply the material to the floor, we're gonna be first creating a what do you call it, an infinite background. Okay, so what an infinite background is that basically it just extends infinitely, right? It looks like as if there is like a ton of, it looks as if there is an infinite background. Okay, so I'm just going to be creating it and I'm going to be showing you, and hopefully you're going to be finding it very useful. Okay, so for that we're going to be selecting the floor. We're going to be going to the edit mode, perfect, and then we're going to be going to the edge select mode, and then we're going to be selecting one of these edges. Now what we can do is that we can press E to extrude this. Now if I press E and if I move it up, you can see that we are extruding this. Okay, so we can press Z to extrude it only in the Z axis, something like that. And now we can just select this edge and we can press B, and we can press Control B to actually bevel this. Now we can just increase this to bevel this, and we can move our mouse cursor up to add more subdivisions. Okay, so we can add more subdivisions like this. And now once we are satisfied with this, I think that should be good. Now we can see we have this cool looking thing. Now this is going to be our infinite background, and I'm just going to right click this and shade smooth so that we have a smooth background. And now I'm just going to do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it up, and I'm going to be rotating this along the Z axis, something like that, so that because we're going to be setting our bar camera something like this, so that we have our infinite background visible. Okay, so next up, now you can see that we have this very cool look. Now if I zoom in, just a second, it's going to seem as if there is no background. It's going to seem as if the background is extending infinitely. Just ignore this part and just look at here. It looks cool, isn't it? It looks cool, doesn't it? Okay, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding color to the background. So let's go back to our look dev mode and let's add color to our background. So I'm just going to be creating a new material, and let's give the give it a purple material. I spelled purple wrong. Purple. Let's make it a bright purple, something like that. Let's see how it looks. And guys, that looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it? So yeah, it looks perfect. Okay, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be working on the trees. But before that, let me just add a bevel to this as well. I forgot to do that before. So yeah, I'm going to be doing it now. So I'm just going to select this. We're going to go to the modifier menu, add a modifier, bevel modifier, and let's actually decrease the offset, and let's increase the subdivisions, and that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so once we're done with that, next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be working on our trees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first go to the look dev mode, and we can select our tree and let's add a material. So I'm obviously going to add a green to the tree. Green to the tree. Let's make it green. A bluish green would be good. That is looking good. And for the trunk, let's add a dark brown. So we've already created a dark brown, so let's just use that material, why not? And the same for the other trunk as well. And this one, I'm just gonna make it, I don't know, let's make it yellow. So let's create a new material. Yellow, and I am going to be giving it a slightly yellow color. Let's make this green a little more vibrant. Let's see how they look in our rendered mode, but first let's add some bevel to this as well. Let's add some smoothness to this as well. So I'm going to right click and shade smooth. Right click and shade smooth, and after that we're going to be adding a modifier, edge split modifier,
And this circle, we just need to shade smooth. We don't need to add any modifiers to this. Okay, now let's go to rendered mode and let's see how they look. And I think they look amazing. So yeah, that's actually one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this primary material to make it a little more vibrant and a little bright. So yeah, let's actually go ahead and into the material panel, and let's make it brighter and let's make it more vibrant. Just a tad bit, not too much. Perfect. So now let's render it once again and let's see how it looks. Alrighty, so now let's add materials to our windows, and now we're just adding some final touches. Let's add a secondary material to this. Actually, we're going to be adding the primary material to this one and secondary material to the other ones, because yeah, main and secondary and secondary. Cool. So I think we are done. We just have to add a material to this home material. Secondary, and I think we have applied materials to basically everything. Now let's actually go ahead and I'm going to tweak this material to make it slightly more I don't know, something like that probably. Alrighty, so we're going to be tweaking this material, and let's make it a little darker. So something like that should probably be good. Yeah, and let's make it a little darker. Yeah, perfect. Cool, that works. So I'm just gonna render it once, and then we're gonna see if it looks good or not. So I'm just gonna go ahead and render it, and I think it's a little too vibrant. So I'm just gonna go to these HSV values, and I'm gonna reduce the saturation a little bit. And I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, it's looking good. Perfect. So I'm gonna go back to the look dev mode. It's called the look dev mode, but you can also call it the viewport shading mode. Anyway, so yeah, now let's start actually building the scene. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to be setting up my camera, and I think I do have a camera. Yeah, I do. Let's open this, and let's actually bring these up back. So I'm just going to go inside the camera, and inside this I'm going to go to the view menu, and here we can lock the camera to viewer, because right now you can see if I move my camera, I get out of the camera, and you can see the camera in our scene. But I want to be able to actually change the position of the camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock camera to view, and then I'm going to go inside the camera, and now if I move my view, you can see that I am actually moving the actual camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify the focal length of the camera, and I'm going to go to into these camera properties. Let's see how orthographic looks, and not so much actually. I'm going to set this to 100 millimeters focal length. The higher the focal length is, the flatter your image looks, and I think it looks much better if it's flatter. So something like that should be good. Yeah, perfect. Apart from that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding some depth of field. And yeah, but before that, I just want to like populate the scene, and I want to make some what do you call it, these trees and stuff. I just want to duplicate them. So what I'm going to do for that is that I'm going to go I'm just going to stay here, and I'm going to be copying these and duplicating them. So I selected the trunk and this top part, Shift D, move it here. I'm just going to select the move tool because we're just moving it for now. Actually, we can scale it up or scale it down too. Let's scale it up. Let's move it up. I'm just pressing S for the scale tool. So yeah, it's a very basic tool. Shift D once again. Let's do this. This time let's do something like that. Let's scale it down. Let's move it down. Now this is just trial and error, and your the orientation and the position of your trees must be different from mine if you want to learn, if you want to actually improve your skills and stuff and all that. So yeah. The thing is, the reason why I'm moving this close to the camera is because when I'm going to add some depth of field, it's going to blur. It's going to blur this. This is going to become blur, and it's going to look very good. So that's the look I'm going for. So yeah, and yeah, let's duplicate it once again. Let's add some in. Let's add some in the background as well. Let's bring it back. Something like that. Let's scale it up. I'm gonna have some tall trees in the background.
just move this one even back. Let's increase the size. Let's actually take it further. Perfect. Cool. So I'm just gonna bring this okay, never mind. I'm just gonna bring this a little further here. Let's shift D once again, and let's bring this here. And this is just some repetitive work. I'm just adding more trees. Now you could use a particle system for this. However, that just becomes too complex for beginners, and many people get confused in that. So I decided not to use that in this tutorial, but in the future I'll be sure to make another tutorial which is going to teach the particle system. It's pretty nice. It used to be really bad in Blender, but now it's pretty good, to be honest. So I'm just modifying the size. Cool. This one should be larger. I'm just making some random adjustments. And let's actually bring this closer to the camera. Something like that. Now I think we have enough of these green trees. So just one last, and then I'm going to be working on the yellow ones as well. Now let's copy this yellow one and let's take it to different places, and let's add these. I'm just going to add a few of these yellow ones, because in my opinion the green one is much better. Let's take this back, take this there. Actually, let's bring it in the front. Never mind. I'm just gonna select this and bring it forward. Let's duplicate it again. Let's take it back, increase the size. Something like that should be good, probably. Let's take it back so that it becomes blur when we add our depth of field. And I'm just making this a tree overlap the other one a little bit, because that's just adds some more randomness to it. And I think we should have one right there as well, just behind that. Perfect. Cool. Actually, not there. It doesn't look that great. Let's have one right there. Perfect. So I think this scene looks pretty good. I think it's lacking one tree right there, maybe. Let's kill it down. Just a small innocent tree right there. And cool. So our scene is pretty populated now, and I'm just gonna make a few adjustments because why not? And by the way, just save your project. So once that's done, let's actually add our depth of field now. So I'm just gonna go to this camera settings, and inside this depth of field menu, I'm just gonna turn it on. And now we're gonna be setting one. You're gonna see that everything has basically has become blur, and we're gonna be setting a focus object right now. So I'm just gonna take this eyedropper tool, focus object, and we're gonna be setting a focus object. So let's set it to the sphere, this doorknob. Now we can reduce this f-stop, and the lower the f-stop is, the more shallower the depth of field is going to be, and the more blurrier your image is going to be. So now you can see if we set it to something like 0.2, you can see that all of these trees are basically becoming blur. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. Let's try reducing it to 0.1. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? So let's just go back here, and now we basically have our scene ready, and it looks perfect. So next what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be adding some lights to these windows, because right now the windows don't have anything. So let's go to this view settings again, and let's turn off this camera to view, because now I want to be able to move the camera, move my view, and not disturb the camera. So now one thing which we could do is that we could actually, for example, in this door, we could make a hole in this door by adding loop cuts and stuff, and then we could like illuminate this. However, that is a very inefficient method, yeah, and it's not that good either. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the cylinder, I'm going to shift D and duplicate it, I'm just going to make it smaller, and we're just going to have a object. I'm just going to go to the front view, and then we can position it perfectly. We can align it so that it looks as if it's basically inside it. And then we're going to be making this object like illuminate, and we're going to be making this object emit light. I'm just going to decrease the scale, and I'm going to bring it forward, so something like that should do. It should be visible, but it should be like below this camera, this window. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I am going to take this. I'm going to go to the material. I'm going to delete this material. I'm going to create another one. This is going to be emissive. I am not sure if that's the correct spelling of emissive, but so now we're going to be, first of all, we're going to be setting the base color to white, pure white. And actually, let's do a slight yellow. Let's do a yellowish color. And after that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going down, and emission, in this emission, we're going to be setting this to white as well. And then we're going to be changing the hue. So something like that. Perfect. So now this is going to be emitting light. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. So we can temporarily turn off the guides, the viewport guides, to see how it actually looks. And it looks pretty good, I guess. Let me just go back to my camera, and let's see how it looks from there. And yeah, it looks perfect. So I'm just going to go back here, and let's get out of our camera. And let's do one thing. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to duplicate this. Shift D, I'm going to move it here. I am going to rotate this 90 degrees. And I'm going to move it, and I'm going to go to the side view, and let's align it properly. And let me just take it a little back. Something like that should be perfect. Now let's duplicate this. So I'm just going to go to this X-ray viewport shading mode, so that we can actually see what's see behind this tree. And let's Shift D, duplicate this. Let's align it with these lines, with this window. And perfect. Let's get out of this ugly mode, and it's perfectly aligned. Cool. So we could add these lights to this as well, but since that's not going to be visible in our scene, I wouldn't waste my time on that. So yeah, cool. So now I think it looks pretty perfect. And apart from that, let's see if we have anything remaining. And I don't think we have anything remaining. Yeah, so it looks pretty good already. And we could just go ahead and render it. However, yeah. So I'm just gonna give it a final render in this viewport mode, and then we're gonna see how it looks. So for this, I'm just gonna turn on the viewport denoising so that we can see it a little better. So I'm just gonna let it render, and yeah. And so I think it looks pretty good already. So one thing which we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be going to these render settings, and inside this color management settings, you can see that we have this look option. Right now it's set to none, but if we set it to high contrast, now I want you to look at this image, this render, and I want you to look at it, and you can see it looks immediately better, doesn't it? I'm just gonna switch back, and voila, it looks much better, doesn't it? So I'm just gonna set it to that setting because it's gonna give it a high contrast, and yeah, it just looks better. And yeah, I'm just gonna be rendering it. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna be just going to the render settings, and then the render samples, I'm just gonna set it to 300 because the higher your samples, the more the better your render looks generally. And I'm just going to turn on viewport denoising. This is very important, and you should set this to open image denoise because that just gives you the best results. And honestly, you could set it to optics or NLM as well, but in my opinion, open image denoise is the best. So yeah, apart from that, we are basically done with this tutorial, and we do have the post-processing section left, but apart from that, we are basically done. So yeah, I'm just gonna give it a render, and we're gonna see how it turns out. So just go to this render and render image. So I'll see when it's done.
Alright guys, so as you can see, it has finished rendering, and now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be working on the post-processing of this render. So to actually save this render, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to image, save as, and we can just save it anywhere you want. So I'm just going to save it on desktop and name it home.png. So we're going to be doing this inside Adobe Lightroom, but you can use any other editing software. You can use Snapseed, you can use Adobe Lightroom on mobile, Adobe Photoshop Express on mobile, and like many other softwares, right? Just any photo editing software would work. And I'm just going to be using the basic settings, so it's not going to be that hard either. Okay, so I've just imported this render. So I'm just going to go to develop, and yeah, now let's actually start the actual editing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all raise the contrast. I'm going to increase the contrast because high contrast images look really good and they pop out. So I'm just going to I'm also going to increase the vibrance a little bit as well, not too much though. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the highlights down, and I'm going to raise the shadows slightly. Actually, I'm not going to raise the shadows. I'm just going to set them to 0. Okay, cool. Let's raise the exposure a little bit, just a tad bit. So 0.05. That should be good. And the whites should be basically where they are. This should just stay where they are, something like that. And the black should be a little up. Cool. So I think we are basically done with this. It looks pretty good. Let's see the before and after. You're gonna see that it's much more contrasty and it looks more vibrant and stuff. And the clarity, what we're going to be doing with the clarity is that we're going to be actually reducing this. It's going to give it this dreamy look, a dreamy soft look, which we are going for. So I think it looks pretty good. And yeah, we are basically done with this render. Now obviously the editing workflow is going to be different for every one of you. Whatever you feel looks better, you should definitely do that. And in fact, I would encourage you to make your own changes and make your own creative decisions, because that's really going to make your render stand out. So yeah, that's basically it. And now to save this, I'm just going to go to File, Export, export specific folder, yeah, desktop. I'm just going to export it, and that is done. So yeah, thanks a lot for watching, guys. That was it for this tutorial, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope you learned a lot. And if you have any problem in any part of the tutorial, be sure to start a discussion down below, and I'll be sure to help you out. Apart from that, be sure to do your project. It's really going to help you solidify all the skills which you learned in this tutorial. And yeah, thanks a lot for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Alright guys, so we are inside the beautiful world of Blender, and here we're going to be creating that amazing scene which you saw in the intro. So yeah, let's start with the surface. Yeah, so I'm just going to delete the default cube, and I'm going to delete the default camera and the light as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using an add-on, which is, if I go into the preferences, edit preferences, and then if you go to add-ons, if I search extra objects, you should just turn this on, and we're going to be using an object from this. Okay, so yeah. After that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to add, mesh, and here we could have added a cube, but what we're going to be doing instead is that we're going to be adding, we're going to be going down, and we're going to be adding this round cube. Now what this is that, well, I mean, as the name suggests, it's a cube but round, right? So we're going to be using this one. So this subdivisions, I'm going to increase it to something like, say, something like that. Actually, let's do 6. Because we're going to be adding smoothing later on, so it's going to be good. Anyways, so now we can just take this cube and we can like basically do whatever we want. So yeah, alrighty. So what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating the floor first, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it down like that, something like that, and well, let's scale it down like that as well. Let's go to front view and let's scale it down a little bit, and let's scale this like that. Okay, so that is one slab. I'm gonna make it a little thinner. So yeah, that works. So that is one slab, and we're gonna be adding multiple of these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press Shift and D. And now you can see we have duplicated this. Now, if I move my mouse and if I left click anywhere, it's just going to drop that object right there. But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to press my right click button. So I'm just going to do that. And now you can see the position has been reset. But here you can see that we have one round cube and we have another round cube as well. So basically it has been duplicated. However, the position has not changed. So I'm just going to select the move tool, and then I can just move it along. Let's just go to the top view
Let's set it like that. Now what I'm going to do is that, actually let me just align them properly. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting both of these, and then I'm going to be Shift D once again, and so I'm going to be duplicating both of them. And let's just move these a little there, and perfect, cool. So I'm just going to duplicate all of these, and so actually let's just have 6 of these. Yeah, I think 6 should be good. Actually, let's have 8. Why not? Shift D once again and move them along. Perfect. So now you can see we have our slabs ready. However, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add some like make it a little ununiform. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be moving this a little there, and this, you can move this a little here, just adding some non-uniformity. Not too much, just slight, just a slight amount of non-uniformity would do. Okay, perfect. So after that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be starting with the house. Now before that, let's just save our project. I'm just going to save it on desktop. Well, not desktop. Let's do it on Blender Work. And here I'm just going to name it house. Yeah, just house for now. Let's do it house 2 because I think I made another house before. So I'm just going to name it house 2. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be creating a pyramid. So to add a pyramid, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be first of all adding a cube, and now you can see we have a cube, and then I'm just going to first of all position it correctly so that we have whatever we want. We have it like in the correct position, something like that. Let's move it up. Actually, I'm just going to scale it down because we don't want it to be that tall. So I'm just going to scale it down and down. Just a second, just scale it a little up, a little up in the z-axis, move it up. I think that should be good enough. No, actually I'm just going to make it a little taller, and that is perfect. Cool. So first of all, you're going to be noticing that this is not a what do you call it? It's not a pyramid. So for that, I'm just going to be making some minor adjustments, and now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting this, and we're going to be going to the edit mode. So right now we're in the object mode, and we're going to be going to the edit mode, and here what we can do is that we can go to this edge select mode. Yeah, we can basically select edges. So I'm just going to select these two. You can just select any edge, right? So I'm just going to select this one, I'm going to hold shift, and then I'm going to select this one as well. Now you can see we have both of these edges selected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the scale tool, and I'm going to scale them down. So you're going to see that this just scales them down, and it becomes something like a pyramid. Cool. So that is exactly what we wanted. And I'm just going to go to object mode, go back to object mode, and just save your project so that we don't lose any progress. Anyway, cool. So yeah, apart from that, next up what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be working on, so we're going to be adding a cube on the top. So for that, we're going to be adding another round cube. Where is the round cube? Here it is. And we can just increase the subdivisions. And then what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be decreasing the scale like that. And let me just make it very like something like that. Let's increase the scale, and let's make it this wide. So I'm just going to be reducing the amount of roundness we have by reducing this this radius. I'm just going to make it something like that. Actually 0.05 would be good. That's perfect. So now we can just move it up, and let's just scale it down. And so I'm just going to go to the front view to align this. I'm just going to align it like that, and we can scale it down. Something like that should do. Let me just increase the length of this. So I'm just going to go to the side view, and we can tweak it from here. Perfect. Cool. So now we have this, and what we're going to be doing next is that we're going to be actually duplicating this. So we can just press Shift D. I'm just going to be moving it forward, and now we're going to be decreasing the size in this axis, just like that. And let's increase the size of this in, and let's increase the size of this overall, right? So I'm just going to increase the size of this like that, and we're going to be moving it forward. So something like that. Let's decrease the size a little bit. It's a little too large. Something like that should be perfect. How about we move this forward? Yeah, so something like that should do. That is perfect. Cool. So next up, I'm just gonna duplicate this once again. And I actually, instead of duplicating this and instead of pressing Shift D and just moving it back, we could do that. However, I'm going to show you another method of this as well. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using a mirror modifier. So I'm just going to select this, and then we're going to be going down to the modifier menu, and we can add a modifier. Now this time we're going to be adding a mirror modifier. So if I add this, you're going to see that nothing has really happened. That is because we have to actually tell it an object to mirror onto, like, so an object which is going to be the center of the mirror, right? So I'm just going to be setting this object as the center of the mirror. So I'm just going to select this, and here in the mirror object, we can just use this eyedropper tool, and we can just select this cube. Now you're going to see automatically that we have another cube at the end of this, this cube. So yeah, we don't need to make any adjustments to this. It's just going to work the way it is. Cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be working on the side panels, which is basically going to act as a roof. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you guessed it, I'm going to create another cube. But this time, what I'm going to do is instead of creating another cube, we could just duplicate one of these. I'm just going to Shift D, move it up, and we can just use this as well. We can just use this instead of like creating another cube and you do all that stuff, right? So we can just increase the scale. I'm going to go to the side view so that we can align it properly, and we can like scale it and stuff. Something like that should be good. A little forward, and yeah. Okay, now the size of this is very large, so I'm just going to decrease it like that, and let's decrease the height as well. That is perfect. Cool. So we can what we can do now is that we can just move it up, go to the front view, and we can rotate this now. So just use the rotate tool and rotate it something like that. Something like that should be good because we're going to be adding more of these. And we're going to be adding it right here. Now that is pretty large, I'd say. It's pretty thick actually. So I'm just going to reduce the thickness. Something like that should do. And apart from that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be increasing the length of this as well. So yeah, something like that should do. Perfect. Cool. So once we have one of this, I'm just going to move it a little up so that we're not actually seeing that area. Move it up. Perfect. Cool. And now we can just duplicate this. So I'm just going to go to the front view, and now I'm going to select this, press Shift D. And actually right now we don't need to right click, we can just move it with our cursor. So I'm going to Shift D, and we're going to be moving it, the other one right here. Shift D once again, move it something like that. Now this obviously doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be a roughly the same size. So we're going to see, let's see how it looks. It looks a little close to each other. They look way too close to each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these. Actually, I'm just going to delete these two. And I'm going to take this and move it down. So I'm just going to see which orientation looks good. So I'm going to use that in all my future duplications. Okay, so I think that should be good. Let's just move it a little down. How about that? Yeah, I think that should be good. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. So we can now we can just duplicate it once again. Shift D, and let's do this. Let's actually rotate this one a little bit. I just pressed R for the rotate tool, and we're going to be doing the same with this as well. Let's rotate it slightly. So what we can do now is that we can select all these, just press Shift and just click on each of these, and then we can duplicate all these, right? So that's just gonna save us some time. Place it something like that, and let's rotate these as well. So that's a quick hack which you could use to speed up your workflow. Alrighty, perfect. So this is looking pretty good. And let's select 3 of these again. Let's duplicate them once again. Shift D and move it down. Perfect. Cool. So these don't need to be perfect because we are going for a rather imperfect and a rather raw render. That is what we're going for in this one. So yeah, it's pretty good. And now let's just take 2 of these, duplicate them down, and let's place them right here for now. Then we're gonna be rotating them and we're gonna be adjusting them in just a bit, and we can move it forward. I think that should be good. Yeah, that works. Perfect. So now we have one side ready. Now what we could do is that instead of either we could take all these and just duplicate them and just do the whole other side once again, but that's going to be a very inefficient method. So instead what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be using symmetry on this, and we're going to be using that exact same mirror modifier on this. So right now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using the mirror modifier on all these. Now the mirror modifier only works on one object at a time, so either I could like go and add a modifier on all these. So for example, I'm going to add one on this, set this as the mirror object, deselect the x-axis, select the y-axis, and I could do repeat for all these, but that's going to be very inefficient as well, and it's not going to be that good. So I'm just going to remove this, and what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be making this whole one object, all these one object. So I'm just going to press 1, shift, and just shift select all these. So once all of them are selected, what I want you to do is that first of all, I want you to shift D them once again, and I'm going to be I want you to move them. I just want you to align them in the y-axis and just move them away. So just move them away. I'm going to be teaching you, I'm going to be telling you why we're doing this for now. The thing is, we are going to be joining these all into one object, okay? So, but however, let's say we want to make an adjustment in the future, then we're not going to be able to adjust like these individual slabs. So that's why we are saving a backup of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these, and you can see all these are selected. I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to press a new collection, okay? So now we have all this this new collection, and I'm going to drop these into this new collection. I'm going to name it slabs backup. So if we in the future want to make any adjustments or want to make any tweaks to this, we can just simply use this. We could just move it and we could then use them. Okay, so that's the reason why we did that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these once again. Shift select all these, and now we can just press Ctrl J, and now they're just going to be converted into one object. So I'm just going to rename it slabs. Cool, slabs, and this is just one object. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding a mirror modifier on this. So I'm just going to add a modifier, mirror, and I'm just going to be setting this as the mirror object. So I'm just going to be deselecting the x-axis and selecting the y-axis. So now you can see it has been perfectly matched onto the other side. It has been perfectly mirrored onto the other side. Perfect. So that is complete. And next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be working on the front side of this, what do you call it? This front side of this house. But before that, let me just increase the size of this. I think it looks way too small. Let's move forward as well. Something like that should be good. Yeah, perfect. Let me just increase the size of this as well, because we're going for a stylized look, and in a stylized look, everything is like bigger than it's supposed to be. Yeah, cool. So now we're going to be adding rounded cubes to this front area to give it like a look, for example, to make it look like there are like slabs placed on this. And yeah, I'm just when we're going to be doing it, it's going to make sense. I'm not sure how to explain it, but yeah, we're going to be you're going to see when we make it. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting another round cube, and let's decrease the height, decrease the scale like that, and let's make it taller. Wider. Let's actually make it thinner, and let's decrease the radius. So 0.01 should be good, I think. Yeah, that's perfect. Cool. So now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be taking these, and we're going to be placing them on top. So right now you're going to see that we there's some of it is intersecting, some part of it is intersecting with that, and we definitely don't want that. So I'm just going to go with it for now, but then we're going to be fixing it in just a minute. Okay, so I'm just going to be placing it right there, and we are right now what we're going to be, and next what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to edit mode,
And here we can go to this vertices select mode, and we can select these vertices and these vertices, and then we can scale them down. But right now you can see that if I scale them down, you're going to see that only this part of the vertices is selected, which looks really bad. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be turning on this X-ray mode. And when we select the X-ray mode, and now if we select all these vertices, you're going to see that all the vertices in the behind are also selected. So now I'm going to scale them down. Something like that should do. Let's select these and let's move them out. Cool. Yeah, that is perfect. Let me just go to object mode and make sure that it looks good. You can see it looks perfect. So now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be once again, actually let's just make this a little shorter. How about that? Let me just move it up. Okay, so now we have one of these done, and let's go to add, and let's add another round cube. So this time we are going to be doing the same exact thing, but this time we're going to be making one, adding one down. And let's actually just undo it, and let's add another one because I forgot to change the settings in the start. Round cube. Let me just change the settings. So for example, let's the X setting should be the same basically. Let's add a cube. Let's add a rounded cube. And let me just make the Y side something like that. Actually, let's make it something like that. Change the Z. Let's make the Z like that basically, because we want to have like 3 of these slabs. So yeah, that should be perfect. Let's move it up. Let's align it. This is way too thick for us. Actually, we don't even need to do that because we can just move it back, and it's not going to be that visible. And yeah, I think it's aligned pretty nice. So let's do that same exact thing which we did with the others. I'm just gonna reduce the size of it a little bit like that. Let's move it up, and let's now decrease the size of the, what do you call it, the vertices, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this. First of all, I'm going to go to X-ray mode. Let's go to edit mode now and select these vertices, and let's bring them somewhere there. I'm going to select the move tool and move it a little there. Cool. And let's select these as well. Let me scale them down. Let's scale them up a little bit. I think that should be good. Yeah, that's perfect. Go to object mode, X-ray, just turn that off. And okay, so right now we are having a problem, and the reason for that is because I scaled them down in all the axes. Okay, we only wanted to scale them down in the what do you call it, the x-axis, right? So I'm just going to undo all that. Control Z, and cool. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be undoing and we're going to be scaling down just in the x-axis. Right now we're doing it just in the x-axis, and you're going to see that it's perfect. So I'm just going to move it a little there. So the reason why I'm not cutting these small issues out is because I wanted to show you the actual process of an artist. I want you to see the actual process of an artist working on a project, because the thing is, when you see tutorials, everything is just so perfect. It's just people do these tutorials multiple times and they just show you the perfect cut part of it, right? But in reality, when you're making stuff, everything is not perfect, right? You do face a lot of problems, and you do come across many issues. So I just want you to see all those issues, and I want you to learn from it, right? So yeah, so for the next one, instead of creating another smooth cube, round cube, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, round cube. We're just going to be duplicating this one. So I'm just going to Shift D and move it down. Perfect. I'm just going to move it something like that. And let's go to our front view and let's change the vertices. Let's modify them. So yeah, just go to X-ray mode. I just forget that. Why do I keep forgetting that? Anyways, so I'm just going to do that, and let's increase the scale. Perfect. Now I'm just going to select these. Just hold Shift and then select them, and then we're going to be moving them down. Something like that should do. Let's scale them up a little bit, just a tad bit. That is perfect. So now let's go to our object mode. Let's turn off the X-ray mode, and I can see we have this cool looking effect. Okay, so next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be working on the door. Alrighty, so for the door, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be creating another round cube. Perfect. And I'm just going to increase the radius to something like 0.03 maybe. No, actually I'm just going to make it 0.02, not more than that. And let's work on the size. So something like that should be good. Yeah, let's just make it 0.01 because we don't want it to be that smooth, right? So I'm just gonna make the size something like that, and X should be small. That is perfect, cool. So I'm just gonna select that. Where'd it go? Yeah, here. I'm just gonna select that and I'm gonna move it up. And now it's just a matter of like scaling things down and just working with the look. I'm just gonna make it a little wider. And now I'm going to duplicate this once again, and we are going to be moving it down, and we're going to be rotating it 90 degrees. So the way you rotate exactly 90 degrees, because right now if you see on the top left hand side, you're going to see this rotation degrees. It's very hard to actually just stop it perfectly at 90 degrees, right? So what you can do is that you can hold control to rotate it in increments of 5. So I'm just going to rotate it in 90 degrees, and that is perfect. So next up, we're just going to be moving it something like that. And let's move it back, and we're just going to be moving both of these back so that they're actually flushed with this face. Anyways, okay, with the front of the house. Anyways, so I'm just going to duplicate this once again, and I'm going to move it here. That is perfect. So I'm just going to move both of these a little up. And I'm going to move this up as well because we want the door to be a little taller. Yeah, that is perfect. Okay, cool. So next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be making the inside part of the door. But for that, we can just duplicate these, Shift D, and just move them across. And I'm just going to, actually, let's bring all these a little out so that we can have these ones inside. Something like that. Let me just make these wider. So I'm just going to increase the scale like that. Cool. So I'm just going to make the scale. I'm just going to make them even more wider. Something like that. And let's duplicate this once again. Add it right there. So we can just duplicate it again and move them. And now, lastly, I'm just going to duplicate one more of these. And I'm going to add it right here. Alrighty, perfect. So I'm just gonna let me just move all this a little across to the left so that we can have more uniformity. Perfect, cool. So now actually let's just move all these a little behind, a little back. So I moved it a little back, and I think our door now is looking pretty good. So now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding a window over here, and for that what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be adding a mesh, which is going to be a torus. So I'm just going to scale it down, move it up, and then we're going to be rotating it 90 degrees. So I'm just going to rotate it in the y-axis. I'm going to hold control for 90 degrees, and that is perfect. I'm just going to go to the front view, and we're going to be aligning it properly. So I want it to be something like that. Move it back, and yeah. Cool. So that is our what do you call it? Our window. And I'm just going to be scaling it a little up. Oops, not like that. Scaling it a little up, and yeah, that is perfect. Cool. So our window is looking pretty good. And now let's move on to the next step, which is making the feet of this. Basically, we're going to have feet on this, which are basically holding this whole house up. And for that, I'm just going to duplicate this once again. I'm going to move it, and I'm going to be scaling it down. Something like that. And we're going to be scaling it down like that as well. And now let's move it down. And yeah, and we're going to be setting it, just placing it somewhere right here. Okay, cool. Okay, so next up I'm just going to be duplicating this once again, Shift D, and I'm going to be moving it down.
and we're going to be scaling it down. And this is all just trial and error, and you just need to see what looks the best, and you just need to make your own creative decision. In fact, I would suggest you to make your own changes and make your own creative decisions, because that's what's gonna make you a better artist, to be honest. Just copying a tutorial is not gonna make you it's not gonna be that beneficial, right? Like, it is beneficial, however, making your own work and making your own tweaks to the tutorials, that's going to be the most beneficial for you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting both of these, Shift D, and let me just place them right there, just like that. Now let's select these two and those two. Oops, not that and that. Oops, let me just go ahead. I'm just going to select that, and I'm going to select that, and now we can hold Shift and select these two as well. So I'm just going to go to the side view, and we're going to be duplicating all these to the back side as well. So now you can see we have feet on all 4 sides. Okay, perfect. So now let's start working on the stairs. Now the stairs are going to be slightly complex, but don't worry, I'm just going to walk you through it, and it's going to be very easy. So for the stairs, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be once again just duplicating one of these, Shift D, and move it forward. And now I'm going to be scaling it down, something like that. And let's scale it something like that. Yeah, that should be good. So yeah, before the stairs, I just want to make a floor. I'm just going to add a mesh, which is going to be a plane. Now this is because the stairs actually need to go somewhere, and they do need to have a ground. Yeah, so that's basically it. And now I'm going to scale up this plane. So I just used S for the scale tool, and yeah. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be taking this, and I'm going to be rotating this in the y-axis. Just hold Shift for rotating it slowly, and I'm just going to go to the front view, and I'm going to be placing it something like that, but it's too thick for the moment. It's too thick at the moment, so I'm just going to reduce the scale, and I'm going to be making it a little thinner like that as well. Cool, so let's move it forward. Yeah, and that should be good. So I'm just going to move it a little down, something like that. Actually, no, that is good. And I'm just going to be duplicating it once again, and we're going to be adding another one right here. Let's go to the front view, and let's see if it's aligned properly. And that seems to be good. Perfect. So now we're going to be adding slabs on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this once again. Oops, I'm just going to duplicate this once again. Shift D. I'm going to be scaling it down. I'm going to be moving it forward. And this is just some very basic stuff. And yeah, so all you need to know is the basic tools of Blender, and you should be good to go. Alrighty, so I'm going to be moving it down, back, and a little up. That should be good. So I'm going to Shift D, duplicate it once again, and we're going to be adding another one, which is going to be lower. Let's just move it up a little bit. Shift D, duplicate once again, and just final step should go there. And now voila, our stairs are done, and I know I said they're going to be a little tricky, they're going to be a little difficult, but they turned out to be very simple. So yeah, those are our stairs, and that is basically done. So apart from that, next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be working on well, we're going to be adding some slabs in the front of the house to just give it a more cozy feel. And I'm just going to be duplicating this once again, and I've said that for the millionth time. Just duplicating it, yeah. So there's a lot of duplicating in this tutorial, yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. So I'm just going to go to the top view, and I'm going to be scaling it up, something like that. And let's move this down, something like that should be good. But I'm going to rotate this in the z-axis. Let's duplicate it, and let's rotate it again in the z-axis. Let's rotate this a little less, and yeah, let's duplicate this once again. And final step is going to be the last step. And yeah, we are done with that. So now we're going to be adding some depth of field in this, and when we are going to have a like blurred slabs, it's just going to add to the
to add to the look. Okay, it's gonna make it look better. So now we're gonna be making the trees, and the trees are gonna be very, very simple to make, just like the rest of this tutorial. And yeah, the way we're gonna be making trees is we're gonna be using a cylinder first of all. Cylinder, and let me scale it down, move it forward. So I'm just gonna create two variations of the trees, and then we're gonna be making and then we're gonna be just duplicating them and populating our scene later on when we are working on the texturing and the actual rendering part of the scene. But right now I'm just gonna make one of these, one of the two types, and let's move it down a little bit so that it's inside the floor, it's intersecting the floor. And next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be so basically we're going to be creating a few variations of the tree, right? So one of them is going to be a cylinder for the trunk, and we're going to add a cone for the top. And I'm just going to position it properly. Let's scale it down, of course, something like that. Let me just move it forward. Let's actually go to the top view and align it properly with the cylinder so that it looks good. Then we're going to be working on the scale. Okay, so right now it's obviously way too small. I'm just going to scale it up. Let's scale this up as well. So something like that should be good. Let me just move it up a little bit and let's scale it down. Yeah, so that is the perfect size. Okay, cool. Let's scale this down a little bit too. Yeah, okay. So that is one variation of the tree, and the other variation is going to be, it's going to have the same trunk. I'm just going to shift deduplicate this, and instead of this cone, we're going to have a circle, a sphere, a UV sphere on the top. So I'm just going to move it forward, bring it here, move it down. Yeah, and I'm just going to go to the top view. Let's move it so that it's roughly in the center. I'm just going to move it down so that we can see the center from see the cylinder from the top view, and now we can just align it in the center. And now let's just move it up and scale it up, something like that. Now we are obviously going to have like different variations of this. Some of the trees are going to be smaller, some of the trees are going to be larger, but there's going to be the general size, the general average size of the trees and stuff. Anyways, so we are done with the modeling part, and yeah, I think that's basically it. Just one thing, let me just move this a little here, and let's rotate this slightly less because it was looking way too crooked. So yeah, I think we are done with that. Now let's actually work on the infinite background. So right now, if I for example, let's first set the camera, right? So I'm just gonna add a camera, and right now you can see that we have our camera here. We can move it wherever we want. However, right now the problem is that we're not seeing the world from the camera. So we can just press this button right here, and I'm going to see that we are seeing the world from the view of the camera. But if I move my cursor, if I move my viewport, you're going to see that we get out of our camera, and we cannot position the camera like that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the camera first, then I'm going to press this button right here to open the view tool, the view menu, sorry. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this button right here, which is called camera to view, lock camera to view. And what that's going to do is that it's going to lock the camera to my view, and that's exactly what it says. Yeah, so right now if I move this my viewport, you're going to see that it is actually moving what do you call it? Yeah, it's actually moving that camera with my viewport. So perfect. So now we can just go, you can see we have this camera right here. Let's first move it outside of this slabs backup thing, because it's not a backup, it's in the main scene. And yeah, so I'm just gonna press this button right here so we can tweak the camera settings. And right now you can see the focal length is 50 millimeters, but I'm going to set it to 100 millimeters. So the higher the focal length is, the more the shallower your depth of field is going to be, and the more flatter your image is going to be. So yeah, it's more of a photography concept than a 3D modeling concept. But yeah, just the more you know, right? So I'm just going to set it to 100 millimeters for this image. And yeah, so basically I think it's, I'm just going to close this right here, and I think something like that should be a good view. It should be a good what do you call it, a good frame. And okay, so one thing which I'm going to do is first of all, let me just open those settings again, and let me just uncheck this camera to view so I can actually get out of my actually move my viewport without messing the camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, I'm going to scale them up, but not in not in the well, not in the Z axis, right? So just in the X and Y axis. So I'm just going to scale it up like that. Let's move them behind, so that they're actually, it looks like they're actually going out of the camera. So I'm just going to duplicate it, and I'm going to create another one of these, right? Because just for the heck of it, I'm just going to rotate it slightly, and that is perfect. Cool. So now we have our scene ready, and basically the basic frame of our scene is basically complete. And now we're going to be working on the infinite background. Now what the infinite background is like, right now if I go into my camera, you can see we have this clear line which just cuts our background off, and even if we like extend it or like make it big and stuff, there still is going to be a line which is going to like it's going to look bad, right? It's going to be a line after which we're not going to have any background, right? So to fix that, we can use an infinite background. Okay, now what an infinite background is that you basically take this end of this plane and you extrude it up, and then you just smooth it out, right? So everything is going to make sense in just a minute. So I'm just going to show you how to do it, right? So we can select this plane. Let's go to edit mode, and now we can go to edge select mode. And now we can select any of these edges, right? So I'm just going to select this one, and I'm going to press E for extrude. Now if I press E and move it up, you can see that we can extrude this, right? So now we only wanted to extrude in the Z axis, so in the vertical axis. I'm just going to press Z, so it's going to lock it to Z axis. And I'm going to see if I press my left mouse button, you're going to see that we have this cool looking extrusion. However, if I go back to my camera, you can see we still have this line, right? So in order to get rid of that line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, and I'm going to press Control B. Now Control B does is basically it bevels it. Okay, so and now if I bevel it, you can see that we can make it smooth. However, it's still not smooth. It has two of these lines, one right here and one right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my scroll wheel up, and you're going to see it's going to create these segments. It's going to add these segments basically. And the more segments we have, the more smoother our image is going to be. So I'm just going to set it to something like that. I'm going to left mouse button. I'm just going to press my left mouse button, and that is perfect. So if you want to extend this, we can just grab this and we can just move it up. Something like that should be good. Let's go back to our object mode, save your project. And now if I go to my camera, you can see that if I rotate this in the Z axis, if I rotate it something like that, you're going to see that basically we are having this amazing view, which is looking pretty good. Like, and once we render it, you're going to see that we're not we won't be seeing any background. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this, and I'm going to right click it, and I'm going to shade smooth, because right now if I didn't press that, by the way, I haven't pressed that yet. So if I go close to it, you can see that we have these lines, these segments, which are pretty visible. So I'm just gonna right click, shade smooth. Now you're gonna see that all those are gone, and that is just perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing with this cube, this sphere, shade smooth, perfect, and with this as well, shade smooth. Now you're gonna see this is very weird. It turned out very weird, and the fix for that is we're gonna go to our modifier menu, and we're gonna add a modifier which is called edge split. Now once I do that, you're gonna see that it just becomes smooth, and it doesn't have that weird effect anymore, right? So the working of this edge split modifier is a little complex, so I'm not gonna go into detail, and yeah, just that's basically it. It just makes your object smooth. Cool. So apart from that, I don't think anything else needs smoothing, because we did use that what do you call it, that what was it called? It was called a round cube, yeah. But we are going to be smoothing this torus, so I'm just going to shade smooth, and you're going to see that it doesn't need any extra modifications. Cool. So now let's go back to our camera, and let's actually try to render this. And right now you're going to see that we don't have any lighting, so I'm just going to go and render it. We press that button to render, and I'm going to see that nothing is really happening because of two reasons, right? The reason why it's looking bad is because, first of all, we are in Eevee render, and I'm just going to switch to cycles render. If you don't see this menu, just go to your render properties, just switch to cycles, and you're going to see that it looks much realistic. However, it still looks very bad because we don't have any lighting. So to add lighting, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to get out of my rendered view, and next up, and we're going to be adding the lighting and textures and rendering it in the next video. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so for the lighting, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be using an HDRI, a high dynamic range image. Now what a high dynamic range image is that I'm just going to Google it for you to see. HDRI, and you can see It's something like that. Okay, HDRIs is basically like this. What happens is that these are 360-degree images which are very high dynamic range, right? So you can use them to light your actual scene. So instead of creating individual lights, now we can obviously add light and just point light, and we can just light our scene like that, but that's going to be very time consuming and it's not going to be that realistic as well. So yeah, we can just download HDRIs and we can light our image, light our scene using an HDRI. The best website for me for HDRIs is polyhaven.com, obviously, and yeah, you can just download HDRIs. They're totally free and you don't have to pay anything, right? So you can just choose any of these, and once you've chosen one, for example, if I choose this, we can just download it. But I already do have a few HDRIs loaded up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be first of all, you can go to the world properties, and here you're going to see in the surface menu, you can see this color, and we can press this yellow dot to add a texture to this, and we can be adding an environment texture, right? So we can add an environment texture, and after that we're going to be opening, and we can just go to our HDRI library, and you can just browse to wherever you downloaded the HDRI. So after that we can just choose an HDRI. So I'm just going to choose this Home 2. So now if I go ahead and render this, you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So one thing which I am noticing is that these shadows look very harsh, don't they? So I'm just going to change the HDRI. I'm going to see if I find a better one. Let's try Home 1. That is better, I think. That's much better because it's more of a smooth lighting. But yeah, one other thing which we can also do is that if I go out of my, if I go to my viewport mode, and if I get out of my camera, you're going to see that if we take this object and if you move it slightly in, so that we're actually covering this area. Now you're gonna be actually intersecting basically this house. I think that should look better. Now if I render it, you're gonna see that it's gonna look better, hopefully. Let's see. And yeah, I think that's much better, yeah, isn't it? So cool. We are basically done with the lighting part. As you can see, it was very, very simple. So I'm just gonna save your, and I would just suggest you to save your project right now. So yeah, let's start with the textures, and with the adding materials and adding colors and stuff. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be going to this viewport shading mode. This is also called the look dev mode, and you can see the materials, but it's not going to slow down your viewport, right? Because if you go to the rendered mode, it's really going to slow down our viewport, and the look dev mode does not do that. Cool. So let's go to our camera and let's start adding materials. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding a primary material for the house, which is going to be dark brown. So I'm just going to go to materials, and we're going to be creating a new one. And here what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating a material. I'm just going to change the base color to something like brown, a dark brown, something like that. Let's go to rendered mode and let's see how it looks in that. Yeah, so I'm not feeling that great about this one. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be reducing the specular, I'm going to be reducing the reflections, and we can also increase the roughness a little bit. So let's see how that looks. And let's make the color a little less dark. It's looking very very dark at the moment. Let's give it something like that. I think that should be good. So let's see how it turns out. How about we give it more of a pink vibe? Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I think that is perfect. That is cool. Okay, so that is done. Our primary material is done, and let's apply that same material to these as well. So I'm just gonna select this, and instead of creating a new material, we're just gonna be going to the material browser, and we can just add this material exactly. And same with this, and same with this. Okay, cool. So now in these, we're also going to be adding that same material. Let's add these. So adding materials is very simple in this specific project, because we don't really have to work with reflectance channels and all those other complex stuff. We just need to work with the color channels, which is very, very easy. And yeah, it's very beginner friendly. So I'm just going to render it once again to see how it looks. Okay, yeah, so that looks pretty good. And now we're going to be working on the secondary material, which is going to be added to these and these doors and stuff like that. So I'm just going to create a new material, and this one is going to be slightly yellowish. How about something like that? Maybe a little darker. Yeah, something like that should be good. Let's apply it to everything else which we want to have that material, and then we're going to tweak it, and we're going to see if it needs any improvement. Let's add it. Cool. So yeah, I think that's basically it. And let's apply the primary material to all these as well. And I'm just gonna apply it real quick. Now this is generally repetitive stuff, and I'm pretty sure all of you know how to add materials and stuff because that's very basic. And yeah, so let's render it and let's see how it looks. Okay, so I'm not really feeling that yellow because it's way too bright. Well, not bright, it's way too like it's very vibrant. I'm just gonna reduce the saturation a little bit. Something like that might be good. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Perfect. And let's also reduce the specular as well, because we don't want any reflections in this render. We want everything to be matte. Okay, perfect. So next up, we're going to be working on the stairs, and the stairs we're going to be giving the secondary material to these side things. And I'm just going to go back to the look dev mode, and the primary material to these steps. Perfect. Now let's actually add the material to the background. So I'm just going to go select the background, the plane, and I'm going to create new material, and we're going to be giving it a darker color, and it's going to be contrasting with this tree. Sorry, this house. So that is way too dark. Something like that probably. How about something like that? Let's see how it looks. That's way too vibrant for a background. So I'm gonna be how about we do something like a light blue? Yeah, I think a light blue should be good. Yeah, so I think that is perfect. That is the perfect background. And now what we're gonna be doing is that we are going to be adding these materials to these as well. Let's add primary material. Let's go back to our look dev mode, because the rendered view just slows down our viewport very much. I'm just gonna add it, and that is perfect. Okay, so after that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding materials to these trees and all that. So yeah, one tree is going to be green, of course, because trees are green. And let's add a yellowish green to this. Yeah, a yellowish tint should be good. And this trunk is going to have a brown material, and guess what else has brown material? Basically everything in the scene. So we're going to be using that same exact primary material for this. And this one should be yellow. And we can just set it to this one as well, but no, I'm just gonna go for a more vibrant yellow. Let's go for, actually let's do a blue. Let's do a pink tree, because why not? Let's go to our rendered mode, and let's see how it looks. I'm just gonna turn these guides off for a minute so we can actually see how it looks. And yeah, that is basically cool. And now what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be adding these trees, and we're gonna be populating the whole scene, because right now it looks very dull. So I'm just gonna turn on these guys, and let's duplicate this. Let's move it here. Let's increase the scale. Let's actually move this forward, because when we add the depth of field, it's gonna blur and it's gonna look very good. That should be good. One should be let's add one there. Let's increase the scale of this. Let's actually bring this forward, because I don't want anything to be parallel to this house, like in the same focal plane of the house, because then it's going to be in focus. I want everything to basically be blur, and some things will be less blur, some things will be more blur. So yeah, I don't want anything except for the house to be perfectly in focus. So yeah. And let's add one right here, and let's increase the size of this. No, actually not. Let's not do that. Let's add a few small ones around this.
let's actually move this one, and actually let's scale it down, and let's just have it there. Perfect. Apart from that, let's duplicate this. Oops, let me just select that and that, and let's duplicate that. Let's scale it up. Let's move it back, maybe something like that. So maybe somewhere here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take this one as well, and I'm gonna duplicate it and have one here as well. So the more populated your scene is, the generally the better it looks. So yeah, I would just recommend you to add as many as you can, but obviously don't overdo it, because if you overdo them, then they're gonna act against your scene, and they're gonna make it look very bad. So yeah, that is basically my advice for you guys. And let's delete that one. Let's move this a little there, because the goal is not to add as many trees as you can. The goal is to actually make it look good as well. And let's take this, let's duplicate it, and let's take it back. Let's take it back. I'm just gonna close this. Cool. And now we're gonna be duplicating this as well. Let's have him there. And now I think we are good to go. I think that will be enough. That's enough trees for now, I guess. Let's add one right there. Let's increase the scale. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a few more trees in the background, because like this area, this background area is feeling pretty it's feeling pretty empty. So I'm just gonna add a few. Actually, I'm not gonna add a few. I'm just gonna add one here. Let's just increase the size of this. Perfect. And now I think it looks pretty complete. Yeah, perfect. So one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be adding depth of field now. So I'm just going to go to the camera settings, and here we can we see this depth of field option. So I'm just going to check this box, and now you can see that nothing has happened, and that is because we haven't actually set our focus object. So the focus object is basically the object which is going to be in focus, exactly, but just it's exactly what it means. And I'm just going to set it to we can set it anything which is in the main like focal area, right? I'm just going to set it to this. So let's just select the camera, a focus object, and I'm just going to select this. So this is going to be in focus. So if this is in focus, then the whole house is basically going to be in focus, right? And this f-stop is the main thing. Now the lower the f-stop, the higher your depth of field is going to be, and we want our depth of field to be very, very shallow. And basically the lower the f-stop, the higher your blurriness will be. So we want it to be very blurry, and we want the back of the house to be blurry even. And yeah, so the way we're going to be doing that is by reducing, well, I mean by reducing this depth of field, this f-stop. So I think something like that should be good. Let's try this. How about that? Yeah, one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to add material to this. I'm just going to get out of my camera, and I forgot to add materials to the feet. So I'm just going to add materials to the feet. So this one is going to be the primary material, and let's add a primary material to this. And let's add a secondary material to this. Yellow. Perfect. Let's do the same with the other feet as well. Secondary to this, and let's just zoom in a little bit. And primary to this, and the same thing with these two as well. And I'm going to add a material to this as well, because why not? Add a material, the secondary, and this one is going to be primary, secondary, and this one, last one, this is going to be the primary. Okay, perfect. So now I'm just going to go back to my camera, and now we're going to render it, and let's see how it looks. So I think it's a little too blurry, so I'm just going to increase the f-stop quite a little bit. How about 0.6? Let's see how it looks now. And yeah, I think it looks pretty good. So yeah, that's basically it, and our render is almost complete. So yeah, one thing which I'm gonna be doing is that
well, I think it looks pretty complete. So yeah, that's gonna be it, and we're just gonna render it now. So for the rendering, I'm just gonna go to the render properties, and the render engine should be Cycles, of course, because let's try changing to Eevee, and you can see how bad it looks. So we're gonna go back to Cycles, and here what we're gonna be doing is that in these sampling sections, I'm just gonna set it to wherever it is. I'm just going to set it to whatever it is, the default settings, and denoise, we're going to set it to OpenImage Denoiser. And this is going to be very important because what happens is that when you're rendering, you do get some fireflies and you do get some noise here and there. So denoising is just going to remove all that. It's going to make our render really good. So perfect. So yeah, the denoising should be here, and apart from that, I think everything is perfect. The only thing which I like to change is inside this color management. The view transform is going to be filmic, and it must be filmic. And this look, what I'm going to do with this look is I'm going to set it to high contrast. Now you can see it immediately looks better, and in fact, let's set it to medium high contrast. That is perfect. Now if I set it to none, you can see how washed out it looks. But if I set it to medium high contrast, it immediately just looks better. And we are going to be working on the post-processing of this anyway. So we are going to be editing it inside of Adobe Lightroom, and you can use any editing software which you want. So yeah, I think that render is perfect. And apart from that, all these settings are just good the way they are. And yeah, so let's render it. So I'm just going to press this button right here, render and render image, and let's see if it's rendering. It is. And guys, I'll see you when it's done. Alright guys, so we are done rendering, and it's finally done. So yeah, I'm just gonna go to this image, and we're gonna be saving it as, let's save it as just home 2, I guess. And I do already have it saved, so you can just press this button. I'm just gonna press cancel because I already did render this. So I'm just gonna open it, and you're going to see that we have this render. Now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be opening up Adobe Lightroom, and we're going to be editing it in that. However, you can use any other editing software. You can use Snapseed on mobile, you can use Adobe Photoshop Express on mobile, or you can use Adobe Lightroom on mobile, or basically any other editing software. It just has to be a photo editing software, yeah, and it's going to work. And also we're going to be using very basic settings, so you're probably not going to be confused in that. Okay, so yeah, let's start. Okay, so I just imported this render in Adobe Lightroom, and I'm just going to open it in Develop. And okay, cool. So now let's start working on this render. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be increasing the vibrance a little bit. Something like that should do. Yeah, so the vibrance really makes the colors pop and everything. Next up, we're going to be working with the contrast. Let's increase the contrast a little bit as well. Not too much though, just a tad bit. Something like that. Let's try increasing the exposure. Actually, I'm not going to do it that much. Just a tad bit. Yeah, something like that should do. Actually, let's do 0.08. How about that? That works. The shadows, let's try working the shadows. No, I think everything is basically perfect in this render. Let's try bringing up the shadows a little bit. Something like that should be good. And with the clarity, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be bringing it down to give it more of that dreamy look, which we are going for. I'm just going to add some bloom, and it's just going to make it look much better, right? So if you were going for something which has more texture, then we would have increased the clarity. However, for this render, we're just going to be decreasing it. Something like that should be good enough. Perfect. And apart from that, I think everything else is basically just perfect. So you can see previously it was very dull, but now it's very vibrant. So yeah, it's definitely an improvement. I'm just going to try increasing the saturation just a tad bit, not much. Yeah, perfect. Let's see. Yeah, so it just looked so bad before, didn't it? Like it was lacking contrast, and now it's just shining, and the colors are popping and everything, right? So this really made a huge difference anyways. So yeah, apart from that, let's try working with the temperature. No, I'm just going to set it to 0. We're not going to be messing with that. And apart from that, I think everything else is basically good. I don't want to waste your time by doing like random settings which aren't even going to make a difference. But yeah, so yeah, that is so yeah, this is basically it. And thanks a lot for watching, guys. If you have any problem in any part of the tutorial, then be sure to let me know down by starting a discussion, and I'll be sure to help you out, and I'll be sure to solve your problem. And yeah, apart from that, just thanks a lot for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Alrighty, so we are inside the beautiful world of Blender 3D, and here we're going to be creating that amazing guitar which you saw in the intro. So yeah, without any further ado, let's start. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be getting rid of everything, basically delete the light, cube, and the camera. So by the way, just save your project, and yeah, just keep saving a project as we go along. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be taking an I'm going to be adding a mesh, which is going to be, and actually, you know what, let's just make a cube, and we're going to start with that. So what I'm going to do is that with this cube selected, I'm going to press tab on my keyboard, which is going to take me to edit mode. Alternatively, you can also just go to this menu and go to edit mode, but tab is just faster, so yeah, I would suggest you to do that. And I'm going to go to the top view, and you can see now we can start shaping out the guitar. So working without a reference is a really bad idea, especially when you're making something like a guitar. So I would recommend you to actually get a reference photo, which I did. I just searched guitar reference front, and I just found this image right here. So I'm just gonna save it, and I'm going to just drag this inside of Blender. Oops, I should be in object mode, by the way. Just drag this in your Blender, and now you're going to see that it is very like the rotation is pretty messed up. So to actually reset the rotation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Alt R. Okay, so Alt R is going to clear the rotation. Alternatively, what else you could do is that you could go to this menu right here, and in this item you could set all these rotations to 0, 0, and 0. So that's going to do the same thing, but you have to also set the rotation, so the rotation and the location. Perfect, so that does the job too, but I mean, obviously pressing Alt R is much faster and easier. So apart from that, what I'm going to do is that right now you're going to see that if I go to my top view, oops, if I go to my top view, this is the top view, right? So I'm going to go to my top view, and I'm going to see that this is pretty it's pretty opaque, and it's not very transparent, and it's not letting us see our object very properly, right? So I'm just going to go to this image settings with this image with this empty selected. I'm just going to name this reference, by the way, and let's name this cube guitar. Alrighty, so I'm just going to select this reference image, and down here you're going to see that we have this opacity. Just click it, and we're gonna bring it down, pretty down, something like that. And now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be pressing G on this image, and we're going to be positioning it properly. Something like that should be good. And yeah, so apart from that, now we can just select our cube, go to edit mode by pressing tab, turn on the X-ray mode, otherwise it's not going to select the vertices on the behind. For example, if I select these two, and if I scale them up, you're going to see that only these two vertices are selected, the bottom ones are not selected. So now if I turn on my X-ray mode, you're going to see that if I select these, you're going to see that all of them are selected, and I can scale all of them uniformly. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to shape the guitar out. So it's going to be pretty easy. It's not going to be very difficult, and I'm going to guide you along the process. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to first of all go to the scale tool. I'm going to scale these down in this axis, something like that. Let's move them up in the X axis. Something like that should be good. Am I in the center? Yes, I am. I'm just going to select all these. I'm going to move them down. Something like that should be good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale them down. But right now the problem is if I scale it down like that, you're going to see that it's going to scale them down in all axes, right? It's going to scale them down in the Z axis as well. So we don't want it to scale down in the Z axis, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press S, and then I'm going to press Shift Z. So that's just going to lock it to all axes except for Z. So now you're going to see that it's only scaling down in the Y and X axis, not in the Z axis, right? So I hope that makes sense. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring it down, something like that. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to press, with these vertices selected, I'm just going to press E for extrude. So let me just bring them down a little more. Let's move them slightly there. Yeah, so I'm going to press E. So it's going to create a new like some new vertices, and it's going to just extrude our shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press S and Shift Z again, so that it's not scaling up in the Z axis. So just try to match your reference as closely as possible. Obviously you can't get it 100% right. So I'm just going to like scale it down in the Z axis as well, so that it's actually looking like a guitar from the sides as well. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this. I'm going to press E again, not Shift Z, never mind. I'm just going to press E again, and I'm going to extrude it, something like that. S, Shift Z, and something like that should be good. However, you're going to see that we're not quite able to match our reference properly, and that is fine, you know. I'm just going to select my reference, and I'm going to move it G, Y, to move it in the Y axis,
oops, I'm in edit mode. I'm just going to go to object mode, select the reference, G, Y, and I'm going to move it slightly there so that it's actually matching our model. And you're going to see that these edges are pretty jagged. So we're going to be fixing them later on with a subsurface modifier. So I'm just going to select these. These are fine. And I'm just going to move them up, extrude, and S, Shift Z. Something like that should be good. Just save your project, by the way. I don't want you to lose your precious guitar. So next up, I'm just going to keep extruding. Just try to match the reference as closely as possible. And even if you're not able to do it like perfectly, it doesn't really matter because we are going to be smoothing it out and it's going to look pretty good anyway. But just try your best, right? Oops, I actually forgot to press Shift Z on this one. S, Shift Z, scale it down. Something like that. E, S, Shift Z, scale it down. Just a tad bit more. Something like that should be good. And now you're going to see that it looks pretty much like our reference, doesn't it? So I'm just gonna go ahead and keep doing it. E, S, Shift Z, pull it down, E. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do is that in this, I'm just gonna extrude it something like that. I'm gonna scale it down slightly, and then I'm gonna be extruding it again, and I'm gonna be scaling it up slightly. Something like that should be good. Oops, never mind. So E, S, Shift Z, something like that. E and S, Shift Z. The reason why I'm saying these keywords again and again is so that you guys can remember them. You guys can actually just learn them, commit them to memory. Yeah. Perfect. And we are almost done. Okay, so I'm just going to extrude it once more, and I'm going to scale it down. Something like that should be good. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go to object mode, and let's turn on this X-ray vision. Sorry, X-ray mode. What's X-ray vision? Anyway, so I'm just going to move it up slightly. You're going to see that it looks pretty good. However, we have like obviously these jagged edges and everything. And one mistake which I made was that I actually forgot to press Shift Z in one of these. So that's not a problem at all. So we can just go into edit mode with this. And now what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting all these, actually all these, and we're going to be pressing S, Z, and 0. Now I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to explain it why I did that in just a second. Okay, so basically the reason why I did that is because we're going to be selecting them all, but first turn on your X-ray mode, but obviously. So once you've selected them all, what you're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing S to scale them, Z to lock them to the Z axis, and 0 to bring them all onto one plane. Okay, so bring them all onto one, like one plane, one surface, one area. Okay, right? So I'm just going to select the bottom ones as well. S, Z, and 0 to bring them all to one plane, and I'm going to see that it's going to fix that issue for us. And now you're going to see that it's looking pretty good, isn't it? So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating this this thing. I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Is it called the handle or what? I have no idea. I'm really bad with guitars and everything. Yeah. So okay. So to actually match the width of this the thickness of this guitar with the reference, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the reference. Shift C, I'm going to move it up. Actually, I'm not going to move it up. I'm just going to rotate it in the Z axis exactly 90 degrees. And the reason and the way we rotate exactly 90 degrees is by holding Control and just so that's it's going to rotate in increments of 5, right? And you can see on the top left hand corner, you're going to see this the rotation degrees is -90, or alternatively, you can just press -90 on the on your keyboard, and it's going to rotate it exactly like that. Perfect. So I'm just gonna now what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to be like I'm gonna be rotating it in the x-axis. Well, not in the x-axis. I'm just gonna rotate it in the y-axis, because why not? Exactly 90 degrees, something like that should do. And I'm gonna be rotating it again in the z-axis once again, something like that, 90 degrees. So now if I go to side view, I can just align this with my guitar. Something like that should be good. So now if I turn on my X-ray mode, you're going to see that it's matching the guitar. The guitar is matching the reference pretty closely. However, we have to make a few adjustments and tweaks. So yeah, we're going to do that. If I move this a little there, you're going to see that this part actually ends right there. And so let's just scale it up slightly, something like that. And let's make this a little thicker. I'm just going to select all these and I'm going to move them up just a tad bit. Something like that should be good. And now let's actually start working on the other part, which is this thing right here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select another cube, mesh cube, and let's position it something like that. And let's go to edit mode and let's turn on the X-ray mode as well. So I'm just going to select all and I'm going to scale them down. And now I'm just going to place them something like that. Something like that. You don't need to be perfect with this, but I mean, the more accuracy I have, the more it's going to look good. And you can also press Control to turn on snapping. It's not snapping properly, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to select these two vertices. I'm going to move them here. Select these two, move them down. Scale them down in. Now this time I'm going to press S and Shift Y. So because we don't want them to scale down in the Y axis, right? So something like that. I'm going to extrude them. Something like that should be good. Extrude them once again. I'm going to take this one and I'm going to move it back. Something like that. And I'm going to take everything and I'm going to move it up to the end. Something like that. And now I'm going to just select these two. I'm going to extrude them out. And I'm going to select this one and I'm going to move it up. So we're just basically shaping it out at the moment. And it's I hope it's not confusing because, I mean, this is pretty basic stuff. Okay, extrude it, oops, never mind. Select it, extrude it once again, and scale it down a little bit, just a tad bit. This should be good. And now let's actually make this this thing as well. I'm really bad with guitars and everything. I have no idea what these things are called. And I mean, my job is to teach you 3D, not guitars. Yeah, so I'm just gonna bring it like that, something like that, and perfect, cool. So this thing is also made, and I'm just gonna get out of my X-ray mode, and let's go back to object mode. You're gonna see that it looks pretty good. However, the same problem exists with this as well. It's pretty blocky. If I go to my front view, you're gonna see that it's actually a little thicker. It should be a little thicker than it is. So what I'm going to do with this is that I'm going to use something called proportional editing. Now you're going to see that it's thick at this area and it gets thinner as it goes up, right? So I'm just going to select these two vertices, and if I scale them up, you're going to see that it's only going to affect these two vertices, right? If I turn on proportional editing and if I scale them up now, you're going to see that it's going to affect everything which is in this radius, right? So we're going to use that, okay? So I'm just going to right click, undo that, and so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to press S and Shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis, and I'm going to scale it up something like that so that it's actually like matching the reference. And yeah, that seems to be good. Perfect. So apart from that, what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to go up and I'm going to be increasing the scale in these as well. S, Shift Z. Oops, I'm just going to turn off the proportional editing now because we don't need that anymore. And I'm going to select this. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to select that, and I'm going to be scaling it up in the X and Y axis as well. Okay, perfect, cool. So the end, I'm not going to give it that much detail. So one thing which I can do is that I'm going to select this. I can extrude it out, and I can just bring it down. Something like that might be good. Yeah, that may be good. I'm just going to scale it up slightly. Something like that should be good. Perfect. So I'm just going to get out of my edit mode into object mode. And now you're going to see that our guitar is actually starting to look like a guitar, which is great. So now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating some details on the guitar. And yeah, the main guitar modeling part is basically done. And now we're going to be creating some details.
So one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to be selecting all these faces. So if I press Alt, never mind, I'm not going to press Alt. I'm just going to select individual faces by pressing Shift. You're going to see that all these faces are being selected. And if I select them all, and if I press I on my keyboard, you're going to see that it's insetting these faces, right? So I'm just going to insert them slightly by pressing I, and then I'm going to extrude them inside. So I'm just going to press E, and I'm going to move them down slightly. Maybe that's a little too much. I'm just going to insert them a little less. Something like that might be good. And then I'm going to extrude them a little bit inside. Something like that should be good. So this is going to be a good detail, which is going to add some really like good stuff. It's going to make it look good when we are actually smoothing it out and everything. And I'm reminded by smoothing, let's actually smooth this out. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to be adding a modifier, which is going to be a subdivision surface. Now when I add it, you're going to see that it's going to look absolutely trash. Like, what is this? Is this even a guitar? Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode by pressing tab, and now we can add loop cuts to actually make this subdivision surface modifier round it less. Okay, so I'm just going to press Ctrl R to add a loop cut, and I'm going to be hovering over this area, and I'm going to add a loop cut, something like that. I'm just going to take it down, and that's going to be good. Something like that looks kind of good. However, I'm just going to add a loop cut up there as well to like sharpen these edges as well. And so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be, oops, never mind. I'm going to add another loop cut somewhere around here as well to sharpen this edge as well. Something like that should be good. And another one right there as well, so that this edge is also sharpened. And the more loop cuts you have, the more sharp your render is going to be, your 3D model is going to be. So apart from that, I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? I'm just going to go back to my object mode, and actually let's go back to edit mode again, and let's add a few more loop cuts here, because I really want it to be like pretty sharp from the bottom, because it's a guitar and guitars are sharp. And I'm just going to up these levels, viewport, and these renders as well. So you're going to see that it looks pretty good now, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks pretty smooth and pretty good. So everything seems to be perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click this, and I'm going to shade it smooth. Now you're going to see that all the jagged edges which were slightly visible are not visible now. So I'm just going to turn the reference back on, and now let's do the same exact thing with this handle as well. So I'm just going to be adding a modifier, subdivision surface, and you're going to see that it looks trash as well. So I'm just going to start adding some loop cuts, something like that. One loop cut, we should add it right there, something like that. And let's actually see if it's supposed to like be rounded. Something like that should be good. And apart from that, let's add one right here. And this area should be pretty smooth, I think. Yeah, that should be good. I'm just going to go back, I'm going to go back to object mode. Now let's up these levels as well. 3 should be good. And I'm just going to go to the front view, and in the front view, it's looking pretty terrible, isn't it? I am going to be adding some loop cuts here as well. So one should be right there, and one should be right there as well. Something like that should be good. And let's actually add one right here as well. Right here as well, so that it's giving it some definition and shape, which a guitar must have. So perfect. So one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting this. I'm going to go into edit mode. In fact, I'm actually in edit mode. I'm going to go into X-ray mode, and I'm going to select these edges, vertices, and I'm going to push them inside the guitar so that they're actually not visible when we are rendering it. So you're going to see that now it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, so one thing which I don't really like is that this part is way too sharp. It should have a little more like, you know, it should have a little more roundedness to it, if that makes sense. I'm going to move these up. Let's select these edges and move them up. Something like that should be good. Perfect. So now you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So apart from that, let's actually start adding some details on this guitar, and then we are going to be working on the lighting and rendering, and then that's just the cool stuff, and it's the most fun stuff, to be honest. Alright, so let's first make the hole in the middle. I'm really bad with guitars, as I mentioned earlier. I have no idea what that hole is called. I'm pretty sure it has a name or something, but I have no idea what it's called. Anyways, so I'm just going to add a mesh, which is going to be a cylinder, right? So I'm just going to scale it down, and I'm going to be positioning it something like that, so that is actually actually the way we want it to be. And this is where I go slightly away from this reference, and I'm not going to be copying the reference exactly. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be having this part like extrude out a little bit, whereas in this reference it's not actually extruding at all. So I'm just going to go to edit mode with this, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be going to face select mode. I'm going to be selecting this to upper face. I'm going to be inserting it a little bit. Let's move it up slightly, and let's I don't know, let's insert it again, and let's extrude it down, something like that. So you're going to see that we're going to have this thing which is going to look pretty good, and if I add a subdivision surface modifier to this, it's going to look even better. So right now you're going to see that we are actually seeing this guitar body, and it's not and it's basically cutting through this cylinder. So what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be using a modifier called a Boolean modifier. So I'm just going to be showing you how it works, and then I'm going to be explaining it why it does what it does. So I'm just going to be adding a modifier, and I'm going to be adding a Boolean modifier. By the way, just save your project, and you're going to see that this Boolean modifier has three options. One is intersect, the other is union, and the other is difference. Now we're going to be using the difference difference modifier, difference option in the Boolean modifier, and the way we do that is by, first of all, we have this object selected, and then we're going to be selecting an object which needs to be separated from the guitar. Okay, so I'm just going to take this eyedropper tool right here, and I'm going to be selecting this cylinder, and I'm going to see that this cylinder has actually been cut from this what do you call it, this guitar. And the way you can tell is by looking at these you know, this shading, and the way, if I shade it flat, you're going to see that it's going to fix it, and I'm just going to shade it smooth. And the way we fix this weird shading is by going to this vertex, I'm not exactly sure what it's called, object data properties, never mind, object data properties, and we're going to go down to normals, and we're going to turn this auto smooth thing on. Now what it does basically is that it does not smooth angles which are less than 30 degrees, which are more than 30 degrees, right? So that's gonna prevent it from smoothing this area. So that is good. And apart from that, right now you're gonna see that we're not actually seeing through this guitar. That's because we have this object on top. So I'm just gonna be going to the what is this called now? Object properties, and I'm gonna go down to visibility. Oh, never mind. I'm going to go down to viewport display and display as wire. So it's going to display as a wireframe. Now you're going to see that it's actually cutting this object directly from that. So we don't actually want that. So instead of that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to, I'm just going to duplicate this cylinder once again, Shift D, and I'm going to scale it down slightly. And this cylinder, we're going to be cutting it from there, right? So the other one, I'm just going to set the viewport display back to solid. And this one, we're going to be cutting it from the, what do you call it, the guitar body. So I'm just going to go to, I'm just going to select this guitar body, and in this object, I'm just going to select this, oops, I'm just going to select this cylinder 1. So now you're going to see that it's actually cutting through this, and I'm just going to go to the top view, and I'm going to make sure that it's intersecting perfectly. Something like that should be good. And now you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So what we can do is that we can just bring it down slightly. Yeah, something like that should be good, probably. Something like that should be good. In fact, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select this. I'm going to go to edit mode. I'm going to select the bottom face, and I'm going to extrude it down even more. And I'm going to scale it up, actually. Never mind, I'm not going to scale it up. Something like that should be good. Okay, good enough. So now you're going to see that this looks pretty good, and I'm not actually going to apply this Boolean modifier right now, because if I do, you're going to see that it's becoming very weird because of the subdivision surface. So yeah, so I think the whole is looking pretty good. And one other thing which I can do is that I can actually scale this down so that's less visible. Oops, I'm just going to scale it down in this axis. Oops, so I can just go into edit mode, and I can like select the individual vertices. So what I'm going to do with these vertices is that I'm going to do that same exact thing, S, Z, and 0 to actually make them align to one, just one plane. And I'm just going to move them something like that. And that should be good. Yeah, perfect. So next up, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be making the strings. But before that, let's make the thing which is this thing right here. I have no idea what it's called again. But yeah, let's make that. So let's go to X-ray mode and let's actually take a cube. And I'm just going to scale it down. Actually, I'm not going to scale it down in this. I'm just going to go to edit mode. And there, I'm going to scale it down. Something like that. Bring it down like that. And I'm going to be selecting this. And I'm going to be pressing S and then X to scale, S and then Y to scale it up in the Y axis. Something like that should be good. Perfect. Now I'm just going to select this all. Actually, let's scale it down a little bit. Something like that. Let's obviously move it up. Let's go to the side view and let's place it something like that. I'm just going to bring this edge right there, a little down. And I'm going to be placing it properly, the way it's supposed to be placed. Something like that seems to be good. And now, what I'm going to do is that instead of actually adding a subdivision surface modifier on this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be beveling this, okay? So the one benefit of beveling is that we don't have to add the loop cuts, which I don't think we need in this. So what I'm going to do is that we're going to be beveling this, right? So we have two ways of basically beveling this. One way is to basically go to our edit mode and just select all the edges, go to edge select mode and select everything, and then just press Ctrl B, and now you're going to see that it's going to bevel it. You can use your mouse scroll wheel to change the segments. But the problem with this is that it's destructive, right? Once you've done it, you can't really change anything and you can't really go back, okay? So that's why I don't really prefer this. What I prefer instead is I go to my modifier menu and I add a bevel modifier. Now you're going to see that it's going to be, the amount is going to be way too much. So I'm just going to reduce the amount, something like that. And I think that should be good. Now I'm just going to increase the segments to, I don't know, 10 maybe. 10 should be good. I'm just going to shade it smooth. Now you're going to see with this, the good thing with this is that we can change it anytime we want, right? I'm just going to reduce this to 0.07 maybe. Yeah, the good thing with this is that you can change it anytime you want. For example, if I don't want to bevel it anymore, I can just remove this modifier and everything like that, you know. So whereas with that edit mode thing, you can't really make changes later on. So okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make the strings, and for that we have to take obviously cylinders. So really tiny cylinders, right? So I'm just going to go there. I'm going to be rotating them 90 degrees. Just hold Control and rotate them 90 degrees, scale them down, and I'm going to be going to the edit mode, and I'm going to be selecting one part of never mind. I'm just going to be selecting one part of these edges, vertices, and I'm going to be scaling it up, something like that, and then I'm going to be going to the object mode. I'm going to be scaling it down. So the size of these strings really matter a lot. So I'm just going to go to my front view, and I'm going to be trying my best to align them properly. So they should start something from here. Yeah, something like that. And they should come down. I can just go to my edit mode. I can select these. I can bring them down to something like that. Now this is obviously trial and error. If you want to make your strings way too thick, then obviously you can do that. It's going to give your guitar a more stylistic feel, which is good. Actually, it's not bad. I'm just going to move it down slightly, but I'm going for a much more like a semi-realistic feel. When the model is realistic, but your shading is not, it's very cartoony. That's the style I'm going for with this render. So I'm just going to move it. I'm just going to move this part down slightly, something like that, and I'm going to move this down as well. Z, something like that should be good. And yeah, perfect. I'm just going to be taking this there. That much should be good. And so this part we're going to be fixing later on.
So we are going to be working with this, and we're going to be trying to fix it when we are working with our when we are making this part of the guitar. Yeah, so right now I think we are good with the strings. Let's actually just duplicate these. Alright, so I'm just going to duplicate this, Shift D. I'm going to press G and move it on the Y axis. That's 2. I'm just going to select both of them, and I'm going to Shift G, duplicate them again. Oops. Yeah, something like that. Y axis, just move them. Those are 4. And I'm going to Shift D, duplicate them again. G, Y once again. So something like that. And I'm just going to be moving these individually. Let's just move down here because we have the move tools right there. I'm just going to make them have uniform space in between. Just eyeballing stuff. Alrighty, perfect. So our strings have been completed, and I think they look pretty good, don't they? Alright, so one thing which I want to do is that let's go to the side view and let's select all these strings, and I'm going to be moving them slightly up a little bit. And so the reason, I'm just going to deselect that reference. Why is it not deselecting? Okay, so if I move them up something like that, you're going to see that what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate them slightly, something like that, just a tad bit, like that. So now you're going to see that we can actually let's actually rotate them slightly less. Now obviously this is just personal preference. If you don't like this design, you can obviously be just feel free to change it to your whatever you want. In fact, I would suggest you to like make your own design. Okay, so one thing which I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete 2 of these. Let's just have 4 strings, right? So that we can like, because the thing is we're going for a stylized look, right? We're not going for hyper realism, so we don't really need to like have the same amount of strings as a real guitar has. I think 4 should be better because then we'll have more space to like create stuff here, which is gonna I'm just gonna basically hold our strings. So now we're gonna add that. So let's add a mesh. So I'm just gonna scale this cylinder down, something like that. Let's move it up a little bit like that. Let's bring it here. Let's scale it down. Let's move it up. Let's go to the front view now, and now let's just position this properly. So you're gonna see that if I make it something like that should do. So what I'm gonna do after that is I'm gonna go to the faces. I'm gonna go to edit mode first. I'm gonna go to the face select mode. I'm gonna select the top face. Let's actually inset this slightly. Oops, I'm just gonna press I for inset, and I'm gonna inset this. Now let's extrude it up, something like that, and then let's extrude it again. But this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it up, something like that. Should be good. Actually, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to bring it down slightly. Let's extrude it again, and now let's extrude this out. I'm trying to, let's extrude this out and let's extrude it up. Yeah, I think that's the best design of them all. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to alt select these faces, so to select them all, and I'm going to scale them up slightly. Let's move them down, something like that. And now I'm just going to add a bevel deformer to this as well. Let's make sure that the size is not too big. Yeah, it's perfect. Cool. So I'm just going to add a subdivision surface modifier to this, not a bevel deformer. And I'm just going to go to the edit mode. And the reason why these weird things are happening is because this top face has more than four vertices, right? And when things have more than 4 vertices, the subdivision surface modifier behaves slightly weird, right? So in order to fix that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to inset it, something like that. So now you're going to see that it's going to fix the shading issue. And now let's let's just add a few loop cuts here and there to actually make this look better. Like that. Let's add one right here as well. Perfect. So let's try adding one here. No, it's not going to make that much of a difference, so I'm just going to delete that. Let's go to object mode and let's bump up the levels. So something like that should be good. In fact, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna make these edges more sharp, because it's supposed to be metal, right? And metal is not that thin. Metal is not that smooth, right? I'm gonna make it more sharp. Something like that should be a better shape. Perfect. So now I'm just gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna be adding it to the other ones as well. So I'm just gonna go to the front view, Shift D, duplicate it, and move it across to this. Oops, never mind. Shift D, and move it here, and lastly Shift D, and move it here. Perfect. Cool. So that is done, and now let's make this top part. So this, again, I'm not going to be following the reference blindly. I'm going to be making something else. So before that, let me just add a subdivision surface modifier to this as well, so that this looks good as well. I'm just going to go to the edit mode. Let's first let's bump up these levels. Let's add a loop cut somewhere around, I don't know, somewhere around there. Let's move it up. Something like that should be good. Nope, I'm just gonna add one again. I want it to be more like thick. Something like that should be good. Let's add one right here as well. And now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna take this edge loop. I'm gonna just alt click that edge loop to select it, and I'm gonna move it up slightly. Something like that, and I'm gonna add another edge loop right here to sharpen it. I think that should be a good effect. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, doesn't it? Looks pretty good, yeah. Perfect. So apart from that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be so one thing which we can do is that we can just hide this. I'm just going to hide it from the render and the viewport, so that it's not disturbing us. Yeah, so one other thing which I'm noticing is that that same exact shading issue is happening with this as well, because it has a face which has more than 4 vertices. So I'm just going to select the face. Let's go to the extreme mode. Let's select the face and let's inset it slightly so that we are getting rid of that shading issue. So I'm just going to right click and shade smooth, and it's looking pretty good, doesn't it? So I'm just going to go up here, and now here what I'm going to do is that first of all, let me just take this and let's reduce the curves. Let's make it less curvy. Oops. Let's something like that. I think something like that should be better, because then we won't have to like curve the strings too much. That's just going to be easier for us to model. Perfect. So one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm just going to copy the same exact thing from the bottom, Shift D, and I'm going to move it up, move it there. Let's go to the top view, and let's increase the size, obviously, and let's place it down. Oops. Let me just make this size something like that. Is that a good size? I think it is. Yeah, maybe let's just decrease it slightly. Yeah, something like that should be good. So now what we're going to be doing is that let's actually rotate this a tad bit, something like that. Now let's Shift D, duplicate it, and let's move it across, something like that. And let's Shift D again and move it across. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these, Shift D, and I'm going to move them across again. Cool, perfect. So we have these, and let's actually just center them, because I don't think they're centered. Let's go to the top view, something like that, and let's now extend these strings. So what I'm going to do is, instead of scaling them up and moving them again and again, I'm just going to do this in edit mode. So I'm just going to go to the vertices select mode, and I'm going to select all these vertices, and I'm going to move them up. Let's position them properly, and now I'm going to get out of this, and I'm going to select this one, and let's go to the edit mode in this one as well. Let's move this one up. Something like that. Yeah, something like that should be good. So it's not really important to like make sure that it goes inside that, because no one's really going to pay that much attention. We should focus more on making sure that it looks good. I think that's more important. Something like that should be good. Let's get out of this. Let's select this and go into edit mode. Let's move this up as well. Something like that. And get out, and this as well. Move it up. Something like that should be good. Let's
get out of my X-ray mode, and I'm going to see that it kind of looks weird. These things are just extruded up. So one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be going to edit mode, and I'm just going to bring these down slightly. Let's make sure that they're not intersecting with this. They actually are intersecting, so I'm just going to move them slightly up, something like that. Get out of edit mode, go into edit mode. Just do the same exact thing with this as well. Make sure that they're not intersecting, and even if they are intersecting a little bit, we can just move this thing down. Just move it slightly down. Something like that should be good, and I feel like it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So it looks pretty realistic and pretty good. So I think we are mostly done with the guitar model, aren't we? Yeah, let me just add those things on the side. I'm not sure what they're called again, but yeah, they're just things on the side. Add a mesh, which is going to be a cube. Yeah, I think a cube should be good for this. So I'm just going to move it there. Let's go to the front view. Let's move it something like that. So something like that should be good. Let's go to our edit mode. I'm just gonna go to my X-ray mode first, and let's make this wider. Let's take this, extrude it out. Actually, I'm not gonna extrude it out. I'm just gonna first of all inset this, I for inset, and then I'm gonna extrude it out. Something like that should be good. Let's let's scale this down as well. Something like that should be good. We can obviously add a subdivision surface modifier to this as well. However, what I'm going to prefer is that I'm just going to add a bevel modifier to this, because that just works better for cubes and everything, cubes and stuff like that, you know. So that should be good. Let me just go to the side view first. Let's move it up, something like that. Let's make it less thin as well. Let me just select it, and S and Z, scale it down. Something like that should be good. Okay. Perfect. So one thing which I'm going to do is that let me just scale it down even more, just slightly, just a tad bit. I'm going to select these two, and I'm going to, oops, not extrude, scale and Z axis, something like that should be good. And let's get out of our X-ray mode, let's get out of our edit mode, and let's increase the offset slightly. Something like that should be good, and let's increase the segments. Yeah, that seems to be perfect. Cool. So that is done as well. Let me just move it slightly in. Is the size fine? Let me just check how the size is. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Yeah, perfect. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to, let's just rotate it, let's duplicate it, and obviously we're going to have 3 of them on either side, but I'm just going to give them like random rotations. Oops. Shift D, move it across, something like that, to give them like to make them more interesting basically. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to select all these, Shift D, move it across. You could obviously use a mirror modifier for this, but I'm not going to bother with that because it's going to be slightly more time consuming. I'm just going to rotate all these exactly 180 degrees, something like that, and it should be perfect. Yeah, cool. So let me just move these a little in. Something like that should be perfect. Yeah, okay. So our guitar model is basically done, isn't it? Yeah, one thing which I think is remaining is adding these, adding like some, I'm not exactly sure what they're called, but I'm just going to add them and you guys can see what they are. I'm just going to add a cube, scale it down. Obviously this is some very basic modeling and you can do this on your own as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But I mean, watching tutorials is obviously going to be better for you because you're going to learn stuff. So I'm just going to select this and then scale it up, something like that. Let's go to the front view. Exactly. Let's scale it up slightly. Let's move it across. That should be a good position for this. Let me just add a bevel modifier to this as well. So one thing which you're going to be noticing is that the bevel modifier is not working properly. Like it's beveling this edge more than this edge. So the reason for that is because the scale, when you scale an object in Blender, you're going to see that in this transform properties, this scale is not 1. It's basically messed up, right? So we have to set it to 1. Okay, so I'm just gonna press Control A on this, and we're going to be applying all transformations, right? So now you're going to see that it's going to apply, and I'm just going to rotate I'm just going to reduce this this amount. So let me just make it 0.002, I guess, or maybe 3. Yeah, something like that should be good. Let me just up the segments to something like that, and let's just shade it smooth. Let's shade smooth this guitar as well. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go to my top view, and I'm going to be making many of these. So you're going to see the origin of this object is down there. So I'm just going to go to Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. Now it's going to set it where it's supposed to be, right? So I'm just going to select both of these. First, let's do Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. Oops. Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry, not Geometry to Origin. Shift D, duplicate them, and I'm going to move them down. And I'm going to select all these. And again, Shift D, move them down. Something like that. Okay, so you're going to see that one of them is basically hidden inside this. So I'm just going to go to the side view, and I'm going to be moving it up. Let's move these up as well, just a tad bit. Let's select both of these and move them up. Something like that should be good. Let's move this down. Oops. Let me just select all these and move them up slightly. I mean, obviously they don't need to be uniform. I mean, if you make them uniform, then that's going to be good, but I mean, it's not important. So just move it here, Shift D again, and move it across. Now let's just position it properly. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale them up as well, individually. Scale this up, scale this up. Yeah, that's life. You got to do some tedious work as well sometimes. Not everything can be 100% efficient. Perfect. So that is looking pretty good. And I feel like our guitar model is basically done, yeah. So let's move on to the next step, which is actually lighting this bad boy. And so yeah, so for that I'm just gonna hide these references. Hide this reference and hide this reference as well. You're gonna see that we have this guitar ready. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna select everything, and I'm gonna move them to a new collection. Let's actually select everything and move them to new collection. That collection is going to be guitar. Actually, let's name it guitar 1, because I'm going to be adding more guitars as well. I'm just going to select this everything, and I'm going to be rotating it something like that in the y-axis, something like that. Let's select everything again and move it up. I think something like that should be good. Now let's actually set up our camera first. So, I mean, obviously I'm going to set the frame later on, but let's just add a camera for the lighting and let's press this button to go inside the camera. However, you're going to see that we can actually move our camera. If we move our viewport, it's going to get out of our camera. So I'm just going to toggle the camera view, and we're going to go down to view, and we're going to lock camera to view. Now if I move my view, you're going to see that the camera is going to go with it. So that's pretty good. And apart from that, I just want to change the dimensions of the camera. I'm going to make it a vertical render. I want to make it a vertical render, so I'm just going to go down to this output properties, and this Y, I'm going to increase it to something like, I don't know, 2200. Yeah, I think that's a better frame. So, and in this camera, where is the camera? Yeah, I'm just going to take it out of the guitar collection. And this camera, I'm just going to go inside these camera settings by clicking this button right here. And we can just set the focal length to, I don't know, 100 millimeters, because that's going to give it a more, like, I don't know, a more, a better feel basically. So let's actually set up our frame first before we move on to the lighting. So I'm going to set the camera something like that. And we're going to have 3 guitars basically in the scene. I think our camera is fine, so I'm just going to unlock this so that we can actually freely move around. So our first guitar is going to be something like, let me just rotate it. And rotate it in the Z-axis as well. Oops. Something like that. Let's rotate it like that as well. I think that should be just good for now, and we're going to be adding more guitars later on. So I think that should be a good frame. So let's just render it and let's see how it looks. It is looking absolutely trash because we don't have any lights. So I'm just going to be adding the lights first. So yeah, I'm just going to go back to object mode. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be flipping, I'm going to be like splitting this view. I'm just going to be right clicking here and I'm going to be selecting vertical split. So I'm just going to be splitting it, and one part is going to be rendered. I'm just going to move it apart and I'm just going to render this. And in this area, I'm just going to be placing the cameras. So that should be good. And apart from that, let me just make this area smaller. Okay, so I'm just going to add I'm just going to start by adding a light, a point light. And this is going to be our main key light. So I'm just going to be using the 3-point lighting setup. By the way, just save your project. Yeah, so what the 3-point lighting setup is that you have one key light, one is the fill light, and the other is the rim light, okay? I'm just going to do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to go in these light settings, and I'm going to be increasing the radius. The higher the radius of your light is, the more, the softer your shadows are, right? So I want the shadows to be pretty soft. I'm just going to turn these viewport guides off in this, by the way. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to be increasing the power to, I don't know, say 1000. Something like that should be good. And by the way, before we start the lighting process, I forgot to do one thing. I'm just going to turn this render off. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create an infinite background, right? So I'm just going to add a mesh. It's going to be a plane. Let's go to the side view. And let's bring this down, something like that. Something like that should be good. Let's scale it up so that it's covering a lot of area. And let's move it back, something like that should be good. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to go to my edit mode, and I'm going to go to the edge select mode, and I'm going to select one edge, and we can just extrude this up, extrude it, and now you're going to see we can extrude it in any direction we want, but I'm just going to press Z to lock it to Z axis. So now we can just select this edge, and we can press Ctrl B, and we can just bevel this. Just use our mouse cursor, mouse wheel to increase the segments. Something like that should be good. And now you can still see some like jagged edges. So I'm just going to right click and shade smooth. Now if I render this, you're going to see that it's going to look pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm just going to move the slide up slightly. Now obviously we could use an HDRI. In fact, I'm just going to use an HDRI just to show you how it looks with that. Let me just take this this light out of my guitar collection. So yeah, I'm just going to turn this light off. And I'm going to be adding an HDRI by going to environment properties, world properties, color, environment texture. And I'm just going to be opening a new one in HDRI from my HDRI library. Let's just add a new texture. And you're going to see that it's going to look pretty good. However, I'm just going to use custom lighting for this because I want to teach you lighting as well. So yeah, I mean, obviously you can, however, use an HDRI if you want to save time and effort. So that's just your choice. I'm going to be increasing the power of this main light to 2000. Something like that should be good. And now let's duplicate this light. Let's bring it here. And this is going to be our fill light. Now fill light usually has like less power than your main light. I'm just going to give it like, I don't know, 5000. Oh, sorry, 500. Something like that should be good. Let's just move it there. And I think that should be good. And now I'm going to add another fill light. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm going to be using this to light this backdrop. So by the way, just save your project. I'm just going to be placing this light somewhere around there, somewhere like that. And I'm going to be increasing the radius. I'm going to be moving it up, and I'm going to be increasing first of all, I'm going to be increasing the power to 2000. You're going to see that it's going to light the background pretty well. And let's actually increase it to 3000, because why not? and I'm going to increase the radius as well to give it like a pretty soft light feel. And now you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So one thing which I'm going to do, which I don't have right now, is a rim light. I'm just going to duplicate this light, bring it down, and I'm going to be reducing the power first of all to 1000. Let's reduce the radius as well. And I'm going to be placing this rim light somewhere around there. This rim light is usually behind your object, so I'm just going to be placing it behind my object. And the reason for that is so that you can like capture some reflections from your object. Let me just reduce the radius. Let's just go to my camera and let's bring it down, something like that. Now obviously right now it's not that visible, but once we actually add materials and everything, you're going to see that this rim light is going to have a really nice effect. And even if it doesn't, we're just going to remove it. So yeah, perfect. So apart from that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be starting work on my textures because I think the lighting is pretty good. Okay, so let's start working on the textures. And for the textures, what I'm going to do is that let's first start with the background. So I'm just going to select the background, and we're going to go to the materials menu, and we're going to be creating a new material. So just press that new button, and now we can just give it any color we like. For example, I'm going to give it a, I don't know, something like a purple maybe. I think a purple should look good. Yeah, now adding this material, adding this what do you call it, yeah, this color makes me realize that this light should be a little lower because the background was pretty dark. So I'm just going to add it, bring it down a little bit, something like that should be good. So now you're going to see that it's pretty uniform, the background. And apart from that, let me just make this ground, let's make it rough for now. So we might add some reflections later on, but I'm just going to reduce the specular and increase the roughness so that it becomes rough. And yeah, perfect. So apart from that, let's actually start with this guitar. So for the guitar, what I'm going to do is that let's first add the material, add the colors to whichever needs colors, and then we're going to be adding some wood textures to this part. And yeah, so let's start with let's start with this part. So it's going to have a white metallic finish. I'm just going to bump up the metallic to full, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm just going to increase the base color to be a little more white, but not totally white. I mean obviously nothing is totally white in real life, so something like that should probably be good. Yeah, that seems to be good. And then I'm going to apply the same exact material to the strings as well. Now the way we apply the same exact material to anything is by going to this menu, and you can just select any material you want. So the material 002 is the one which we added to this. I'm just going to rename it white metal, something like that should be good. So next up, I'm just going to select the other strings as well. And then I'm going to give them that same exact material. So something like that. That should be good. Now you're going to see that all our strings have that white material. So next up, I'm just going to be, let me just select, oops, what is happening? Anyway, so yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to be applying a material. I'm just going to make it something like that. So I'm going to be applying a different material to the front side of this and a different material to the back side of this, okay? So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to be selecting the front faces. I'm going to go to face select mode, and I'm going to be selecting the faces which I want to add that material. Let's actually go to the front view. Let's zoom in, and let's select these faces. Something like that. Okay, perfect. So these faces have been selected. And now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be, first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a material to this. I'm just going to press new. Now this is going to be the base material, which is going to be applied to everything. Now I'm going to press this plus button right here. And now in this second, I'm going to add another material. I'm just going to name it black. Now what I'm going to do with this black material selected, I'm just going to press assign, because these are selected right now. So if I press assign, it's going to this material, black material, is going to be assigned to these. Now if I make the color black, you're going to see that only these things are getting black. Okay, but right now I don't think it looks pretty good. And so how can we fix that? Okay, so yeah, one thing which we can do is we can add loop cuts around the edges. So I'm just going to press Ctrl R, and I'm going to add a loop cut, something like that. Something like that should be good. Now you're going to see that that color is being extended to the edge. That should be good. Let's do the same exact thing with this edge as well. Something like that should be good. And let's make it a little less black. Let's actually make it metallic, slightly metallic. Let's give it a brownish feel. Let's make it less black. Let's actually reduce the roughness so that it's more shiny. Something like that should be good. I'm just going to increase the metallic too. No, not the metallic. I'm going to increase the specular too. Perfect. I think that should be a good material. So moving on to the next one, I think we should do these things next. Let's actually add that same exact black material to this as well. So I'm just going to be going back to object mode. I'm going to be selecting this. And let's add that same black material to this as well. And these, what do you call them? These things right here, we're going to be adding a metallic material to this as well, but we're going to be creating a new one. So this is going to be the metal, and this is going to be a pure silver metal finish. Just bump the metallic up high, and something like that might be good. Yeah, I think that is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm just going to reduce the roughness, bump up the specular, and I think that material is pretty good. I'm just going to select all these and add the same exact material to these as well. Metal, metal, and metal. Perfect. So now you're going to see that it is still looking pretty dull because we don't have the main materials applied. So for that, what I'm going to do is that, yeah, actually before that, let me just select these top ones as well and supply that same metal material to these as well. Metal, metal. I'm just adding the same exact material to just a bunch of things. And yes, 3D modeling does get slightly tedious sometimes. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So yeah. Anyways, I think we should be good to go. But now I'm going to start working on the... Actually, I think these things are also remaining. So I'm just going to add that same metal material to these as well. Now this part is getting a little tedious and boring. So... well, I'm just going to tell you a story about when I tried to learn guitar. I picked up a guitar once, I tried it once, and then I put it down. Yeah, that's the whole story. Well, I tried my best, but like, it just wasn't for me. I'm just going to rotate this slightly in. So I'm just going to select local, and this local, I'm going to rotate it in the y-axis. R, Y, just slightly something like that. How about that? Yeah, I think that should be good. I'm just going to set it back to global, and that should be good. Now you're going to see that it looks pretty good. However, let's add the main wooden material. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the internet and I'm going to search wood texture. Okay, so I've already selected it. I've already searched it, and so I'm just going to select a lighter one. Something like that should be good. Let's go to this website and let's download a higher version of this, higher resolution version of this. Something like that should be good. And let's download the, because it's pretty high res, I'm just going to download the large one. So it's 1920 by 1919, I think I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, thank you FW Studio for this image. If you don't know about Pexels, by the way, Pexels is a very amazing website. It's free to use, and I mean, it's pretty good. And okay, so with this selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be creating a new material first of all, and then I'm going to be doing that exact same thing which we did previously. So this is going to be the main material. Why can't I spell main correctly? Main. And this one is going to be, if I create a new material in this, it's going to be the front. Now this front, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be, let's set the color to something, I don't know. Let's set it to red so that we can see it actually applying. By the way, I'm just going to turn off this render view so that it doesn't slow down our viewport that much. And I'm going to go to edit mode with the selected, and we're going to be selecting, going to the face mode first of all, face select mode, and then we're going to be pressing and holding shift, and we're going to be selecting all these faces individually. So that's something we have to do because, well, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so with all these selected, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be first of all, we're just going to be pressing assign. With this front selected, I'm going to press assign, Okay, now you're going to see that if I render this, you're going to see that if I render this, you're going to see that this part is red. Now, why is this like only some of this part, or some of this is red? The reason for that is because we don't have loop cuts on the edges, so I'm just going to add loop cuts on this as well. I'm just going to add loop cut right here, right there, and one right there as well. Perfect. Now you're going to see that it looks pretty good. So now what we're going to be doing is that let's get out of our edit mode, and let's get out of our rendered mode as well. So now let's actually add this texture on this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to, with this material selected, I'm going to be going to the shading menu, and I'm going to see that this base color is set to red. So I'm just going to be plugging that texture in this base color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to drag it inside Blender, and I'm going to see if I take this color input, color output, and if I plug it into the base color, you're going to see that wooden material is being applied. However, you're going to see that it's not like applying properly, right? It's not looking good. So the reason for that is because it's not UV unwrapped, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode, and let's go back to layout mode, because I think it was everything was selected. Oh, it wasn't. Okay, so I'm just going to have to select everything again. Let's go back to shading mode, and you're going to see that I'm going to have to let's go to edit mode. Let's go to face select mode, and I'm going to have to select everything again, all these faces again. So yeah, it is a little tedious, but I mean, we have to do it. Okay, so with all these faces selected, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to press U, and I'm going to press Smart UV Project. Okay, now what that's going to do is that it's going to basically UV unwrap it, right? So you're going to see that that texture is applied properly now. However, if I go to my UV editing tab, you're going to see that it's basically applied properly, right? So if I get out of my rendered mode, you're going to see that if I select these faces again, you're going to see that all these are selected. And now you're going to see that if I add another loop cut right here, you're going to see that this texture is also going to be applied properly. I'm just going to add a loop cut right there and one right there as well. Perfect. So now if I go back to my layout mode, and if I render this, you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? I mean, the whole wooden texture is being applied, and I think it looks pretty good. So yeah, we're going to go with that. So apart from that, yeah, one other thing which I'm noticing as well is that the Boolean modifier is not actually working for some reason. Okay, so I just realized that when we were moving this guitar around, what happened was that the cylinder which we had removed from this, the Boolean modifier basically, that cylinder did not move with us. So we're going to be adding the Boolean modifier later on, but now let's just add the dark wooden texture to this as well. So to these sides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting a dark wooden texture. Now this time I'm going to be actually selecting a seamless texture, dark, and it should be seamless as well. So a dark seam. So I'm just going to select a dark seamless texture. Maybe something like I don't know. Maybe something like I don't know. Maybe something like that. Something like that should do. So now I'm going to see that it looks pretty good. So I'm just going to download this, save image as, and this is a free texture as well. So let's let it download, and I'm going to be importing this as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this. I'm going to go to the main material. Now this main material is obviously going to be applied to the other areas. So what I'm going to do with them is that with that material selected, I'm just going to go to shading tab, and I'm going to be plugging this texture. I'm going to be importing this in Blender, and I'm going to be plugging this in the base color value. So now you're going to see that it looks pretty weird. So if you look at this closely, you're going to see that it's actually being applied properly, right? It's actually been applied properly, and we don't need to UV unwrap this anymore. So one thing which I'm going to be doing is that we are going to be making this color a little lighter, right? So right now it's way too dark. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the specular slightly and decrease the roughness a little bit, something like that. Something like that should be good. And yeah, so I think that should be good. Let me just go to my rendered view and let's see how it looks. It's a little too dark. And one thing which we can do is that we can actually try finding a slightly lighter texture, because I don't think it looks that great. I mean, it does look good, but it doesn't look that great, to be honest. Yeah, so I think I'm going to go with that. I'm going to try that as well. So, well, 3D modeling is just trial and error, and most of it is just trying to see what looks good and what doesn't. And yeah, and I think that should look pretty good, doesn't it? Looks pretty good. So one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the roughness slightly, and I'm going to increase the specular, and let's try giving it a metallic feel. I'm not too sure about that, so let's just try with this. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. It looks much better than the previous one. And yeah, I'm just going to go with that. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be giving the same exact material to this as well, this part. And in this, the main material, let's just name it main material. And in this, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to go back to shading tab, and we are going to be so I'm just going to drop that exact same texture here, and I'm going to be plugging it in the base color. And I'm going to see that it is pretty well, it's not that well UV unwrapped, but the thing about UV unwrapping is that it's not very you know, it's not very easy to do. And since this is a beginners only tutorial, so then I'm not exactly going to cover that. I'm going to be sure to make another one in the future in which I'm going to try to cover that. Anyway, so right now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting this, and let's go to edit mode, and let's take these loop cuts. Let's press double G. I'm just going to select this one, press G twice to move it across so that our front texture can be applied to more area. I'm just going to press Alt and press this, double G, and move him over. Yeah, I think something like that is looking much better. Yeah, cool. So I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? And it's looking pretty realistic. And yeah, apart from that, everything is looking pretty good. So one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to create that hole in the middle. So for that, I'm just going to turn this rendered mode off. Let's get out of this rendered mode. And so with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to object mode. Let's actually select this. Actually, let's not select that. I'm just going to add a new cylinder. And the cylinder, let's go to the front view. Let's rotate it in the y-axis, exactly 90 degrees. And let's rotate it in the x-axis slightly, something like that. Let's bring it down. Let's move it there. Let's make sure that it's intersecting with this, and let's actually make sure that it's in the same orientation as well. Something like that. And let's rotate it in the y-axis as well. Something like that should be good. Let's make sure that it's in the right position. Something like that should be good. And let's increase the scale as well. Let's actually scale it up quite a lot. And I think something like that should be good. Let's just move it down a little bit. So yeah, I think that is the perfect scale. And I'm just gonna take this, and I'm gonna add a, what do you call it? A boolean modifier in this, and in the object, I'm just gonna set this as the object. And I'm gonna select this, and I'm gonna be going to the object data properties. It's called object data properties, right? It's called object properties. Anyways, so I'm just gonna go into the viewport display, and I'm gonna press wire. So now you're gonna see that it's gonna show the hole in the middle, which is looking exactly the way we want it to. And let's see if it appears in our rendered view, or let's see if it appears in our rendered view or not. It is appearing in our rendered view. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be actually selecting this, and I'm going to go down, and in this rendered view, I'm not going to make it visible. And in this viewport as well, I'm not going to make it visible. So now you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So one thing which I'm noticing is that the inside of this is pretty bright, whereas I want it to be pretty dark. So the way we're going to be doing that is by, I'm going to select this, I'm going to go to edit mode, and let's actually select these faces. So with this face selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control and plus on my keyboard, which is going to expand my selection. And once my selection is up to there, I'm just going to go to my material tab, and I'm going to be pressing this plus button, and I'm going to be adding a new material, which is going to only apply to this inside part. So I'm just going to press apply assign with these selected, and I'm going to be naming this black again. Let's name it in black matte, because why not? And I'm going to be making it black, like pretty dark. I'm going to be making it pretty dark. Let's give it a brown feel, something like that. Let's zoom out. Now you're going to see that it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So let's let this guitar render, and then we're going to see how it looks. Okay, so I think the guitar looks pretty good. However, I am noticing that we haven't applied a material to these things. So I'm just going to select one, Let's try adding the metal material to these. Let's see how it looks. Well, they don't look that great, to be honest. Let's try the white metal material. Let's see if this looks any better. I think I'm going to go with that. I think I'm going to go with that. It looks pretty good. So I'm just going to be applying this material to each of those. Okay, now this is again a little tedious, but I mean, it is what it is. So we have to do this. Nope, not metal. I'm going to be adding the white metal material. White metal. And again, white metal. And last one. Select it. Perfect. So we have applied it to all the materials that we wanted. And I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So one thing which I'm going to do is let's actually set up the scene now. So for the scene, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be, let's turn this on for now. Let's make it visible for now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting all of this whole guitar, and I'm going to be duplicating it. So with all this selected, I'm going to press Shift D on my keyboard, and I'm going to be moving it across. Oops, I'd set it to local, but I'm going to set it to global, so that it's actually just moving together. And let's bring it back, and let's rotate this. Let's rotate it something like that. No, it doesn't look that great, to be honest. The framing is not that great. Let's move it up. Let's rotate it something like that. Now obviously this is just creativity, and I would suggest you to like not copy this layout and try your own. Maybe something like that should look good. And I'm going to be duplicating this once again, and I can see my computer slowing down a lot because we're dealing with a lot of geometry. Now let's rotate this in the z-axis, something like that. It's not that much. I'm going to rotate it in the z-axis a little less. Maybe something like that should be good. And let's rotate it in the y-axis now. Okay, I think that looks pretty good, doesn't it? This framing is pretty good and it looks pretty unique. So I'm just going to take this main one, this subject one, and I'm going to be moving it forward a little bit, forward, because I want this to be in focus, and the other ones I want them to be blur. I think that's pretty good framing, and let's render it and let's see how it looks. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add depth of field. So let's go to the look dev mode for now, and let's select our camera. Let's go down. Let's keep going down and select our camera. And inside this depth of field, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set it to an object inside our main guitar. So I'm just going to set it to, I don't know, this object maybe. And I'm going to be reducing the aperture. Now the lower the f-stop is, the more blurry your image is going to be, and you want it to be pretty blurry, so something like that should be good. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. Yeah, so I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's looking amazing, and this is a pretty good render. And I'm just going to be decreasing the Y slightly. Let's make it 2000. 2000 should be good. And apart from that, I think we are good to render. Yeah, I think we're good to go. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my render settings, render properties. And inside these max samples, I'm just going to set it to 1500. I think 1500 samples should be good. And we're going to be using denoise. Make sure that your denoiser is OpenImage denoise, because that's, well, it gives you the best results. And in the color management, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be setting the look to medium high contrast. Now you're going to see that it makes our colors pop and looks pretty good. We can even go for high contrast if you're going for that look. But I'm just going to, actually I'm going to go with high contrast. Let's go with medium high contrast so that we can actually play with this render in the post-processing section. So I think that is looking pretty good. Let's tweak the background slightly. Let's change the colors, and let's see, maybe something like that. I mean, obviously this is your personal preference and you should just choose whichever looks best to you. But I think I'm gonna go with maybe something like that. I think that is a better background, isn't it? Let's actually make it brighter. Let's go to our look dev mode, and let's tweak the background. How about something like that maybe? I think I'm gonna go with that. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. Okay, so it is looking pretty good. Let's try. Actually, I feel like I prefer this color more, so I'm just gonna go with this. Now obviously this is just personal preference and you can just choose whichever one you want. So now one thing which I'm gonna do is that, I mean, you should make sure to do this as well. Just take this cylinder and see where it is. Just make sure that it's not visible in our render and in our viewport. Select that one as well. Let's see where it is. Let's go down. Here it is. Just make sure that it's not visible in our viewport and in our camera render as well. And same with this as well. Now let's render it and let's see how it looks. Yeah, so one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to select this and this material, this black matte. I'm going to make it slightly less dark so that it's not that dark. Well, I mean, obviously I'm making it less dark so that it's less dark. Just make it a little more dark. Something like that should be good. And I think we are good to render. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit render, and I'll see you when it's done. So I'm just going to press render and render image. So yeah, it's rendering and I'll see you when it's done. Alrighty, so it has completed rendering, and so to actually save an image, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to image and I'm going to be pressing save as. And I can just save it anywhere you want. I'm just going to save it as guitar SS for Skillshare. And yeah, cool. So now to actually to actually edit this and to do the post-processing part, we could either use any app like Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Lightroom, or anything like that, or we can use an online editing software. For example, if I'm going to search online photo editor, and you're going to see that you can just choose any one of these. So I'm just going to select I don't know, this one. And the reason why I'm using an online software instead of Lightroom and Photoshop or anything like that, because they're paid softwares and you can just really use this for free. So I'm just gonna go to edit a photo, upload a photo. You can just upload it, open image, and let's just open our, guitar picture. And now we can just edit it right here. So you're gonna see it's totally free, and you can just use any of these websites, but I'm just gonna use this one. So basic adjust, let's increase the brightness slightly, something like that. Let's increase the contrast. I'm going to increase the contrast quite a bit. Let's increase the saturation as well, just a tad bit. Sharpness, I'm actually going to decrease the sharpness because it's going to give us that dreamy look which we want, something like that. Fine tune, let's actually not tinker with that. And this color, I'm just gonna actually I was looking for a vibrance option, but since we don't have that, I'm just gonna bump up the saturation a bit. Something like that should be good, because this is a stylized render and stylized renders have a lot of vibrance. Something like that should be good. Let's increase the brightness as well, and let's make it something like that. So one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the fine tune menu, and I'm going to reduce the highlights a bit because this area is way too white, it's blown out, something like that. And in this color, I'm going to be adjusting the temperature a little bit to make it a little cooler. And in this tint, let's give it a purple tint, something like that. So yeah, I think it looks pretty good, and we can try going to the effects menu, and never mind, these are just other things which are not that good. So I'm gonna go to the fine tune. Actually, let's just go to the basic adjust menu again, and I think it's a little too saturated, so I'm just gonna reduce the saturation a tad bit. Something like that should be good. And yeah, I think I'm just fine with that. So just download it, and let's download it as a PNG. Download, and Okay, so yeah, it's downloaded. So yeah, now I'm just going to open this, and let's also open the other one, the previous one, so that we can actually compare the before and after. Okay, so this is the before, and okay, so this is the before and this is the after. You can see that there's quite a lot of difference. Honestly, the difference is day and night, to be honest. It's very vibrant and it's very good looking. So yeah, that is it for today, and this was the tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you had any problems in any part of this class, please be sure to start a discussion down below and I'll be sure to respond. And just be sure to do your project also, because it's really going to enhance your Blender 3D skills. And just watching a tutorial and blindly copying it is not going to make you a better artist. So yeah, I would recommend you to do that. And yeah, apart from that, this was pretty much it for today, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Alright guys, so we are in the beautiful world of Blender 3D, and here we're going to be making that amazing card which you saw in the intro. Alright, so let's begin with this cube. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be deleting the camera and deleting the light. And we are not going to be deleting the default cube because we're going to be using it to model our car. So yeah, for this tutorial, you do need to be familiar with edit mode, this edit mode right here, because we are going to be working with the vertices, and we are going to be basically making the whole shape of this car. So yeah, without any further ado, first save your project and then let's start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to side view. So I'm just going to go to side view, and here we are first of all going to turn on this X-ray mode so we can like see through it. And I'm just gonna be explaining the reason for this in just a minute. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this cube, and then we're gonna be going to edit mode, right? So here what we can do is that, okay, right now let me just turn this X-ray mode off so you can see what is the issue. So if I select any vertex, for example, if I select any vertex, you can see we have selected it, and now if I press G and move it, you're gonna see that only this side, this vertex, is selected and not that one, because and what we want to do is we want to select both of them, right? So that is the reason why we are turning on X-ray mode. Now if I turn on X-ray mode, and if I undo that, and now if I select this again with the box select mode, and now if I press G, you're going to see that both of them are selected. Okay, so that is basically why we turn on this X-ray mode. Okay, cool. So let me just turn it on, and now we're going to be working with the vertices. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to be extending these. So I'm just going to turn on this move tool because we're going to be moving vertices a lot, and our car should be something like that much, that tall. So yeah, perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be bringing this down, and it should be something like that probably. Yeah, I'm just going to select these vertices as well, and I'm going to be dragging them here, so that we get a general idea of how tall or how wide our car is supposed to be. And I'm just gonna go to side view, and let's do one thing. Let's bring this forward. Now this modeling part is going to be a little repetitive, and it might feel a little boring to some of you, but the thing is, it's very important, because the thing is, modeling is something which is very subjective. It's going to be different for every single one of your projects, right? So you need to be familiar with the tools, and the tools which I'm going to be teaching in this class are going to be very helpful. So yeah, let's begin. So now we have the basic shape of the top part of our what do you call it, our truck, and we are obviously going to be making tweaks and making changes. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these two bottom vertices, and since we have X-ray mode turned on, you're going to see that we have selected all the ones at the back as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be pressing extrude I'm going to be pressing E on my keyboard for extrude. So once I do that, I'm just going to press E, and we're going to be moving it down. You're going to see that we can extrude it. Now I'm just gonna left click right here, and you're gonna see that we have extruded this. Now the reason why we extruded this is that so we can actually make changes to this, and we can move it forward and stuff like that without affecting this this top part. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna undo I'm gonna move it up, something like that. So let me just take this one and move it forward, something like that. And next up, I'm just gonna select these all, and I'm gonna extrude it once again, so something like that. And I'm going to bring this back now. Alrighty, so we can see we have this front part of our truck, but I am going to be moving this slightly more forward, so that we are having a better effect. So, and one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this backside because it's way too small. And another thing which I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be slightly moving all these vertices back,
like to the left, so that we are having a slight bit of an angle, which looks much better than not having one. And yeah, so that is the basic shape of our car. And we are obviously going to be making adjustments and tweaks to the size and everything later on, but yeah, that is it for now. So now we're going to be working on the bottom part of the truck, and for that what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating another cube. Okay, so I'm just going to actually I'm going to get out of edit mode. I'm just going to go back to object mode, and then we're going to be pressing add mesh and a cube. Perfect. Now I'm going to go to side view again, and we're going to be moving it down, and now we're going to be scaling it properly so that it roughly just covers this what do you call it, this truck. So something like that should be good, I guess. Yeah, perfect. Now we are going to be going into edit mode, and we are going to be working with the vertices. So that is that. It should be something like that, and this should be up a little bit. Something like that should be good. Let me just move it a little to the left. Let's just move both of these a little to the right as well, and that is perfect. So now you're going to see that we have this thing, and right now obviously it is not placed perfectly. It's not scaled correctly, so I'm just going to scale it up. And let me just move it. So what I'm going to do is, if you want to use the scale tool and move tool both simultaneously, and instead of like switching between them and moving and then scaling and everything, you can just use this transform tool, and it's going to give you all the tools like rotation, scaling up and down, and moving. So it's very useful. So I'm just going to go to front view, and we're going to be moving something like that. Let's scale it up, and with this transform tool you can see we can do all that without switching between tools again and again. Perfect. So yeah, that is basically it. Let me just go to the side view and scale it up properly. Let's scale it a little bit like that. Perfect. Cool. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And now this this much of our truck is done, and it doesn't look like a truck yet. So yeah, next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be making some adjustments, and I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to go to the edit mode, select this and go to the edit mode, and I'm just going to move this up. And I made that same exact mistake because I didn't go to X-ray mode, and now you can see only one of them was selected. So I'm just going to go to X-ray mode now, select these and move them up. Something like that should be perfect. And next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be actually, let's do the easy parts first, and then we're going to be working on the difficult part, which is the tires. Okay, so for the easy part we're going to be adding the lights first. So lights are going to be very, very simple. I'm just going to turn off the X-ray mode, and I'm just going to add mesh, and we are going to be adding a cylinder. I'm just going to move it down, bring it forward, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees exactly. So the way you rotate exactly 90 degrees is by holding control, and when you hold control you're going to see in the top left hand corner that it's rotating in increments of 5. So I'm just going to bring it to 90, and then you can see I'm just going to stop it, and now we can scale it down, and let's actually go to the side view and let's place it properly. So I'm just going to rotate it so that it's basically parallel to the surface, and I'm going to move it like that, something like that. So I'm just going to scale it up, and I'm going to scale it down in this axis. So something like that should be good. However, you're going to see that it's not a circle anymore, so that is not good. We do want it to be a circle. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the transform tool, to the scale tool, and I'm going to be just pressing anywhere inside the circle. It's going to scale it up uniformly, right? So something like that should be good. Let me just move it back. So now, right now, the thing is, I'm just gonna show you one quick tip. So basically what happens is that right now if I move it back, you're going to see that it's moving in the global x-axis, the x-axis of the actual project, but I want it to move along the axis of this object. So what I'm going to do is right here, instead of global, I'm going to set the transform orientation to local, and now you're going to see that it is set to local transform rotation, and now we can just move it along the actual axis of the object. So that is perfect. And I think that should be good for the light. However, I'm going to make some adjustments. I just pressed
S for scale tool, and something like that should be good probably. Now we could obviously scale it down, but since it's inside this car and it's not going to make that much of a difference, so I wouldn't waste my time on that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be duplicating this. So Shift D for duplicate. And now you can see if I move my cursor, you're going to see that it's just going to move and we can place it anywhere we want. However, I'm going to press right click. I'm going to right click on my mouse and you're going to see that it's going to rotate. It's going to reset the position. So now you're going to see that we have cylinder and cylinder 001. So that is the duplicated version. So I'm just going to scale it down slightly and I'm going to move it forward. Perfect. So to this cylinder, we're going to be adding a material which is going to emit light, and to this we're just going to be adding a normal material. Now we only have one light for now, so we are going to be duplicating it on the other side as well. Now there are two ways to do this. Okay, one way would be to just select both of these and press Shift D, move them to that side, but there are two problems with that. First of all, it's not that efficient. If you want to make change to one light, you're going to have to do it to both of the lights, and that is very time consuming. And secondly, the thing is you won't be able to align them perfectly, because there's always going to be some error, some degree of human error involved. Okay, so instead what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be using something called something known as a mirror modifier. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be first of all selecting this smaller cylinder. I'm going to go to this modifiers menu, modify properties, and here we can add a modifier. Now what modifiers are is that basically they affect your mesh in various ways. Okay, so I'm just going to press add modifier, and here is all the options for the modifier, right? So the one which we are interested in right now is this mirror modifier right here. So I'm just going to press that, and I'm going to see that absolutely nothing is going to happen, and that is because in Blender we need to set a mirror object. That object is going to be the center of the reflection, and so here you can see we have this mirror object, and you need to set it to something which you want to mirror along, right? So the mirror object in our case is going to be this cube right here, and the reason for that is because it's in the center of it's evenly distributed along our mesh. And we could also set it to this, but we're going to be using this this for our mirror object. Okay, so I'm just going to select this cylinder right here, and okay, yeah, this one. So we do already have a mirror modifier, so I'm just going to select this iRobot tool right here, and we're going to be selecting this cube 1. So right now you're going to see that something very weird is happening, and it is actually mirroring it, and it is actually duplicating the object. However, it's doing that in the x-axis, and instead we wanted to do that exact same thing in the y-axis. Okay, so I'm just going to turn this x-axis off, and I'm going to see that it's going to disappear. Now if I press this y-axis, you're going to see that it's magically going to appear right here. And it's gonna be in the perfect position where we want it to. So now I'm going to be repeating that same exact process with the other one as well, this one as well. So I'm just going to add a modifier, mirror modifier, and the mirror object is going to be this right here. And I'm going to uncheck X and turn on Y. So how easy is that? And it just gives you amazing results immediately. Okay, perfect. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be like adding some minor details here and there. So we are going to be adding a cube around here, which is going to act as a, I don't know, a window of some sort. But yeah, let's add a mesh cube, and now let's move it here. So most of this is just trial and error, and I basically say that in almost every single one of my tutorials, that most of the 3D modeling is trial and error. And well, yeah, you need to just try your own creative abilities, and I would suggest you not to copy my layouts and not to copy the designs which I make in this tutorials. But yeah, I don't make them myself either. I just take reference photos and I try to replicate them. So yeah, anyways, so we're gonna have a cube like that. It's just gonna look good once we add the modifiers and stuff. But right now I'm just gonna keep it like that. Let me just move it a little out. Something like that should be good. And let's actually scale it up a little too as well. Perfect, cool. I'm just going to move it slightly in. Yeah, that is perfect, cool. So we are going to be adding some modifiers, and we are going to be adding some what do you call it, a subdivision surface, which I'm going to explain later on. That's going to make it look much better. Anyways, so yeah, that is done. And apart from that, let's add some details here and there as well. Let's add a cylinder. So we could either add a cylinder, however, we could also duplicate any one of these, and we could use that as well. But now since I've already created one, I'm just going to use that instead. Okay, I'm just going to scale it up in
the Z axis, and I'm just going to rotate it. So I'm just going to select the rotate tool, and I'm going to rotate it holding control. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees, and I'm going to move it something like that. Let's go to the front view. Let's scale this down, and let's move it somewhere around here. So it should be intersecting with this what do you call it, this truck. However, it should not be that long. Yeah, it should be slightly long, but not that long. So something like that should do. Let me just move it here, and yeah, that should be good. Let's make it slightly larger. So something like that should do. Something like that should do. And let me just make the length a little shorter. Yeah, this is just trial and error, and yeah, that looks perfect. So apart from that, let's add some small lights on the top, okay? And we are going to be adding a mirror later on. In fact, that's what we're going to be doing after this, okay? So I'm just going to add a few lights on the top. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and now since we already do have a mirror modifier applied, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift T, and then I'm just going to be taking the move tool, and I'm going to be moving it up. Now you're going to see that we already have 2 of these, and we don't need to apply the mirror modifier again. So that just saves us some time. I'm just going to scale these down. I'm going to move it up. Well, I scaled them down way too much. I'm just going to scale them up again, and now I'm just going to align it to this axis. Align it like that. It doesn't need to be exact because no one's gonna look at your render in that much detail. But however, if you are working for someone else, if you are doing a paid project or something like that, then you should obviously like make sure that all the details are perfect and everything is perfect. So yeah, that's basically it. And and one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be and so next up what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding the windows. So for the windows, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, and then we're going to be going to edit mode once again. Now what we're going to be doing in this is that we're going to be using a tool called inset, and it's basically called inset face. And what you can do with that is that you can create a smaller face within a face, okay? So for that, we're first going to need to select a face, and right now we are in vertex select mode. So I'm just going to press this button right here, which is going to be face select mode, or alternatively, if you are in vertex select mode or any other mode, you can just press 3 for face select mode, and it's just 1 for vertex mode, 2 for edge select mode, and 3 for face select mode. So that's just a handy little shortcut for you. So I'm just going to turn on X-ray mode because why not? And I'm just going to select this face, this front face right here, and now we can press I, and you're going to see that if I move my cursor, you can see that we are creating a smaller face inside this what do you call it, inside this face. So I'm just going to create one like that, and actually I'm just going to undo it because I think it's way too what do you call it, it's way too small. I'm just going to make one roughly that much smaller than the other one. Okay, cool. So now you can see that we have this face selected, and now what we can do is that we can go to edge select mode, and I'm just going to select this top edge, and I'm going to be moving it down, well, not down like that. So right now that exact same problem which we faced earlier is that we are using these global coordinates, and if I set this to normal, you're going to see that we can scale him down, or we can just move him along the actual axis of that edge. So I'm just going to move him down, something like that should be good. Yeah, so we're going to have a window like that. And now if I go back to face select mode, you're going to see that this is our window, okay? And so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting this right here, and now we can extrude it. However, I'm going to extrude it inwards, okay? So I'm just going to press E, and I'm going to extrude it slightly inwards, just like that. So now you're going to see that we have successfully created our window. And now if I go back to object mode, oh sorry, we have created our windscreen. So you can see if I go back to solid mode, you're going to see that we have this amazing window right here. And right now you're not seeing it that clearly, and that is because we don't have any proper lights or textures on it or any of that. And once we add them, you are going to be noticing it, and it's going to look amazing. And now we're going to be adding, and so now we're going to be adding another window from the side. So I'm just going to select this once again, and let's go to edit mode. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be creating another one of these. And now to create the side window, although what we could do is that we could just select this, and we could press I, inset it, and we could then select this edge, and we can move it
like that, and we could just somehow place it and make the window like that. However, I'm not going to do that because I want to teach you new tools. I want to teach you new tricks and tactics. So yeah, we're going to be using another tool called a loop cut. Now what a loop cut is that you can create more geometry, you can create more more edges, more vertices along a loop basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be going to the vertex select mode, and I'm going to press Ctrl R, and I'm going to see that if I hover over somewhere here, you're going to see that we get this loop cut. And now if I press a left click, I just left clicked, and if I move it forward, you're going to see that we can create another cut anywhere we want. So I'm just going to add one right here, and I'm going to see that it has been applied all over all over this car body. So you can see we have created a loop cut successfully. And I'm going to go back to face select mode, just save your project, and I'm just going to select this, and now we can just inset it. So something like that. Perfect. And I'm going to select the top edge. I'm going to move it down. Perfect. Something like that. And let's move this edge along as well. I'm just going to move it something like that. Let's go to the side view, and I think that should be perfect. That is perfect. Cool. So yeah, just 1 second, just let me just do one thing. Let me just move it slightly there and just slightly to the left. Now this is just personal preference, and you could obviously make any changes you like. So I'm just going to select this. I'm just going to go to face select mode first, and I'm going to select this, and now I can just extrude it inwards, just slightly, not too much, a little bit should do. And that is done. That is perfect. Cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding a bevel on these edges, right? So the thing is, right now they look very sharp, and sharp edges in cars do not look good. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be selecting this. I'm going to go to edge select mode, and I'm going to be selecting this edge and this edge and this edge and this edge, and lastly this one as well. So with all these selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Ctrl B. Now, if I press Ctrl B, you're going to see that we can actually bevel these edges. Now, the thing is, what beveling does is that it basically subdivides the edges, and it converts one edge into two. Okay, so I'm just going to, if I move my cursor around, you're going to see that we are creating basically we're creating a subdivision basically. We're converting one edge into two edges. So something like that should be good. Perfect. Now you can see that it looks much better. Anyways, so I'm just going to go to object mode again, and now you can see we have this amazing car, which is starting to look like an actual bus. Yeah, it's a bus, it's not a car, my bad. Anyways, so now let's add some more details. Let's add another cube on the top. So I'm just going to copy this one, Shift D, move it up, move it here, move it to the front. And now I'm going to be scaling it, something like that. And I'm going to be scaling it down in the Z-axis, something like that should do. And let's move it up. So I'm just going to be moving it up, move it up in the Z-axis, and I'm going to be scaling it down in the Y-axis. So that is perfect. Okay, cool. So next up, we are also going to be adding another one of these. I'm going to Shift D. I'm going to move it down, and we're going to be adding one on this area as well. I think it's called the. I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Is it the bonnet? Is it the bonnet or what? I'm not exactly sure, so I'm not gonna make guesses. Okay, I'm just gonna scale it down, something like that. Now this one is obviously going to be smaller, because it has a much smaller area to be in. Let's go to the front view, and let's align it with the center. Now obviously your car is going to have different details than mine, and I would recommend you to try out different details, and I would recommend you not to copy my design, not to copy the design which I'm making exactly. So yeah, and let's add another one of these to the front as well. So Shift D, and let me just move it forward. Let's just go to side view, and let's rotate this once again. Oops, rotate. Something like that should be good. Let me just move it right there, and it's not aligned properly with this car body. I'm just going to align it. perfect. Cool. I'm just gonna scale it up, and now let's scale it up a little more. Nope, never mind. Scale it up a little more, and let's now move it down so that's intersecting with this area. And so yeah, perfect. Cool. Let's scale it up a little more. Let's move it up. Yeah, that is perfect. Cool. So now we are basically done with almost all the details, and let's actually start working on the tires now. All right, so now we're going to be working on the tires, and for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be taking a cylinder. So first of all, we're going to be creating the area which is going to be basically on the body, but it's going to be it's going to create space for the tire, right? So yeah, I'm just going to add a mesh, and let's add a cylinder. So I'm just going to move it here, and let's move it down, and now let's press R to rotate it, but I'm going to rotate it in the x-axis, so I'm just going to press X, and let's rotate it 90 degrees. Now just remember that the way you rotate it exactly 90 degrees is by holding Control, which is going to help you like rotate in increments of 5. Cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be aligning it something like that, so that it kind of looks like a tire, I guess. Yeah, so something like that should be a good position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be going to edit mode with this selected, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be, all right, so with the cylinder, what we're going to be doing is that first of all, we're just going to be aligning it like that, and now let's align it in the front view as well. So I'm just going to have it something like that, because we just want a small part of it to be like extruding it, like basically visible, a small part of it to be visible, something like that. And let's actually scale it down as well. So something like that should be good. However, the bottom part of this is not going to be visible anyway, so I'm not gonna like worry about it that much. Okay, so with this selected, with this cylinder selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode, and here you're going to see that we can see all these vertices. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be going to the side view, and here I'm going to select half of these vertices. Okay, I'm just going to select half of these vertices, and then I'm going to be deleting them. But one mistake, which if you noticed, I made it on purpose, you're going to see that we did not select X-ray mode, and because of that, you can see we only selected half of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select X-ray mode. I just turned it on, and I'm just going to select it now, and now you can see both sides are selected, and now we can just go ahead and delete them. So just press delete vertices, and I'm going to see that we have this weird thing. we have this weird thing. And if I go to object mode, you're going to see, if I turn off X-ray mode, you're going to see that it does not have any thickness at all. It's basically a 2D plane, which is curved. Okay, so now just save your project. And now what we're going to be doing is that to actually give this thickness, we're going to be adding a modifier known as a solidify modifier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to first select the cylinder, this broken up cylinder, and I'm going to add a modifier. That modifier is going to be solidify modifier. And I'm going to see that it does have slight bit of thickness, but we can obviously increase that with this thickness option right here. So I'm just going to increase it something like that, maybe even more. Something like that should be good enough. Should it? Yeah, that should be perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding a mirror modifier to this as well, so that we can have this thing on all 4 sides. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna collapse this solidify modifier, and I'm gonna add a modifier once again, and this time we are going to be adding a mirror modifier. Now the mirror object is, well, obviously you guessed it, it's gonna be this one, this object right here, and so we can just set it to this. Now you're going to see that we have this on the back as well. So we are going to be having this on the x-axis as well, and on the y-axis as well, because we want it to be on all 4 sides. Cool. So now let's just align it properly. Let me just go down and let's align it. Now you're going to see one thing is that if I zoom in, it's not perfectly flat. Okay, so to fix that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting this. Let's go to edit mode, and now we can just select the vertices here. Before that, let's go to X-ray mode. Let's just bring this slightly down, but you can see it's not working because we are using the solidify modifier. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting this, and then I'm going to be rotating this vertex or whatever it's called. Anyway, so I'm just going to be moving it down, and then let's try rotating it
So you can see that's not working either. So yeah, let's actually just roll with it, because sometimes Blender does not behave the way you want it to. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, no one's gonna pay that close attention to our model anyways. Okay, cool. So now once we have that, once we're done with that, next up we're going to be adding the tires. So let me just move this a little out, because why not? And we are going to be smoothing this later on. We are going to be adding a subdivision, not a subdivision surface. We are going to be beveling this. In fact, you know what? Let's just do that right now. So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and let's so the thing is, right now if I go to edge select mode, I basically want to select all these edges right here. Okay, now either I could select one, press shift, select, and just keep selecting all these, and yeah, that could work. However, I have a much simpler way of doing that. Just press alt and press select any any edge on that line, and you can see it magically selected the whole loop. So it's called loop selection, and I'm pretty sure you're already aware of that, but if you're not, then you're welcome. And with all these selected, I'm just going to press Control B, and now you're going to see that nothing is happening. And the reason for that is because the thing with the solidify modifier is that right now, although we are seeing a thick object, but the vertices, the actual vertices or the actual geometry is just one single plane. And obviously you can't bevel a plane, can you? Because of, well, obvious reasons. So what we're going to be doing to fix that is, first of all, we're going to be going back to object mode, and we can apply the solidify modifier, right? So I'm just going to click this drop down menu, and then I'm going to apply it. Okay, so now what's going to happen is that all this this whole mesh is converted into one single geometry. So now if I go to edit mode, you're going to see that we have the whole mesh, and now we can easily bevel these. I'm just going to alt select this loop, and now if I press Control B, you're going to see that we can easily do that. So I'm just going to add a slight bit of bevel on this. Let's increase the segments, and the way you increase segments is by moving your mouse scroll wheel up, and I'm just going to add a slight bit, something like that should be good. And yeah, perfect. Let me just go back to object mode and let's see how it looks. And it looks perfect. It looks amazing, doesn't it? So one other thing which I'm going to be doing is that I am going to be right clicking this and shading it smooth. Now you're going to see that it's going to look very weird. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another modifier which is going to fix it. And that modifier is called the edge split modifier. Now, as soon as I add it, you can see that this is magically fixed. Now, the actual working of this edge split modifier is slightly complex, so I'm not going to go into detail. But just know that it just fixes your smooth shading error. So yeah, we are going to be adding this edge split modifier to many other things as well later on. But yeah, for now, this should be good enough. And okay, so apart from that, we can also now go ahead and fix that issue. If I select this and if I go to edit mode, and don't forget to go into X-ray mode. Now you can see that it's not aligned properly. So we can obviously fix that issue as well right now, because, well, what do you call it? We have converted it into a whole mesh. So I'm just going to select this line and this line right here, and well, all these as well. I could obviously do a loop select, but I'm just going to do it the manual way. So with all these selected, I'm just going to rotate these. So this normal, I'm just going to set it to local for now, so that we can actually rotate this properly. And you're going to see that if we set it to something like that, something parallel to the actual body, so something like this should be good. And let's then move it down as well. Perfect. Now we're going to be repeating this with the other side. So I'm just going to select this line, shift this line, and let's zoom in and select all these as well. Oops, I accidentally selected the wrong one. So just Control Z, and now I can just rotate this. Let's rotate it. Something like that should be perfect. And let's move it down. And it's actually pretty much aligned. So I'm not gonna worry about making it absolutely perfect, because this is a beginner's tutorial. And yeah, okay, so now it's basically perfect. And now let's actually move on to the next part, which is adding tires. So the way I'm going to add tires is, well, I'm just going to create another cylinder. I'm just going to add mesh cylinder, and let's move this here. Let's actually go to our side view, and let's align it properly. I'm just going to rotate this in the what's this called? Yeah, the x-axis, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. Perfect. and I'm going to be scaling it down using S, using the scale tool, and just move it down and just scale it properly so that it just looks right. Something like that should be perfect. Now let's go to the front view and align it with the front view as well. Now this tire is very wide for now. It's a little too wide, so I'm just gonna scale it down. Oh, sorry, not scale the whole. Don't scale the whole thing down. I'm just gonna scale it down in the Z-axis. So something like that should probably be good. Yeah, I think maybe just a slight more. Yeah, perfect, cool. So now I'm going to go to front view. I'm just going to go to the front view, and I'm going to be moving it slightly towards this, slightly towards the right. And yeah, that is perfect. So that is our tire, ladies and gentlemen, and we are obviously going to be making some adjustments because this right now does not look that great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously go to edit mode, and next what we're going to be doing is that first of all, let's add a bevel to this. So I'm just going to alt select this loop. So once I've alt selected this loop, I'm going to press shift to select another loop, and then I'm going to alt select this as well. So I'm holding down shift and alt right now, and I'm going to press it, and you're going to see both of these are selected. So after that, I'm going to press Control B, and let's bevel them down slightly. Something like that should do. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting this inner face, and then I'm going to be insetting it. So just press I and inset it. And next, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be moving this in slightly, and then we are going to be insetting it once again. Now this is getting a little advanced, however, just don't worry if you don't understand this fully. And what I just did, it was that I just used inset, and we are going to be using extrude now. So just press extrude E, something like that, and now we're going to be beveling this loop as well. So I'm just going to press my, I'm just going to go to edge select mode, and all these edges are selected. I'm just going to Control B, and let's bevel this as well. Now our tire looks pretty good. And if I go back to object mode, and I'm going to see our tire is ready, and you're going to see that it looks pretty good. Now I'm just going to shade it smooth, and I'm going to add another modifier, which is a edge split modifier. Perfect. Cool. So our tire looks pretty good now. And well, yeah, I'm just gonna be duplicating this tire 4 times, and instead of actually duplicating it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the mirror modifier, as we have been doing many times, as you've done many times. So I'm just going to add a modifier, mirror modifier. I'm just going to set this as the object, and I'm going to turn on Y as well. So we have 4 tires ready to go. Perfect. Now we haven't made any windows or anything like that for this side, because in our scene we're going to have the car like that. So we're going to be setting up our camera something like that. So I don't think we need to waste time on this on making windows and stuff for this side. But you can obviously go ahead and use the same tricks which I use, the same methods which I taught for the other ones as well. So one thing which I'm noticing is that the tires are a little too small. So I'm just going to select this and this, so both of them, and then I'm going to be pressing S and scaling it up just slightly. Let's move this up slightly. And the good thing about the mirror modifier is that I just need to do these changes once and not again and again, and they're just going to be duplicated on all sides automatically. Cool. So now we are basically done with our car, and let's just work on some details. So let's add some lights right here. So for that, what I'm going to do is let's just copy this, and I'm just going to shift D, and I'm going to move it here. Let's scale it down. Let's take it up like that, and let's move it to something like that. And let's go to the side view, and let's rotate this. Perfect. Now let's move it to that position, and let's scale it down, obviously, because it's way too large for now. Something like that should be good. And that is our light. Let me just actually scale it up a little bit, because why not? So yeah, that is our light, and I'm going to be duplicating it on the other side as well. I'm just going to press this and add a modifier, and we are going to be adding a mirror modifier with what do you call it? Let's set this to be the object, and instead of X, we're just going to be setting it Y. And you can see this object is not working, and so instead what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be setting this as the object. And when we do that, you're going to see that it's perfectly mirroring. And okay, so yeah, let's move on to the next step, which is to actually let's add some details, let's add some more details on this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be adding some details to this. So let's actually go to edit mode, and let's take this edge, and let's take this edge, and let's bevel both of these. So something like that. Yeah, something like that should do. So I'm just gonna go to the front view, and yeah, that's looking pretty good. I'm just gonna select this line and this line. Let's move these down a little bit so that we can get a more rather even beveling look. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but yeah, this is much better. So let's just do the same exact thing on the other side as well. Now obviously this does not need to be very precise, because no one's going to look at our render in that detail, but yeah, it's similar. Okay, and that's what matters. Cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be going to face select mode. Let's select this face, and let's inset this, something like that. And now with this face selected, I'm just going to be extruding it inwards just slightly, and once that's done, you can see that it is looking pretty good. So yeah, there's that. And apart from that, let's work on something else. Let's make some tweaks to this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be rotating it slightly so that it's looks as if it's what do you call it, like it's coming out of the car, and yeah, that looks much better. However, I'm going to be adding some beveling to this as well. Edit mode, select this, Control B, bevel, and so let's actually make this much more beveled. So something like that should be good. And yeah, perfect. So that is done. And apart from that, I don't think we have anything left. So I have the cylinder right here. Let's add some beveling to this as well. Let's select this edge loop right here, and let's Shift Alt select this edge loop right here. And I'm going to be Control B. I'm going to press Control B, and I'm going to be beveling it slightly. So that is perfect. And apart from that, I think we're basically done. Yeah, just a few more things. So just select this as well, and edit mode. And right now I'm just adding some bevels here and there to make it look more, to basically make it look better. And yeah, that is the whole purpose. Okay, cool. So now we are done with that, and let's add it to some other things as well. Yeah, let's actually select this. Oops. Let's select this one, and let's select these two edges. Now obviously you can vary your design, you can make your design different than mine, and in fact I would encourage you to make your design different than mine, because that's what's going to test your creative muscle. And I would not recommend you to just blindly copy this design. Anyways, so yeah, our car is basically complete by now. And yeah, one thing which we're going to be doing is that we are going to be now working on the environment. And for the environment, I'm just going to create a tree. So yeah, for the tree, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting a sorry, not a circle, my bad. I'm going to be selecting a cylinder. So let's select a cylinder and bring it somewhere here. Let's scale it down. Something like that should be good. And now let's actually scale it down even more, and let's increase the scale like that. And cool. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be creating the top part of this. Now the top part of this, now this is up to you. It's your choice. You could either create one with a cone, or you could create one with a cylinder. So I personally prefer a cylinder because I think it looks much more cartoony. It looks much better. So I'm just going to Shift D, just duplicate this. I'm going to move it up and scale it up as well, and just move it up something like that. Now we are going to be duplicating this and making more trees out of this, but this is the general style, the general size, and we are going to be making trees of different sizes as well. So yeah, but this is going to be the average size of our trees. Cool, perfect. So we are going to be once again beveling this. I know I've been beveling a lot of things, but yeah, it's very important, and it makes your renders, it makes your models look much better. So cool. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna bevel it something like that. Perfect. So now our tree is also complete. Let's let's shade the smooth, and let's add the edge split modifier as well, so that the shading is much more accurate. And apart from that, I think we are basically done with our model. Now, one thing which I'd like to do is that I would like to actually select all these edges of this main body, and I would like to bevel them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting the edges of this body. So select this, and let's select this as well. So with these selected, I can also select let's not select this one. So let's select this, and let's first try beveling these, and let's see what happens. So you can see we are creating a few problems right there, right here. So I'm just going to be beveling it slightly, not too much, something like that should be good. And let's select this one as well, and let's Control B bevel it as well. That is perfect. Now these slight bevels are gonna make light reflect on of this car, and it's gonna make it look much better. So I'm just gonna select this as well, and this, and let's select all these. Okay, cool. Now let's bevel these as well. Control P, bevel them just slightly, something like that should be perfect. And I hope we are not actually making any errors, and we're not making it look weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna select this now, and let's select this, and this, and let's actually select this as well, and let's do this, and we can also do this, and this, and this, oops, and this, just hold shift, and let's Control P, spell it slightly, something like that should be perfect. Now you're gonna see, if I go to object mode, you're gonna see that we are having this slightly soft look on this car, which is going to make it look much better. It goes a really long way, and it makes your renders stand out, and it makes your renders look really cute, which is our objective in this. Perfect. So let me just take this and let's just move it up slightly. That's going to be perfect. Let's actually move it down a little bit. Yeah, cool, perfect. So apart from that, I think we are basically done with our car. And let's actually add some door handles right here. Let's add a door handle right there, and that door handle is going to be this, just this, but duplicated. And let's let's move it forward, and let's scale it down. So I'm just reusing the items, and that's a really smart technique to use in 3D modeling. You're not supposed to create everything from scratch, and if you have the opportunity to reuse anything, then I would definitely recommend you to do so, because it's going to save you time, and that's what matters. Yeah, and mainly because your viewers, your clients, do not really care about how you made a specific thing. They just care about how it looks, and if you're able to achieve similar design with less effort, then I would definitely recommend you to go for it and just do it. Okay, cool. So next up, we are going to be adding something on the front. So let's actually start working on that. So I'm just gonna select this cube right here, because it's already mirrored, so we don't have to apply the mirror modifier again. So I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate it, and let's move it forward. Let's move it down. Oops, sorry. Let's select this and let's move it down. Let's move it to the front. And now let's move it back. And I'm going to scale it up in the Z-axis, something like that should be good. And let's go to the front view, and then scale it down in the X-axis. And let's scale it up in the Y-axis. Perfect. Now let's move it something like that. Should be good. Actually, let's just move it. Let's bring it closer to each other, and let's scale it down in the X-axis. So something like that is what we're going for. Let's just increase the scale like that. And let's actually rotate this as well, so that it's somewhat straight. Yeah, cool, perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be moving them slightly up, and let's bevel these two edges as well. So I'm just going to go to edit mode and select this and this edge, these two edges. Let's Control B, bevel them. Something like that should be good. Let's go to object mode, and now you can see that we have this thing right here, and let's move it a little forward. And now we're going to be adding some toruses in this central area, to give it in this central area. Now I'm just gonna add a torus, and let's go back and let's scale it down, bring it down. Let's go to front view. Let's go to the front view and let's position it properly. So I'm just gonna be rotating this 90 degrees. Perfect. And let's just scale it up slightly. Let's scale them up in the z-axis, just like that. Let's move it. Let's move it a little to this side, and I'm gonna see that we are way off in the side view. So I'm just gonna align it properly, and I'm gonna see if I just duplicate this. And if I go to front view, and I can just position these properly so that they look good. I'm just gonna select both of these, duplicate them over like that. Now right now we're just adding some details to the car, and these details are obviously subjective, so you should feel free to make any changes you like. In fact, I would suggest you, I would encourage you to make any changes you want, because that's really gonna help you increase your creative potential. Perfect. So I'm just gonna move it something like that, and now to create space for these, I'm just gonna move these away slightly. Perfect, cool. So now you can see that, yeah, right now it's way too big and we have a lot of these. I'm just gonna delete 2 of them. Let's actually delete 1 more. Something like that should be enough. Let's move them to the center, roughly the center, and let's bring these together as well. Let's align them properly. Now this is just trial and error, and you should obviously make your own changes. Perfect, cool. So that is done as well, and now our car is basically complete, and we are finally done with the modeling part. And congratulations if you made it so far. Now we're going to be moving on to the next part, which is actually just creating the whole surroundings, and then we're going to be lighting the scene, and then we are going to be adding textures, adding materials, and after that we are going to be finally rendering it, after which we are just going to be post-processing, and we are going to be editing the render, and that part is just going to be very easy. And honestly, the next part, the adding textures and lighting and all that stuff and creating the scene, that is much more fun than modeling. So if you are bored right now, just don't worry, the next parts are very, very interesting, and you're going to enjoy them a lot. All right, so first of all, let's make our floor. So I'm just going to add a mesh, which is going to be a plane, and the plane is added. I'm just going to move it down. I'm going to move the plane down, and I'm going to move it somewhere around here so that it's basically it looks as if the tires are actually on the plane, but you obviously don't need to be that precise because it doesn't really matter that much. So I'm just going to press S and scale it up, so something like that should be good. Perfect. Now let's move it back, let's move it there. Cool. Now let's now let's convert this plane into an infinite background. Now what an infinite background is that right now if I for example, if I assume that our camera is somewhere around here, you're gonna see that we are having this sharp line, and after that we don't have any floor or anything like that, right? So we want to have a floor which just continues up, right? It just continues up and it looks as if there is an infinite background. So that's exactly what we're going to be making. So for that, first of all, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting the plane, and we're going to be going to edit mode. And in edit mode, once we are in this edge select mode, now you can go to edge select mode by either clicking this or pressing 2 on your keyboard. So once you're in edge select mode, you can just select one of these edges, and we're going to be using that same exact extrude extrude tool. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be pressing E for extrude, and then we can just extend it up, right? So right now you can see that we can extrude it in any axis, and we don't want that. We just want to extrude it in the Z axis. So I'm just going to press Z on my keyboard. Now it's going to constrain it to that axis, and now I'm just going to set it somewhere around that, and that should be good. Now right now you can see if I zoom my camera something like that, you're going to see that still the problem is that we have this sharp line right here. So how do we get rid of sharp lines? How do we make them smooth? Exactly, you guessed it, we bevel them. So I'm just going to select this, Control B, and just simply let's just bevel this. Something like that should be good and perfect. Now I'm just going to undo that because I want to increase the segments. So I'm just going to bevel it once again. Now you can move your scroll wheel up to add more segments, or you move it down to add less segments. Okay, so I'm just going to add something like that. That should be a good amount of segments because we want the background to look very smooth. And even now you can see we do have some sharp lines. I'm just going to select it, right click it, and shade smooth. Now you're going to see that it's basically smooth. Perfect. So now what we're going to be doing is that let's move on to the next step, which is adding our camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a mesh, oh sorry, not a mesh, add a camera right there. And now you can see we have this camera. And let's just set it to global. Anyways, so right now we have a camera, and we can just press this button to toggle the camera view. But if I move my view, you're gonna see that I actually get out of my camera, and I'll have to use this move tool to place the camera, which is a very it's not an efficient way to do that. Okay, so instead what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be using we're gonna be pressing this button right here. This it's gonna open this menu, and in here we can just go to view, the view menu. And here we can just inside this view lock, we can lock the camera to view. Now if I go inside the camera, and if I press this button right here, lock camera to view, now you can see that if wherever I move my my cursor, my viewport, you can see that our camera is going to move with us. Okay, so I'm just gonna uncheck it, and I'm going to zoom in once, or actually twice, so that this frame becomes bigger. I think something like that should be good. Now let's press it again. Now you can see we have our frame like that. So now I'm just gonna set up a proper frame. Let me just close this back, and I think something like that should be a good frame. Yeah, that should be a good frame. Now let's rotate our background so that it's aligned properly. Something like that should actually, just a second, let me just rotate it slowly. So the way you rotate things slowly is by holding shift. You're gonna see when I hold shift, it's rotating very slowly. So I'm just gonna set an actual position for the camera. Let's actually go to our camera settings. So by pressing this button right here, and now what we can do is that this focal length, the higher the focal length is, the more flatter your image is gonna look, and it's gonna look as if it's taken with a lens, with a camera which has a longer lens, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it to 100 millimeters, because generally the higher it is, the better it looks. Yeah, that's just my opinion though. And yeah, it is what it is. So I'm just gonna move it. I'm actually gonna I think that is a good frame for us. So what I'm gonna do is that let's, instead of 100, let's do something like 70, because I think that should be better. Yeah, so let's do something like that. Let's make that our frame. Perfect. Now you can see that we are seeing like this floor is not extending enough to cover the camera, so I'm just gonna move it right here, and something like that should be perfect. Cool. Now after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to this menu, and this view, I'm just gonna unlock this view camera to view, so I can like move my I can move my view freely without changing the position of the camera, because we have set our camera. Okay, and now we don't want to change it again. Okay, cool. So now I'm just gonna take this tree, and let's just first let's go to side view. Let's move it down to so that it's actually flushed in the ground. Perfect. Cool. Now after that, what I'm going to do is that now let's actually start working on our scene. Let's start actually lighting this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, let me just bring this tree in our frame, so that once we are actually texturing this, it's actually visible to us. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be lighting this. Now if I press this render button right here, you're going to see that it's not going to look great. That is the rendered view. It's not looking great at all. Now if I switch, if I go to render properties, and if I switch to cycles from Eevee, you can see that it looks much better. However, still, because we don't have any lighting or anything like that, it still does not look great. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add some lighting now. So yeah, now either we could add a point light, and let me just get out of this view, and we could like add lights and stuff like that. We could do that. However, instead what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using something known as an HDRI, and a high dynamic range image. So I'm just going to delete that light. And what I'm going to do instead is that you can use these high dynamic range images to light your scene. So I'm just going to search HDRI to show you what
HDRI is. And HDRI Haven, if you're wondering what's that, that's just a website which I use to download HDRIs. So if I go to images, and you can see now these are HDRIs, and these are basically pictures of actual of the real world, which you can use to light your own scene. And they're very easy to use because you don't have to set up individual lights, and they give you they generally give you a better and more realistic result than adding manual lights. So you can just go to Polyhaven or any other website you want, and I just use this because it's free. And yeah, anyway, so you can just go to this HDRI library, and you can just select any of these. However, I do already have a library. I do already have a small HDRI library, and I'm going to be attaching the HDRI which I use in the project section of this class, so you can feel free to download that and use them. Use that same exact HDRI in your own scene as well. So I'm just going to go back to camera, and here what we can do is that in this menu, I'm just going to go to this world properties tab, and here in the surface we can add an HDRI. Now the way we add HDRI, we just go to the surface, and in this color we can just press this yellow dot right here to add a texture to this. Okay, so I'm just going to add a texture. Now the thing is, HDRIs go in environment texture, so I'm just going to add an environment texture, and here we can just open our HDRI. So I'm going to open HDRI library, and let's actually just use how about we do let's do outdoor sun too. I'm just going to try a few ones, and let's see which one looks the best. Now if I render it, you're going to see that it looks pretty good. Actually, it looks pretty good. However, the shadows are a little too harsh, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Let's add, how about Studio One? Now Studio lighting obviously is gonna be much more subtle, and it's gonna be much more even. That's what I was trying to say. So we're not gonna go with that either. Let's try Road. That is good. That's not bad. That is giving us a very harsh it's giving us very sharp shadows, so that's not exactly something we want. Let's actually try Home One, and yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with, because it's giving you very like soft shadows, and it's giving a very unique very even lighting as well. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with. But let's just for the sake of it, let's try Home 2 as well, because that might be better. Nope, I'm just gonna stick with Home 1 for this one. And Home 1 it is. So now as you can see that our render is looking pretty good. So yeah, that's basically it. Now we're gonna be working on the textures. So yeah, let's begin with that. Alright, so let's start working on the textures. Now for the textures, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be going to this viewport shading mode. It's also called the look dev mode, but yeah, it says viewport shading mode right there, so I'm just going to call it viewport shading mode. And yeah, once I'm in that, you can see that this will not slow down our viewport that much as compared to like rendered view. So you can see this is slowing down our viewport quite a lot, but you can also see the textures in this mode. Okay, so that is good. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is first of all, I'm going to go to the camera. Actually, no, I'm not going to go to the camera. I'm just going to go close to this. So the thing is, now we want basically we want two main colors for our car, and yeah, we basically want two main colors for our car, and then everything else is going to have some random colors. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the body first, and let's add a material. Let's go to the material properties. And now here you're going to see that we already have a material applied, so I'm just going to delete that. And now we're going to be creating a new material, okay? So I'm just going to press this new button right here, and we're going to create a new material. So I can just name this car body primary, because we're going to have one primary material and one secondary material. So it's going to be the primary one, and we can just set the color to anything. Let's do a light blue. How about that? Something like that. We are obviously going to be changing this later on. We are going to be tweaking this later on. However, for now, this is perfect. So the second material I'm going to apply to this is basically going to be somewhat of a white. So this material is going to be white for now. Let's set it to a brighter white. And you know what? Yeah, actually, I'm just going to leave it white for now. And so we have our two main materials ready. Now let's add a material to the background as well. So I'm just going to select the background. I'm going to create a new material, and here we can just give it a I don't know, let's try a pink, or rather, yeah, how about that? Something like that should be good. I'm just going to go to the camera and let's render it, and let's see how it looks. And so you can see that it looks pretty good. So I'm going to get out of my camera. Oh, sorry, I'm going to get out of this rendered view, and now we're going to be adding these materials to different things. So I'm just going to select this, and let's add this so I'm just going to select this, and here, instead of creating a new material, we can just apply a pre-existing material. So I'm just going to press this button right here, and we can select any of the materials which we created. So I'm just going to name it, I'm just going to select material 1. I'm going to name it secondary secondary, if I spelled that right. Yeah, and we can just apply that. And next up, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be applying the secondary materials to a few more things. So this is going to be white as well, secondary, and let's apply the primary material to this. So I'm just going to apply the primary material to this, and after that, let's select this, and let's create a new material, which is going to be basically blue. It's going to be almost the same blue, but it's going to be slightly darker. So yeah, it's just gonna add some more interest to the scene. And perfect. So next up, we're going to be creating a black material, which we're going to be applying to the tires. And after that, we're going to be creating a light blue material, which we're going to be applying to these windows. And I'm going to teach you how to add multiple materials to one object. So let's first select this as well, and let's apply this secondary material. Now we are going to be tweaking the materials later on if they don't look that great. But yeah, so let's apply a material to this tires. So I'm just gonna create a new material, and I'm gonna name it tire black. Oops, not tire. What am I typing? Tire black, and I'm just gonna give it a black material. Perfect. Let's make it something like that. Perfect. So now you're going to see that this whole tire has become black, right? And we don't want the whole tire to be black, do we? We want this central part to be white, to be basically have this secondary material, right? So I'm just going to select this tire. I'm going to go to edit mode, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selecting some faces which are going to have the primary material. So now what I'm going to do is that here you can see we have these faces, and I'm just going to go to face select mode. First of all, we're going to be selecting this face, and you're going to see once we have this face selected in our material tab, what we can do is that we can add this plus button right here to add another material slot. So I'm just going to plus this, and we're going to create a new material. Instead, what we can do is that we can just use the pre-existing secondary material, and now you're going to see nothing has happened. So we have two materials now with the secondary material selected and this face selected. What I'm going to do is I'm going to press this assign button right here. Now you're going to see that it's going to get assigned, and yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So that is basically it. And I'm just going to go back to object mode, and let's try going back to our camera, and let's now render it and see how it looks. So the tires are a little too black, so I'm just going to select this tire black material, and let's make it more of a gray. How about that? And let's give it a blue tint as well. So I think that's going to make it look more stylized, and it's going to make it look good. So yeah. And now I think it looks pretty good. So we're going to be adding the window material now. So I'm just going to go back to the look diff mode. Yeah, so the viewport shading mode, that's what it's called. And here we can just select these. I'm just going to select the body. I'm going to go to edit mode, and we can select these faces. So I'm just going to go to face select mode. I'm going to select this face, and I'm going to select this face as well. So these two windows. We could obviously create windows on the other sides as well, but since they're not visible, I'm not going to bother with that. So with these selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that same exact thing which we did before. I'm going to press this plus button, and here we can just create a new material, and it's going to be the window blue, and we can just make it light blue, and let's assign it. Perfect. Now we can obviously tweak this later on, but I'm just going to leave it as it is now. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some reflections to this, right? So reflections, either we could do some fancy we could add reflectance to this, and it's going to be very complicated. However, one easy way to add a stylized cartoonish reflection is to use is to use cubes. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, and let's actually never mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding a new cube. Okay, now this cube, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the side view, and I can now place this properly. So I can just scale it down. Oops, something like that should be good. Let's go to the front view. Let's make it something like that. And now let's place it properly, and let's go to the side view, and let's rotate it so that it's it's parallel to the window, basically the car, right? The car body. Perfect. Let's go to the center. Let's rotate it from here, and let's increase the size now. Now I'm going to make it, I'm going to push it a little back, and so I'm just going to rotate it so that it's I'm just going to rotate it slightly so that it looks just right. Perfect. Now we have one of our reflections, and I'm just going to rotate it a little more in this axis, something like that. Yeah, that should be good. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be duplicating this, Shift D, and I'm going to be moving this. However, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move it right there, and I'm just going to make this thinner as well. So these are going to be some stylized reflections, something like that. Maybe something like that should be good. Yeah, perfect. Now let's align them from the front view, and perfect. Cool. So now we have our cute little reflections. I'm just going to move both of these a little back, just a tad bit. Just something like that should be good. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go back to my camera, and let's now render it, and let's see how it looks. Now right now you can see that these reflections are very dark, and that's because they don't have a material. So I'm just going to add one. And I can just select this, and I can add a material. Now this material is going to be the secondary material because it's just white. So yeah, and we can add this to this as well. So what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to do one thing. Okay, so I'm just going to take my HDRI and I'm going to rotate it so that the main lighting is on this side. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the world properties, and here we have this HDRI, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the shading tab for this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the shading workspace, and I'm going to see that we have this this thing these nodes. So I'm not gonna do anything as such. So right now what I'm gonna do is instead of this object, I'm just gonna select this world so that we're actually affecting the HDRI. And with this selected, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press Ctrl T. Now right now nothing is gonna happen because we don't have an add-on installed. So what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna go to Edit, Preferences, and we're gonna install the Node Wrangler add-on. So this Node Wrangler right here, I'm just going to press this button right here, and now you're going to see that it's enabled. So you can just press Ctrl T now, and now you're going to see that we have these mapping nodes. Now what these are is that you can use these to actually rotate the HDRI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using this rotation, and I'm going to rotate it right now. Right now you're going to see that nothing really is happening, and that's because in this viewport shading mode, it's not actually using the HDRI which we provided it. It's using a pre-built one. So I'm just going to go to my rendered view, and now I'm going to be rotating it, not in the x-axis. I'm going to be rotating it in the z-axis. And now we can just eyeball it properly so that it's it looks good. How about something like that? Maybe a little more. So I want the light to be more on this side rather than that side. So yeah, like I want this side to be darker than that side, if that makes sense. And I also don't want very even lighting either, because that's just going to make our image look flat. And yeah, I think now we're getting somewhere. So a little more. I think something like that should be good. Yeah, that is perfect. So I'm just going to go back to my layout mode, and now you're going to see that we have this lighting. And if I render this, you're going to see that we have more lighting on this side, and that makes sense because we have a reflection on this side and not on this side, right? So yeah, that just makes sense. And I'm just gonna I want to rotate these reflections a little more. So I'm just going to go back to this viewport shading mode, and I'm going to take these two, and now I'm going to rotate them in. Now I'm just going to use the rotate tool, rotate them. I'm going to rotate them like that, and slightly like that. Perfect. So now we can just extend these. Oops, I'm just going to take the scale tool. I'm going to extend these, both of these, so that they're actually covering. Actually, they're like going inside that. Okay, perfect. So now I'm just going to render this, and I'm going to go back to my camera. Let's see how it looks now. I'm just going to turn off these guides for now so we can actually see how the final render is looking. And I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So one thing which I'm going to do, which I'm noticing right now, is that the tires are a little too small, aren't they? The tires, yes, they're a little too small. So I'm just going to go back to my what do you call this? It's called the viewport shading mode. Yeah, whatever. So I'm just going to go back to a viewport shading mode, and here what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be selecting this. I'm just going to turn these viewport guides on again, and I'm going to select these two. So now we don't have to do them with all of them, because well, we were smart and we used what do you call it, a mirror modifier. I'm just going to scale them up slightly, something like that. Let's align them properly. Perfect. So now you're going to see that our tires are slightly larger, however they're intersecting with the floor. So I'm just going to move the floor down. Oops, not there. I'm just going to move it down. What am I doing? I'm just going to move the floor down. Something like that should be perfect. I was holding down shift to make like minor adjustments. And yeah. Okay, perfect. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that, first of all, let me just add a bevel to this as well, because I forgot it earlier. So just select this. Oops, I'll just go to edge select mode, select this and this as well. And let's select this and this as well. So I'm just going to press Ctrl B. Let's bevel them slightly. Actually, let's do a little more on these, because why not? And let's go back to our object mode, and now you're going to see that this has that cool little bevel, and it looks pretty good. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that, did I bevel this? I don't think I beveled this, so I'm just going to bevel this real quick. I'm just going to select this, Control B. Let's bevel it. Perfect. So beveling just makes your renders look much better, in my opinion. And yeah, you should always use it when it's appropriate, obviously. I'm just going to select this as well, and let's bevel this. So right now we're just making some minor adjustments and tweaks, and the way I selected all these is by pressing Alt and selecting. I'm just going to Control B, bevel. Perfect. Object mode, and yeah, I think we are good to go now with the model. It's pretty complete, and now let's just continue with our textures. And perfect. Now our tires look much better, and everything else looks better as well. Okay, perfect. So next up, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding these trees. And yeah, before that, let's just add the material to our lights, and let's finish the texturing of this what do you call it, this model, and then we're going to see what to do next. So I'm just going to select this light. Select the light, and I'm going to be going to the material tab. I'm going to add a new light. Yeah, I'm just going to name it light, because why not? And I'm going to set the color to something like that, a slight yellow. And now we're going to go down, and this emission, I'm just going to set it to white first. This this, what do you call it? Yeah, so whatever it's called. I'm just going to set that to white, and after that I'm going to be setting this hue to yellow as well. Perfect. Now let's select this. Yeah. So right now you're going to see that the mirror modifier is not actually working correctly, and it's only applying the material to 1 for some reason. And the way we can fix that is by simply applying this mirror modifier. I'm going to select these lights, and I'm going to go to the modifier menu, and I'm just going to apply this mirror modifier. Now these two are both separate objects. So I'm just going to add a material to this light, and to this as well, light. Perfect. Now both of these have light material. I'm going to select this bigger one, and to this I'm going to add a secondary material. Perfect. Now let's see how they look. Okay, perfect. So let's actually increase the strength of this emission. I'm just going to increase the strength to something like 3.4. Yeah, that should be good, because it should look like an actual light, shouldn't it? Now, so let's select these lights as well. Let's go back to our viewport shading mode, and let's select these lights as well, and let's add that same light material to these as well, and to this one as well, because all lights should have the light material. Perfect. So apart from that, let's select this, and let's add the secondary material to this. Now, adding materials and like the texturing part of things, of modeling, 3D modeling is basically very subjective, and it's just if you don't like what I'm doing, if you don't like the colors that I'm adding, then you can obviously change to make them yours. I'm just going to add the tire black material to these as well, because why not? And it's always good to reuse materials, because that way you're not making the scene that heavy on your computer, and you are also saving time. Perfect. So I'm just going to go back to my camera, and let's render this, and let's see how it looks. So I'm just going to turn these viewport guides off, so that we can actually see what's going on. So one thing which I'm noticing is that we're getting very less shadows, okay? And The reason for that is because well, our HDRI is way too like smooth. Okay, so instead what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to change the HDRI. Okay, I'm just going to go to the world properties, and let's, instead of home 1, let's try home 2. How about that? I want something which gives us more like, you know, more harsh shadows, so that our scene is more visible. I think that's better, but I think it's way too harsh. So let's try outdoor sun 1. Yeah, I think that looks much better, doesn't it? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And however, we are going to be testing out other HDRIs as well. Let's try outdoor sun 2, because why not? And that's a really different look. It's more of a realistic look, and because like there's harsh shadows and everything. So I'm not sure if you're going for that. I'm not going to go with that. I'm just going to change this to, let's try this road. No, that is definitely a no-no. It looks very bad because the lighting is way too harsh. Let's try this one, and if this doesn't work as well, then we're going to go with that previous one. Nope, not this either. So I think the one which we liked was home 2, wasn't it? Or was it outdoor sun 1? Let's try home 2. Yeah, so I think it was this one. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is that right now you're going to see that these the shadows in this tires, the tires look very black, don't they? So I'm just gonna change this to a more gray material, something like that. Let's render it again. Let's see how it looks. We can obviously make tweaks and changes to the colors later on in the post-processing section. However, right now we can just make sure that everything looks good, so that we're not relying on the post-processing process that much. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So apart from that, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be, let's actually change the position of this HDRI slightly. So I'm just going to go to the shading menu, and we are going to be reducing this so that it looks more even, I guess. Let's go back to our camera and let's see how it looks. Yeah, so I think that looks much better. That looks much better. I'm just going to let it render to make sure. But yeah, I think that is what we're going for. That's what we're going with, and that's going to be our final render lighting setup. Perfect. So now let's start working on the trees. So I'm just going to go back to my look dev mode, and now I'm going to add the materials to the tree. So I'm just going to name this green, and we're obviously going to add a green material to this. Something like that should be good, because I don't want these to take too much attention, because the main attention should be on the car. And to this, let's add a how about a secondary material? Actually, never mind. I'm just going to delete this, and we're going to add a new material which is going to be called brown, and it's going to be, well, you guessed it, brown. I'm just going to make it a dark brown, not that dark though, something like that. Perfect. Cool. So that works, and let's just flush it in the ground. Perfect. Now let's actually start duplicating these. So first let's just render it and let's see how the material looks. Then we're going to start duplicating these. So yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go to my look dev mode, and I'm going to start duplicating these. I'm just going to press Shift D. Let's add another one there. How about another one right there, but behind? Let's move it a little forward so that it's not intersecting with the curved surface of that infinite background. And now let's add one to this front as well, like somewhere around here, because we're gonna make these blur, and that's gonna give a nice effect, and something like that should be good. Perfect. So now let's add another one right there. How about that? How about that? Perfect. So I'm just gonna bring this a little forward, because we actually want these to be blurred, and I'm just gonna add one right there, somewhere around there. How about that? Perfect. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna change the scale of this a little bit. I'm just gonna make this smaller. Now we're gonna be changing the scale of each of these.
gonna make that one. Oops. I'm just gonna select that, and then I'm gonna. Oops, I actually didn't I accidentally selected the infinite background as well. So I'm just gonna select those two, and I'm gonna scale them down. Perfect. I'm just gonna take that one, and I'm gonna scale it big. Oops, I'm just gonna oops, not that much. I'm just gonna scale it up. Something like that should be good. Now I think it looks pretty good. Okay, so now let's render it, and then we're gonna be adding the depth of field, which is just gonna make things 10 times better, because yeah, right now it looks pretty flat. And I'm just gonna go back to the looked of mode, and now we're gonna be going to the camera settings by clicking this button right here. And now we can add check this depth of field option right here to add depth of field. And now this you can see everything has gone blur, and the reason for that is because we haven't really set any focus object. So we can just set the focus object to anything in this car. So I'm just gonna take it, and I'm just gonna set it this cylinder, this light. So now we can tweak this f-stop. Now the lower the f-stop is, the more blurry your image is going to be, and we want it to be pretty blurry. So I'm just going to scale it down. I'm just going to bring it down, do something like that. 0.1 should be good, I guess. So now let's see, let's render it, and let's see how it looks. So now one thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the camera position slightly. So I'm just going to get out of my camera. Actually, I'm just going to get into my camera, and I'm going to change these settings. So I'm just going to go to view settings, and I'm going to lock camera to view. So let's bring this camera slightly down, and let's bring it down like that as well. Something like that should be good. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be let's first render this, and let's see how it looks, because it might look bad, and I might just end up going back. So yeah, I think that looks better, doesn't it? Let's move it slightly up. I'm just gonna go to the look of mode. Yeah, something like that should be perfect. So I'm just gonna move it down, and that should be perfect. And one other thing which I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the focal length to 100, because that is gonna look better. Perfect, and that's gonna give us more depth of field, which is what we want. So something like that should be a good frame. Yeah, I'm just gonna set that as the frame. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Now let's render this finally, and let's see how it looks. Just by the way, just save your project as well, because I don't want you to lose all the progress you've done on this amazing car. And so the position of these trees look a little awkward because they're basically on top of each other. So I'm just gonna select this. Let's select this one. Let's move it slightly here. Let's actually just scale it down. Let's move it somewhere around here. I think that should be good. Anyways, let's render this again. Now I'm just going to turn these viewport guides off so we can see how our final render is actually going to look. So yeah, I think our car is looking pretty good now, and I think that should be pretty much it. So yeah, everything is basically done. Now one thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the render settings, and then I'm going to be going down, and you can see these render settings. So I'm just going to turn this denoise on. Just make sure that this is on, and it is set to open image denoiser in the render tab. Your viewport tab doesn't really matter because now we're rendering. And so these max samples, I'm just going to set it to something like 400 maybe, or maybe even 500, I guess, because why not? The higher the samples are, the more clear and the more better your render is going to look. However, it's going to take more time, so just be sure to select a good value. Okay, so just 500 is going to work for me. Anyways, so this denoise is just going to remove all the noise and everything, so that's just good. And apart from that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this color management tab, and here you're going to see that this view transform should be filmic. It should always be filmic, because that just gives you the best results. So after that, I think all these other settings are basically perfect where they are. And I'm just going to make one last adjustment. And if I go back to my look dev mode, so our background is ending almost at the exact same place where our camera frame is ending. So it's looking a little blur and it's looking a little weird. I'm just going to go to my view settings, and I'm going to unlock camera to view. I'm just going to get out of my camera, and now we can just move this infinite background slightly ahead. And we will obviously have to make adjustments to this tree as well, because it's being intersected. That's not exactly what we want. So I'm just going to go back to my camera view. Let's just make sure everything looks good. And let's move these trees back in. Oops. I'm just going to select this, and let me just get on my camera. I'm going to select these
this tree and the trunk. And let me bring it forward. Let me get back to my camera and let's position it properly. I think something like that should be good. Let's select these as well. Let's bring it here. Let's move it back. Something like that. Yeah, that's perfect. Cool. So now you're gonna see that our frame looks pretty good. So I'm just gonna render it one last time, and then we're gonna be hitting render on the actual render. So yeah, just congratulations to you guys if you've made it this far. And honestly, this was not a very easy tutorial to follow. And if you've made it so far, then congratulations, because you've done a really good job. And now you can just show your amazing creation off to your friends and family. But yeah, do not show them right now, because we are going to be working on the post-processing in the next video, and that's just going to make our render look much better. So yeah, I think that should be good enough. And now we're going to be rendering it. So I'm just going to go back to my looked up mode. And let's go to render, and I'm just going to press this render image right here. 3, 2, 1, and let's do this. So now you're going to see that it has started rendering. And yeah, guys, that's pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you when it's done. And after that, we're going to be working on the post-processing of this render. Alright guys, so we are done rendering this, and the rendering has completed, and I think it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So to actually save this as an image, what I'm going to do is that we're going to go to this image, we're going to save as, and I can just save it anywhere you want. I'm just going to save it here. I'm going to name it, what do you call it? Let's name it gar01. Why not? Yeah, so after you've saved it, now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be editing this. We're going to be post-processing this render. And to do that, we are going to be using Adobe Lightroom. And you can obviously use any other editing software you want. However, I'm going to use Lightroom because I just have it installed. You can use Adobe Photoshop Express on mobile. You can use Adobe Lightroom on mobile, or you can use Snapseed or anything like that. So basically, it just has to be an editing software, whether it be on PC or on mobile phones. You can just use anything you like. So yeah, without any further ado, let's start with that process. Alright, so I just imported that render in Adobe Lightroom, and I'm going to select it, and I'm going to open it in Develop. And now I'm just going to open it properly. Okay, perfect. So now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be starting with some color adjustments. Let's actually increase the exposure, the overall exposure a little bit. So something like that should be good. Let's try increasing the contrast as well, just a little bit. Let's increase the vibrance. I am going to increase the vibrance quite a bit. Something like that should be good. Let's actually take the highlights a little up, and let's also take the shadows a little up, so that we can like see the dark parts better. Let's take the blacks up as well, because the blacks are pretty black in these areas. I think something like that should be good. Let's go back, and you can see it looks much better now, doesn't it? And what I'm gonna do is let's try messing with the temperature. Never mind, I'm just gonna set it to wherever it is. And this tint should also be 0. And let's now work with the clarity. Now I'm going to reduce the clarity on this one. Now we could obviously increase it if you wanted more texture, but in this we want to have like a cartoony, a soft image, so with some glow around it. So you can see right now it has some glow. So yeah, I'm just going to decrease the clarity to something like, say, how about -10? That should work. Perfect. Now let's see the difference between the before and the after, and I think the after looks much better. And let's try increasing the saturation a little as well. How about we crank the vibrance just a tad bit up? Perfect. Cool. So yeah, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? And I'm just going to increase the exposure a little bit, so how about 0.4? Oops, 0.4. Perfect. And apart from that, I think everything else is basically perfect. So yeah, now I don't want to waste your time with like random settings which aren't even gonna make that much of a difference. I just want to keep this short, and that should basically be it. Now to save this, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to go to File, Export, export it to wherever the default is, desktop. Yeah, that works. Now let's export it, and I'm just going to open it. So this is our render, and I think it looks pretty good. So yeah, guys, thanks a lot for watching. If you've made it this far, congratulations on making your own 3D car. And yeah, it was a really fun process, and I hope you learned a lot. And if you're having any problems in any part of this class, then be sure to start a discussion down below, and I'll be happy to help you. Apart from that, yeah, just thanks a lot for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Alright guys, so we are inside the beautiful world of Blender 3D, and here we're going to be creating that amazing NFT character which you saw in the intro. So yeah, without any further ado, let's begin. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using the default cube, thankfully. We're not going to be deleting it. So I'm just going to delete the camera and the light. So go ahead and press delete. By the way, just save your project. So I'm just going to save it NFTSS, SS for Skillshare. Alright, perfect. So now, once we have this cube, so I'm just going to go ahead and add a subdivision surface modifier to this, so that is smooth, and it's right now it's way too sharp of a cube, and we're going to make it a smooth ball. So I'm just going to go ahead to my modifiers menu, and I'm going to be adding a modifier which is going to be a subdivision surface modifier. Now you're going to see it's going to be very blocky at the beginning because the levels are very less, so I'm just going to increase them to something like, I guess, actually let's first do 1, and then what I'm going to do is that let's set the render to 1 as well. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using, what we can do is that we can actually apply this modifier, subdivision surface modifier. So I'm just going to go ahead and apply this. Now what's going to happen if I press tab to go into edit mode, you're going to see that we have all these faces to mess around with, as opposed to only 4, which we had in the beginning. So I'm just going to go to object mode again, and now we're going to be adding another subdivision surface modifier. This time I'm just going to set the resolution to like 3, so that it's very smooth. Now you're going to see that if I go to my front view, you're going to see if I press tab, you can just play with these faces. If I go to face select mode, if I just move it ahead, you're going to see it's going to be smooth, but we're going to have less faces to deal with, right? So if I had applied this subdivision surface modifier, if I just go ahead and do that, you're going to see we're going to have a ton of faces, and just modifying each of them is going to be extremely painful and time consuming. So we're not going to apply that, and we're just going to be working with these lesser amount of faces. So I'm just going to be going to the front view. And now here what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to start to shape out the face. So I'm just going to go to tab, I'm just going to go to edit mode. Let's just bring this a little down, GZ. Let's just take this and bring it, let's actually just scale it down on the y-axis, something like that. But then we don't want it to be too long as well. We want it to be a mostly round face. So this is just your creative potential, it's just your opportunity to show your creative skills. And I'm just gonna be let's actually add a loop cut right here, and then I'm just gonna select that face, and I'm gonna be increasing the size of it, something like that. I think that should be a good face, good initial design. However, I'm gonna be adding some changes. Let's go ahead and let's go to our side view actually, and I'm just gonna be making some changes here. Select the face mode. Let's actually rotate this, and let's bring it here. How about we go back to there? Never mind actually. So this is just your own personal preference, and it's going to be your choice. How about we select these two and scale them down a little bit? Something like that should probably be good, although let me just scale them up a tad bit. I think I overdid that. And what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be going to point mode. I'm going to be selecting the bottom point, this the one at the bottom, and I'm going to be bringing it up a little bit to make the bottom of the face more round. And I think that should be a basic starting point for us. We're obviously going to be making changes later on, but yeah, I think I'm going to go with that. Yeah, so next up, let's add our eyes. So for that, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be going to add mesh, and we're going to be adding a, what are we going to add? You're going to add a UV sphere, right? So for this, what I'm going to do is that we're just going to leave it to default settings. We're going to be adding a subdivision surface later on probably, and just scale it down to something like that. And I'm going to be moving it right here, probably. Maybe just scale it down a little bit, something like that should do. Let's go to our top view. Let's bring it forward in the z-axis, something like that. And actually, let's scale it down in the x-axis. So S and X, something like that. Let's now rotate it exactly like that. So as you can see, this is pretty easy stuff, and it's pretty basic modeling, just some basic shapes and all that. Let's go to our bottom. Let's actually do it like that. Obviously, this is just personal preference. If you want your eyes to be larger than mine, then be sure to do that. And in fact, I would actually suggest to you, and I would encourage you to not copy my design. Just be sure to come up with your own different designs and your own shapes and all that stuff, because that's really going to test your creative potential. Something like that should be good actually. Right, so
I think that should be a good starting point. Let's actually go ahead and add a mirror modifier to this. So I'm just going to select this object, go to your modifier menu and add a modifier, which is going to be the mirror modifier. And I'm just going to be setting the mirror object to this so that it mirrors on this object. And I'm going to see that it is mirroring in the wrong axis. It's mirroring in the x-axis. We want it to mirror in the y-axis because we want the second eye to appear here, right? So I'm just going to select y and I'm going to deselect x. So there's that. Let's go to our front view, and those are our eyes. Let's press Shift D and duplicate them. I'm just going to right click so that the position is reset, and I'm going to be scaling them down, something like that. Go to our top view, and I'm going to be bringing them out a little bit. So these are going to be the eyeballs. They're going to be popping out. And also be sure to know your camera position from the start. So for example, I'm going to be using this front view as my camera. So I'm going to be modeling my character so that it looks best from this angle, right? If I was to take a picture of this or render this from here, then I would obviously make sure that it looks good from this angle. So that's just something you have to be sure. That's just something you have to keep in mind. And actually, I'm just going to be scaling this up a little bit, something like that. Let's move it a little bit towards there. Something like that should probably be good. Let's move it a little up so that it's just adds that personality. And obviously, I mean, your character is going to be way different than mine, obviously, because you're going to go with your own creative choices. And I'm just making some small tweaks and adjustments. Just be sure to add yours as well. How about we just select this and bring it down a little bit, something like that. Alright, so I'm going to be going into X-ray mode by pressing this button right here, and I'm going to be selecting all these vertices, and I'm going to be bringing them forward in the x-axis so that our face is less thick. And I think that should be something like that should be good. And obviously it's not going to look great from all angles, especially for this render. So I'm just going to be making sure that it looks good from the front, which it does. And apart from that, let's add our nose. So for the nose, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm just going to be copying this one. Or am I? Let's actually just go ahead and create another cube. Let's scale it down. Something like that might be good. Bring it down in the z-axis. Something like that. Let's move our eyes a little towards, a little farther away. Alright, so where's our nose? This cube 01 right here. Let's just bring it forward in the x-axis, something like that. And now I'm just going to be going to edit mode, and I'm going to be selecting I'm going to be first going to the X-ray mode, and I'm going to be scaling it up. I'm just going to be moving the top vertices up in the z-axis, something like that seems to be good. Just go back, and I'm just going to be adding a subdivision modifier to this as well, subsurf modifier. And now what's going to happen is that you're going to see this is pretty blocky, so I'm just going to increase the levels viewport to 3. As the render levels to 3 as well. By the way, just be sure to save your project as we go along, because I don't want you to lose your project. I don't want you to lose this amazing character that you've made. And yeah, let's reshape the nose a little bit. So I'm just going to be going to X-ray mode. I'm going to be selecting the top vertices. Let's actually bring them down, and let's actually extrude them, something like that, and let's scale them down as well. That just gives it that nose vibe, if you know what I mean. And once that is done, save your project, and let's actually work on the mouth now. So for the mouth, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be going to the face select mode. I'm going to be selecting these two faces. So if I select both of these, you're going to see that they're not actually even. So this is not exactly like a rectangle. So I'm going to be trying to make it look more like a rectangle, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to go to this edge select mode, and I'm going to be selecting this edge, and I'm going to be rotating it, something like that. And I'm just going to be making it like that so that it looks more like a rectangle, something like that should be good. And I'm going to do the same exact thing with that as well, just a tad bit, something like that. Now let's select the face, and I'm going to be scaling them down first. Then let's go ahead and extrude them inside, or actually let's first inset them. I think that should be a better option. First inset them. So once it's been inset, what we're going to be doing is that if we just extrude it directly, so I'm just going to show you if I extrude it, what happens if I extrude it directly. You're going to see it looks extremely creepy, and that's not exactly what we're going for. If you were going for a more horror character, then you would want to do this, but we're not doing that. So what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be pressing G and X. So we're going to be making it go back in the X-axis a little bit, something like that. Or another thing which we could do is that we could first let's just select all these edges like that, and let's just scale them up a little bit. And now we're going to be, let's go to our edit, let's go to our extra mode, and I'm going to be selecting all these edges as well, something like that. And I'm going to see if we for example, like if we scale them down, and if we just go to our face select mode, and if we select all those faces, both of these actually, now what we can do is that we can just first make sure that the topology is right. So I'm just going to be selecting this edge, and I'm going to be selecting this edge, and I'm going to be bringing it forward in the Z-axis so that this is more like a rectangle. So I'm going to be extruding it backwards like that. Now I'm going to see what happens is that it does look creepy, but the thing is, what we've just managed to do is that we have managed to make it look a little less creepy, and to make it even more cute and less creepy, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be selecting these edges, and I'm going to be bringing them up in the Z-axis, something like that. Now this is where your creativity comes in, and just be sure to experiment around with this, and be sure to just do what you like. And yeah, let me just select all these. Let's try to bring all of them up, something like that. I think it looks pretty good. However, we're going to be making some changes, of course. Let's select these two and let's scale them up like that in the Y-axis, something like that. I think that is looking pretty good. Let's just shade it smooth so we can see how it's going to look afterwards, and shade it flat again, so that we make sure that the topology is right and all that. So I think we are basically good to go with the mouth almost. So I'm just going to be selecting these faces at the back, those ones, and I'm going to be extruding them even back, right? So because the thing is, we want our what do you call it, our tongue to be here, right? So for the tongue, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm just going to be making another cube, or we could actually just use this one. So I'm just going to be pressing Shift D and Z to bring it down. Let's go to our front view, let's scale it up, something like that, and let's just make it go back or something, I don't know. Let's make it go there, and let's reduce the size, and we're gonna be bringing it forward just a tad bit, something like that. And let's go to our X-ray mode. Let's just increase the scale in the Y-axis, something like that, so that it starts to look more like a tongue and less like an extraterrestrial object. Bring it up a little bit. Let's actually make it go back. Let's actually push it back a little bit, something like that. And we can also make some tweaks to this as well. So we could probably just go to our edge select mode and just select these two edges and maybe just bring them down. Not really, actually. We could extrude them, but that's not working. And so this is just trial and error. This is mostly just experimentation, and there's no right or wrong way to do this. Most of them is just the way you want them to do it, and most of this can be done in multiple ways. So just be sure to choose whichever method works the best for you, and whichever method looks best from your angle. So from this angle, I don't think any of these looks that great. Alright, so right now it's not looking that great. So what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be let's increase the size of this a little bit, something like that, or maybe even like rotate it, something like that, maybe. And let's go to our edit mode, let's go to our X-ray mode as well, and I'm just going to be going to my vertex select mode or vertice select mode. There's a huge debate on what it's actually called. I'm just going to be moving it something like that. Now obviously this is just some very basic modeling, and it's mostly just trial and error, so just make sure that it looks good from the perspective that you want to present your character in. And apart from that, yeah, that's basically it. Let's increase the size, let's move it a little up. I'm just going to be leaving that for now as is, and we're going to be tweaking it later on if we need to, but I don't think we're going to need to do that because once we get to the to the shading and texturing and lighting part, I think it's going to be pretty good. So that is that, and let's actually make this face a little wider, shall we? How about we do like maybe we just select this face, this face, this and this face. Let's increase it. Let's increase the scale in this axis, something like that. I'm just trying to make sure, make sense of it. I'm just gonna try to like see what looks good and what doesn't. Obviously, this is just personal preference, and you are free to do whatever you want. Let's start working on the ears now. So let's add another cube, scale it down, something like that, and I'm just gonna be moving it here. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier. There's that. Let's actually let's just keep these at like, I don't know, like 3 probably. Let's actually do 2 for now, and we're going to be tweaking them later on. So what I'm going to be doing is that I'm just going to be making sure that it's aligned with my sides, and I'm just going to be adding some loop cuts. So just press Control and R to add a loop cut. You're going to see this yellow line. Make sure to hold it right there, and just something like that should be a good one. Apart from that, what I'm going to be doing is that we can also go to face select mode, select this face, and let's actually insert this, and let's bring it back in the x-axis, something like that, so that it takes more of a ear shape. But what I'm going to be doing for that is that I'm going to be extruding it backwards, so that it doesn't interfere with that a lot. That's not looking that great, to be honest. What should we do? So maybe we should like scale it down even further, probably, then extrude it. So the reason why I'm not actually cutting these parts and I'm showing you the whole process of basically my whole process, and I'm going to be adding the mistakes as well, and that's because I want you to know that in reality what happens is the tutorials which you see online, they are basically a perfect representation of how you can make them, right? But they're not actually practical. No one actually works perfectly like that. Everyone makes mistake, and I quite frankly I know very little about what I'm doing, so I just try to experiment, and I just try to go with the flow, and I just try to understand what's happening, and that's not looking great at all. So what I'm going to be doing is that let's yeah, so as I was saying, my job here is to teach you the real process, the real hidden process behind a Blender artist, and that's what I'm here to do. I think let's actually delete all of this. Let's actually start with another cube. So let's just do it all over again. That's something which is very common in the industry as well, starting your projects all over again. A lot of people do that because they find that they make less mistakes and all that. So I'm just going to be creating, let's add a subdivision surface modifier to this. Let's go to edit mode, and I'm just going to be reducing the size of this in the Z axis, something like that, right? And let's actually add let's insert it. Let's go to face select mode, and let's insert this front, something like that, and we can try to extrude it like that, but I'm not going to do that because I want to first scale it down quite a bit, then let's extrude it actually a tad bit higher than that, something like that. I think that should be good. Just something like that should be pretty good, hopefully. And then I'm going to be adding a loop cut right here. So that's more like it, and I think I like that pretty much. I like that a lot, and I'm just gonna be moving it a little inside this face, and let's increase the levels viewport and levels render as well. So you're gonna see it's way too squared off from the edges. So we can, with this loop selected, we can just press G and try to like adjust it a little bit. Although I don't know, quite frankly I don't know about this ear. I think we can play around with these edges. So let's do that, something like that. Maybe we can probably even like make it hide behind that, something like that, or we can just tuck the whole thing in, something like that. I think that's the way to go. Yeah, I think that's better. Although we can do one other thing as well. So we can like select these edges. Let's press shift and press these edges. Just press shift and just select all these. Go to X-ray mode and select these ones as well. These ones as well. And I'm just going to be deleting this loop. Delete and edges. Nope, not edges. Delete and dissolve edges. So that's just going to disappear. And let's try again. I think something like that is pretty cool as well, isn't it? Yeah, I think that ear is pretty good.
So one thing which I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be taking these, let's go to our X-ray mode. Let's select this edge right here, this vertex right here, vertex, I don't know, and just tuck it in, something like that. And I think that's looking pretty good, isn't it? Obviously you can try to be more creative with your design, and you can try to what do you call it, you can try to come up with your own design if you want, but that should do it for me. Right, so with this, let's just move it forward. Something like that should be good. Let's go to our front view. Something like that is perfect. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to be adding a what do you call it, a mirror modifier. And the mirror object is obviously going to be this face. The axis is going to be Y, just like we did with the eyes. And there is our face. It's basically ready. Let's start working on the eyebrows first, then we're going to do the hair, then we're going to do the cap, and then finally we're going to be moving on to the next step, which is lighting, and then we're going to be doing the texturing and rendering, etc. So before we move on, let me just make some tweaks to this tongue, because it's really bothering me. It's not looking great at all, to be honest. Yeah, I think that is much better. That is a huge improvement, actually. I think something like that should be perfect. Cool. So that's that, and apart from that, let me just go ahead and start working on the hair. So for the hair, I'm just going to be adding a mesh, which is going to be a cube, and I'm going to be scaling it down. Let's go to our top view. Let's in edit mode, let's select all these edges. They were already selected, and let's increase it in the, I'm just going to press Shift Z, so it's going to lock it to the X and the Y axis. Something like that should be good. So basically, if we look at it, you're going to see that these are going to be our hair, and our hair look pretty good. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. I'm just kidding. We're going to be adding a subdivision surface modifier to this, something like that. And let's start working on this. So before that, I'm just going to be increasing the levels to something like 3. Let's now select this face, and we're going to be pressing E to extrude. Let's go to our front view. We can press R to rotate this and just bring it down. Something like that should be good. We can also even scale it down a little bit if you want. Something like that should be good. So that's a pretty cool hairstyle. I think it looks pretty good, especially from the front, because that's how we're going to be presenting our character. Maybe we can, like, I don't know, maybe we can scale this up a little bit. So we can just go to our edge select mode, select these edges, scale them up a tad bit, and just bring them forward a tiny bit if you want. But I mean, obviously I would suggest you to use your own creativity and come up with your own style. So there's that, and let's select this face as well, and let's extrude this. So maybe we can first take this here and then extrude it, something like that. Bring it down. I think something like that should be a good position for our hair to start. And let's actually duplicate this. Shift D, duplicate. And I'm going to be rotating it like that. Rotate it, and we're going to be placing it right here. So we're basically going to be reusing this for this hairstyle, this side part as well. That's just a simple trick which is going to help us speed up our workflow. I think the hairstyle looks pretty good, but I think it's missing a little volume. So I think we should just add, just go to the top and select those top faces, and maybe just move them up a little bit. Something like that should be good. And maybe we should just do the same with this as well. So select these two, G, and move them up like that. So I think that looks pretty good. Our hairstyle is actually pretty slick. And alright, so that is done. With that out of the way, let's add a loop cut right here. How about we do that? Let me just go to the front and let's see how it looks. Never mind, it looks terrible. So yeah, that's just 3D modeling for you guys. It's mostly just trial and error. So we can also scale it up in the Z axis, something like that, so that it looks good from the other angles as well. And we can probably, what we can do is that we can undo that. Actually, let's select this, let's select the front faces, and let's extrude them forward so that they have more volume when you look at them from this from the front. And then we can just go to vertex select mode. Let's select all these vertices in the back, and then let's just bring them back. Simple as that. Yeah, I think that is looking better, or is it? Let me just select these edges.
And I think that should be pretty good. Perfect. So with that out of the way, let's start to make the cap. Now for the cap, actually before that, my OCD is kicking in, and I want to make some changes to this because the hair are too short from the sides, and I don't know, I think let's actually just extrude them so that they have more volume. How about that? Something like that might be good. Something like that. Yeah, I think that is that looking good? I don't think so. I'm just gonna go back to the previous design. Yeah, that was better, honestly. Okay, so let's move on to the cap. And so making the cap is pretty easy. So we're gonna be adding a mesh, which is gonna be a UV sphere this time. And I'm just gonna go to my front view, and I'm just gonna be selecting half of it. First go to X-ray mode, then select half of it like that. Press delete. Vertices. So you have a semi-sphere now. You can just go ahead and add a modifier, which is going to be a solidify modifier, and you can just increase the thickness, something like that. That is your cap. And then what you can do is you can just select this, and let's select the first few faces. So just go to face select mode and just select, like, for example, these faces, I guess, and this one as well. I think that should be good. So once that all that is selected, just press E and extrude them out, something like that. You're going to see your cap is ready. Just throw it in a subdivision surface modifier, and you're going to be good to go. So let's just select it, and let's first apply. Actually, never mind, we don't need to apply it. Let's just add a subdivision surface modifier. You're going to see it looks pretty good. Let's increase the levels to 3, and I think it needs a little bit I think it needs a loop cut from right here so that it's more solid from the front. And we can even increase the thickness, something like that should probably be good. Yeah, that's perfect. So I'm just going to be scaling it down. Let's go to our front view, and let's just make him wear this hat. Increase the size. Now obviously there's going to be a slightly larger hat because it's stylized and it's not super realistic. It's not made to real dimensions. Actually, let me just go ahead and delete this loop cut by pressing dissolve edges, because I think that looks better. I'm not really feeling this cap right now, so let's rotate it a little bit like that, or maybe something like that probably. That's way too low. I want it to be something like that, so let's just scale it down. Probably let's scale it down even further. Something like that should probably be good. Let me just bring it to the front. So it's intersecting from the back, but I don't think it matters because we're going to be rendering it from here, so we just need to worry about how it looks from the front. But obviously if you were going for an animation in which all sides are visible, then you're gonna have to make sure that it's not intersecting. And the way you do that is by for example selecting these faces. Go to face select mode, select a few of these faces by pressing shift, and you can just move them around in this axis, and you can just make sure that it's properly the character is properly wearing it. But I'm not going to bother with that because we just wanted to render it from the front. So something like that should probably be good. Just make sure that it's not intersecting. In fact, it's very ahead of it. So let me just bring it back. Something like that should be good. Now it's intersecting. Bring it forward. So basically this is all just trial and error, and I think that seems to be working. Let me just bring it a little forward. Alright, perfect. I think that is gonna be our character, guys. So the cap is a little too tilted. Let me just tilt it a little less, something like that. I think it's looking pretty good. So the face shape, I think we should tweak the face shape a little bit. So I think our character is looking pretty good. So now let's move on to the next step, which is going to be to actually start lighting this. And after that, we're going to be working on the texturing, and then we're going to be rendering it. So for the lighting, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be, first of all, I'm going to be clicking this right here, right click and vertical split. I'm going to be splitting my viewport into two. With this viewport, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be using this for the rendered view. So I'm just going to be increasing this a little bit for the time being. I'm just going to be pressing rendered view, and
Let's just bring it here. Let's turn off these as well, so because I only want to see how it looks rendered without any guides. So you're gonna see right now it looks pretty flat, and that's because the render engine is Eevee. If I switch it to cycles, and also if you have a graphics card, just make sure to switch your device to GPU compute, and this feature set should be supported. So let's start working on the lighting. So I'm just gonna be adding a light. I'm just gonna be adding an area light. So let's go to the top, and I'm just gonna be bringing right something like that, and increase the size, bring it to the front, and you can just rotate it like that, something like that, and just move it there. Let's just go to the top. Let's just go to the top view, and let's rotate it like that. So you're gonna see this lighting is pretty smooth, and we basically want smooth lighting on our object, but it's a little too smooth, a little too dark. So I'm just gonna be increasing the power to like 50 watts so that it creates a little more light. And maybe we can also do, maybe we can do something like 80 watts. Yeah, I think that's gonna be good. However, we can also obviously change it later on depending on our textures and all that. And also another tip for you guys, if you have a graphics card which is from NVIDIA RTX, which supports NVIDIA RTX, then be sure to turn this denoise on and set the denoiser to optics. Now this is going to be a really good feature for you, because it's basically going to be rendering it instantly for you guys, and it's a really good feature. I recently got an RTX 3070, so I've been using this feature and it's pretty good, so you guys can try it as well. Anyway, so another thing which we're going to be doing is that right now you're going to see the background is actually gray. It's not actually fully black. So to make it fully black, let's go to this world properties, and this color, this is basically the background color, right? It's basically set to this gray, right? And just if you just make it black, you're going to see it's going to be totally black. And now if you look at this scene, it's basically way too dark from this area, and we're going to be adding a fill light to actually fill that area for us. And I'm just going to be pressing Shift D, and I'm going to be duplicating this, rotate it like that, and you're going to see this is evenly lit, and that is not exactly what we want. So I'm just going to be reducing the power to like 20 watts probably, or maybe even 10, because we want quite a lot of separation. Something like that should be good. We can even try adding a rim light. So I'm just going to copy this one and just take it to the back, bring it, just make sure that it's hitting your character from the back and not from the top. Just rotate it like that, go to the back, rotate it like that, something like that, and just bring it down. So you're going to see this little tiny shadow here. The smaller your light is, the harsher or the sharper that shadow is going to be. So just add some character to your scene, and it just makes it look more interesting. So I would recommend you to do that. GZ, just bring it down, and you're going to see this tiny little rim light is going to make it look much better. So that's that. And apart from that, let's start working on our textures. So first, let's go to our skin. Let's select our face. When we select that, you're going to see that we have this material menu, and we already have a material applied on this, so that's great. I'm just going to rename it skin. Let's set the color to something like that, because that's the skin tone of my character. Something like that should be good. With skin, what you want to do is that you want to turn the subsurface scattering quite a lot, something like that, because that's going to make it look much better. And we can even increase this. So I experimented around with the color, and I find that this color right here is the best. I'm just going to be pasting the hex code of this right here, and that's just going to be the one which I'm going to go with. And you can just feel free to copy this if you want. It's E7AE70. So that's the color which I'm going to be using. And also with the subsurf value, I did experiment a bit, and I found that this value is the best basically. And the subsurface color, let's set it to something like that. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you like set it to something like that. You're gonna see a hint of that color in your image, but we just want it to be white. Saturation should be 0, and something like that should be good. So let's increase our lighting. Let's increase our key light from 80 watts to like 100 watts probably, or maybe even higher. So for example 200 watts, how about that? That is way too harsh, but I'm just going to be leaving it at 150 watts. So another thing which you're going to be noticing is that it's very what do you call it, it's very rough. So I'm just going to be reducing the roughness a little bit, so that it gives it that toy texture, that toy look, if you know what I'm saying. I think that is much better. Let's increase it further. Something like that is pretty good. Yeah, actually it's pretty good. So apart from that, everything else is going to be the default. I think that looks pretty good. So now for let's move on to the next material, which is going to be the eyes, the white part of the eyes. So that's just going to be the simplest material ever. Just white, and just leave it there. That's white. And you're going to be creating a new one for this. There's these eyeballs, so I'm just going to be naming it black, and just set the color to black. Well, not full black, just a tad bit, just a little above black, like, so it should be a very, very dark gray. And let's reduce the roughness of this so that we can see some lighting in this, in these eyes, something like that. That just gives it more character, and it makes it look more interesting. So for the nose, I'm going to be going here, and I'm going to be assigning the skin material to the nose as well, and same with the ears. So I'm just going to be going to the ears, and let's assign the skin material. Yeah, I think nothing else needs the skin material, so let's go to our tongue, and let's actually apply the skin material to this for now. And then I'm going to press this button right here. Now this for number 4 is telling us how many objects are currently using this material, right? So currently 4 objects are using this material. One is this ear object, another one is this this face, nose, and this tongue. So if I press this, you're going to see it's going to basically separate the object, right? Now if I rename it, and if I write tongue, alright, so the color is fine, and let's reduce the subsurface a little bit, the subsurface scattering, and actually let me just get rid of it altogether. Nope, that's not fine. Let's increase the roughness a little bit, because tongues usually aren't that okay, so I think how about something like that. So let's try increasing the subsurface a little bit, because I don't think it looks that great. Let me just make the color a little brighter. Let's try to increase the roughness a little bit probably, and let's make this darker. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, how about we increase the brightness of that color? I think that's fine probably. I think a tongue like that should be probably good. So the subsurface is a little less, but it's a little orangey. Let's make it red. I think that's fine. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so next up, let's apply our material to this hair. And I'm just going to create a new material, and let's name it black, or rather brown. Let's just name it hair, and then we're going to be trying out which color looks good. So before we start tweaking the material, I'm just going to be applying that same exact hair material to this as well. So I'm just going to be going here and here. Let's try changing the color to a darker color first. Let's try brown, something like that. I think something like that should be good, probably. But then I'm going to be reducing the roughness probably a little bit. And this color is a little boring, so let's try. Yeah, let's try something different. Maybe let's try something like a brighter color, like blue or something like that. Yeah, something like that should be pretty good. Yeah, let's try a very bright color, a neon color. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go with that, and we can make change later on, but that's good for now. And let's add a blue hat, like a different shade of blue, something like that probably. I think that is basically it, and we're almost done. So yeah, that's that. And apart from that, I think we should make some changes to this. So one thing which I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be going to my render settings, and I'm going to go down to this color management tab, and here you're going to see this view transform must be filmic. If you set it to standard or anything else, it's not going to look that great. So just set it to filmic, and this look, make sure to set this look to high contrast. Now you're going to see at first it's going to look very, very bad. Okay, but if we increase our what do you call it, if we increase our this fill light, the power of this fill light, let's say we increase it to like 50 watts probably. That's way too much. How about 30? You're gonna see now it's much more contrasty. By the way, just be sure to save your project as well. If it's way too contrasty for you, then you can try using medium high contrast as well, but I'm gonna go with high contrast. Actually, let's go with medium high contrast, then we can tweak the contrast in the post-processing. So another thing which I like to do is, let me change the color of the hat. Let's make it like, I don't know, red-ish. I mean, I'm just trying out different colors, and you can like try out your own colors as well. So maybe blue is better. No, I think that's better. Yeah, red cap is better. And let's change the hair color as well. Let's change it to something like that. Yeah, I think that should be a better shade of blue. So yeah, another thing, I forgot to add the eyebrows, so let's just do that. But before that, I'm just gonna be scaling this hat down in the z-axis a little bit, because it's way too tall.
something like that. And let's just bring it down a little bit as well. And maybe we can like probably change the position of it, because I'm not really digging the position where it is currently. How about something like that? Not exactly. So maybe we can try to position this a little differently. Maybe we can bring this a little towards this side, and then we can like rotate it. Press R, rotate it. Right now I'm just making some tweaks and adjustments. Obviously these are going to be very subjective. Maybe you think what I'm doing is not looking that great, so you can feel free to make your own adjustments. And in fact I would recommend you to do that. I think that's better. I think that is a better, in my opinion it looks better, but obviously you guys can make your own decision. Probably something like that should be good. Actually, never mind, let me just undo all that. So yeah, that is just a part of 3D modeling. Undoing stuff. Just doing stuff and then redoing stuff and then undoing stuff is just a part of the process. And I think it looks pretty good. So apart from that, let's add a background to this. So the way we're going to be adding a background is by first of all, let's add a plane, mesh plane, and then I'm just going to go to my top view, and I'm just going to be rotating it 90 degrees in the y-axis. So the way I did that was by pressing R, Y, and then 90. So that's just going to rotate it 90 degrees automatically. I'm just going to increase the size of this, so you're going to see it's basically intersecting. If I move my camera, you're going to see it's intersecting basically. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be taking this back in the x-axis, something like that. A little more, maybe a little forward, something like that should be good. Actually, let me just take it a little back, and then what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be creating another light. So I'm just going to be copying this key light right here, this rim light right here, and I'm just going to be moving it in the x and y axis. So I'm just going to press Shift Z to lock it to the x and y axis, yeah. And then I'm going to be converting this light from an area light to a point light. Now the reason why I'm doing this is so that we can have a gradient lighting effect on our background. Now I'm just going to place it right here, right behind our character, and you're going to see this slight gradient thing is going on. So I'm just going to increase the power of this light so that we have more of that gradient effect. And now let's add a color to the background. So I'm just going to select this plane, let's add a material to this. I'm just going to call this background. Be sure to name your materials. And background. What am I even doing? I can't even type. Background. And I'm just going to be giving it a dark-ish color, very dark color, something like that probably. Let's increase the intensity of the light. How about 50? I think something like that is looking pretty good. Let's reduce the radius so that the effect is a little sharper. Then we can probably give it an even darker color. Probably something like that. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah. So I think we are basically done. Let's make our eyebrows, and then we're gonna be finished. So I'm just gonna add a mesh, which is gonna be a cylinder. So what I'm gonna do with this is that I'm gonna be reducing the size. GZ, move it up. Y, move it right here. R, and just rotate it like that, 90 degrees, 90. Scale it down, something like that. And then we can just let me just switch to one viewport, because that's what we're going to be using for this. Go to side view, bring it forward. This is just some basic modeling, so it's not really anything difficult. Go to X-ray mode, select one side, and then I mean this mode really doesn't matter. So and then just move it. Press G and X. Sorry, not X. Press Y to lock it to the Y axis. And then what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be selecting the middle one. Let's just go to vertices, and let's select the middle one. Actually, we don't have any middle vertices, so I'm just going to be pressing Control R. So just add a loop cut in the middle. So I'm just going to be taking this, and I'm going to be pulling this up a little bit, something like that, right? And I'm going to be going to face select mode, and I'm going to be insetting this face slightly, because you know what happens when you subdivide when you add a subdivision surface to a cylinder, it basically causes those weird edges. So to avoid that, we're adding these we're insetting these. So now if I add a subdivision surface modifier to this, if I add a subdivision surface modifier to this, you're going to see this is looking pretty much like an eyebrow. Increase the levels and we are good to go. Reduce the size, something like that. Go to the top view. I'm just going to select this cap for now, and I'm going to press H to hide it, and I'm going to be rotating this like that. Let's position it properly. Something like that. And yeah, I think that should be pretty good. So what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be copying this, Shift D, and I'm going to be placing it right here. And the reason why I didn't use the mirror modifier for this was because I don't want them to be exactly mirrored. I want them to be a little different. So for example, this one is going to be something like that. Or we can maybe we can probably like make them float in the air. We don't really need to like have them flushed inside our character. So let me just make them float in the air. Something like that. So you can probably like bring this one down and bring this one a little up so it adds that expression. Oops, G, Shift Z, my bad. Bring it up, bring it, actually not up, let's bring it forward by bring it in the x-axis. I think something like that is looking pretty good. Let me just render it and let's see how it looks. It looks pretty good. So the eyebrows are going to have the same exact color as our hair. So I'm just going to be adding the hair material to this. Actually, I think they are a little too sharp from the edges. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be going to edit mode. Let me just go here. Let's select this face. So with this face selected, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control and plus on my number pad so that we can select this face as well. There's like basically another layer of faces. And then I'm going to be going to the front view and I'm going to be moving these faces a little bit to add that slight edge to that. And right click and shade smooth, by the way. Shade smooth. And I'm going to be doing the same exact thing with this as well. And I'm just going to select this, Control plus, and I'm going to be moving it forward slightly more. Something like that. Let's just shade this smooth as well. And I think we are good to go. Let's see how it looks. Let me just make this a little more flushed with this. And I think it is looking pretty good. Another thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to press Alt H to unhide that cap. And it's looking pretty good. It's looking complete. I think it is. And I think we're basically good to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a camera. So for that, I'm just going to be going to let's just switch back to our viewport mode first. And let's press add camera. And what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to be bring this camera back in the z-axis because I don't want this to move anywhere else, because I just want to take a shot from the front. Let's press this camera button right here to go inside the camera, and then I'm going to be going into this lens and type. First of all, just go to your camera settings, and in the types, change it from perspective to orthographic, because this is just going to give you the same exact view which you get when you go to the front view. So, and the way you zoom in and out of this is by using this orthographic scale. So I'm just going to be doing something like that, and then I'm just going to be going to my output properties, and let's set the output properties. Let's increase the Y of this to something like, I don't know, I think let's do 2200, so like it's almost Instagram size. Something like that should be good. Let's increase the scale a little bit as well. I think something like that should probably be good. We can probably move it. If I go here in my view options, and if I lock camera to view, you're gonna see if I move my camera, you're gonna see it's gonna go with it, right? So I'm just gonna undo that, and I'm gonna be first of all, let's zoom in, something like that. Let's use our let's just use our viewport tools to move it and place it exactly the way we want it to. Let's render it and let's see how it looks. I think it looks pretty good. So now it's time for the final render. And by the way, just be sure to save your project, and I don't want you to lose this amazing character which you've made. First of all, congratulations that you've completed this character, and second of all, I am very proud of you, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So without any further ado, let's render it. Just go to your render properties, make sure your samples are somewhat reasonable. I'm just going to set it to 1000 samples, and make sure this denoise is turned on, and then just go to render and render image. Alright guys, so it is rendering, and I will see you when it's done. Alright guys, so it's basically almost done, and once it's done, what you have to do is first just wait for it to denoise, and then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be going to image, save as, and just save it wherever you want. And there you have it guys, it's basically complete. So just let's just go ahead and use this default photos editor to edit this and slightly tweak it. So I'm just going to go to edit and create, edit, and what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be going to adjustments, and let me just increase the contrast slightly, something like that. Maybe increase the exposure a little bit, and let's just go to our color. I don't think we need to do anything with that. You can try messing with the tint and all that, but I don't think it's really required for this render. We could increase the vibrance a little bit, but I think that's fine, and we don't really have an option of vibrance in this. And lastly, we can increase add some vignette to this, and clarity. I don't think that's gonna make it look any better. You can probably add some negative clarity to make it look more dreamy and stylized. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Apart from that, we are basically done guys. So yeah, that's it for today guys. Thanks a lot for watching. If you like this class, be sure to leave a review down below. If you had any problems in any part of this class, then be sure to start a discussion down below, and I will be more than happy to help you. And apart from that, just do your project and be sure to submit it. I'll be happy to give you feedback. And yeah, that's it for today guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.